Oops. I think I broke something. Boom. Boom. Oops. Boom. Boom. 17 hours ago. How's that work? There we go. Top. Live. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. 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 What up, Edward? Edward Manser. Boom, boom. All right, we're going to get into supplementation. Let's see. So you can compare to what we're going to see now. So there was a recent study that looked at a vitamin D study, and it said they did the math wrong. And they've been telling people to take 22 times. The amount of vitamin D that they tell us to take is 22 times too low. 22 times too low. We should be taking closer to 10,000 IUs, 250 micrograms per day. And the amount that they tell people to take is more than the people's body uses a day. So that it leads you, anything that you might get from sun or from diet, it's going to keep you just at the peak of deficiency the whole time. Richard, help me get multivitamins and mineral tabs, which is pure as hell and high efficiency and trustworthy. I can help you, brother. Yeah. I mean, it's Amazon is where I do the companies that I deal with distribute through, and if you've got access to Amazon, then you should be able to get, like if you go to my website, you can see what I use. If you go to my website, 110thgrade.com, click on vitamins. It's in the upper left-hand corner if you're on mobile, on the little hamburger, three lines thing. So for instance, the B12 that I take only has 3 ingredients in it. It's got acacia gum. So it's got lactose, which is the powder. It's got acacia gum, which holds the pill together, and then B12. Like, that's it. What up, Ken? Yeah. I know you have Amazon. So this is what I use: methylated methylcobalamin. Yeah, that's huge. So Superior Source. Now, they're an American company. I don't know if you can get them delivered internationally or not. I mean, I could probably mail you some if you want to work something out. But I'll help because it helped me. What's up, Ken, brother? All right, so check this out. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Check out how off we've been, how incorrect we have been when it comes to how much vitamins and minerals we take. All right, we're going to go back here. Like how much the recommended is, and then how much you need for a therapeutic difference. You need good luck with that. Good luck with that, because most multivitamins use things like for magnesium, they'll use magnesium oxide just to say it's in the pill, but it doesn't absorb. So if you measure what's in the pill and what ends up in your feces, they're about equal. So you're pooping out what you're taking. There's some that might make your pee really yellow. So you think, oh my goodness, I'm absorbing all these vitamins. My body's getting rid of the rest. No, that's like 1 or 2 vitamins that are very absorption in there. Like they'll have a lot of vitamin C and stuff. You get B12 at a hostel in Japan. Good. That's very good. I highly recommend it for anybody. I highly recommend anybody that's got fatigue, ADHD, or anything like that to look in their B12 levels. Oops, I broke something. What'd I break? Oh, it's muted.
The number one mistake you are making with your supplements. So many people waste so much money on supplements, not because they don't work, but simply because they're making mistakes about taking them.
So this,
and sometimes, yes, they're taking.
this just came out a few days ago. So I started watching it right now, and I figured I'd just go live and show you guys, because I talk about this stuff all the
The wrong
time.
thing. But there are really simple things related to supplements that you should know, especially with absorption, taking the right amounts, taking the right form. That's what we're going to talk about today.
And that's a huge problem. Like people that if you don't understand the chemistry, and a lot of people don't, they don't understand that just because it's in the pill, that it ends up in your bloodstream and in your tissues. Because a lot of times, if it's in the pill, it just ends up in your poop. And the way your body, the way your gut bacteria and your gut mucosa and stuff work, they can get saturated. So if you take a bunch of supplements at once, particularly in one pill, like a multivitamin, your gut bacteria and your gut can't adapt. So you're only absorbing some of those things because the rest is just passing out too quickly. It has to be done to more spaced out. Some should be mixed with fat. Some should be mixed, some are fat soluble and some are water soluble. And they try to push all of them together into one cap. And the amount that they try to use, the amount of vitamins and minerals they try to cram into one small pill, it's just worthless amounts. And he's going to show this here, which is good why I saved this video.
When you buy a supplement and you look at the back of the label, everything on that label is designed off of what's called an RDA. So what is an RDA?
Somebody hit the like button. Give me a thumbs up so we can start
to satisfy a deficiency?
Please.
Not necessarily. It's the bare minimum you need as a survival dosage to prevent a major problem. It is not designed to fortify
hit the like button, share button, tell your friends.
And these amounts are definitely not designed to create a therapeutic effect. So if you have a major deficiency and you just take the RDA.
So the levels that we've been told to take are what's called the survival dose that he mentions here. And that's just enough so you don't have, like for rickets, that your bones don't bend, but you don't have enough to go to your bones and then fuel your immune system. And so it's appearing that vitamin D deficiency is causing a lot of the issues. I was actually watching a video of a doctor, a retired doctor, who's now just going over his previous cases and seeing how he could have helped the ones that he couldn't help. And he was going over COVID and talking about the people that died of COVID had vitamin D deficiencies. Their bodies, and it takes so long from a vitamin D supplement to be able to convert through the liver 5 to 7 days or more, and then fill up the storage stores in your bloodstream. So, but by that time you'd be dead. Like if they're like, oh, you're dying here, so here, let me give you some vitamin D3. That vitamin D3 wouldn't convert and do that. Yeah, so you have to have like big stores. Anyway,
bare minimum, you will never correct the deficiency because it's too small. And this is number one. The dosage that you're taking is way too small. It's too tiny. Let's just go through some common nutrients that a lot of people take, and then let's look at what you really need to be taking to create a therapeutic effect. The first one is vitamin D3. The RDA is between 600 IU and 800 IU. That number is ridiculous. It's completely outdated.
There's somebody help me out. Thank you.
Only designed to prevent rickets,
there you go,
which is a calcium problem in children because their bones are just too soft. It is not the amount that you need for the immune system, for your brain, for your muscles, because there are two systems of vitamin D. I have videos on this. I'm not going to get into it, but the average person to get enough vitamin D needs at least 10,000 IU of vitamin D3 every single day just to maintain good levels in your blood.
Right. And then if you ever get sick, the way the T cells and helper cells work in your immune system, they have receptors for vitamin D. They need vitamin D to do their job, to work, or else they just do not work. So if you have the amount your body needs just to be okay, and then you get little illnesses and whatnot that you breathe in every day, whatever, it's got to use that to take care of just the normal daily attacks that your body gets. So then you're always going to be dipping on the deficient if you just take what they say you need for a daily amount. And he's saying 600 IUs here, and that's That's super, super, super low. We'll get into
And
something
this
after
might not
this.
even be a therapeutic amount. If you have an autoimmune disease or chronic inflammation, you might need
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
50,000 or even 100,000 IU.
Right, which
The
is
other
so
thing I want to
weird because
mention,
that was told 100,000. I was looking into research earlier. They use up to 600,000 IU's, and if you take a single dose of like 200,000 IU's, this was for postmenopausal women who had a bunch of issues. They were set up into two groups. One was given a dose of like I think it was 200,000 IU's, and after over 12 weeks, they were still above deficiency after 12 weeks. And the people that were told to take 800 IU's a day, they never got out of deficiency, even though they were taking a vitamin D supplement every single day. So taking a big dose, and it helped with like muscle aches, and it helped them in strength training. Like they ended up that they were able to do more muscularly, like with their musculature.
is when you go out in the sun in the summer for maybe a half an hour, you're going to get at least 10,000 IU. So anyone
There
that
was an interesting thing talking about why people get colds in the winter, and it usually happens about a month into winter. So when you're inside a lot in winter, your vitamin D stores are dropping. So then if the cold bug comes around, you don't have enough in you. So this is why a whole bunch of people appear to get sick like a month or two into winter, because you've stayed out of the sun and your vitamin D levels finally drop so low. Your body's fighting off the cold and the flu every single day, so to speak. You might get a couple of molecules and it just takes care of it. But when the vitamin D levels drop enough, then this cold can start multiplying. There's not enough vitamin D to fuel your white blood cell attack on everything. What up, Sumnon?
tells you that this is too much, just mention the part about what about the sun? And that argument will quickly diffuse. Vitamin C, the RDA is 90 milligrams. Again, this is just the amount to prevent scurvy,
Right,
which is
so you don't
severe
have sores opening up on your skin, just so you look okay. But they're not worried about like what's actually going on inside of your body.
vitamin C deficiency. There are doctors out there that use much higher amounts of vitamin C, like 1,000 milligrams to 10,000 milligrams every single day to create different therapeutic effects. What about vitamin B1? The RDA for B1 is 1.2 milligrams. That is a joke. That's such a tiny amount. An average person needs a lot more, between 50 to sometimes up to 600 milligrams per day to create a therapeutic effect. Vitamin B1 is really, really important, especially in your mitochondria to actually generate energy.
But so many people go to the doctor for fatigue. It's such a great way to get funding, and so many people buy energy drinks and Coca-Colas and sodas that have caffeine and stuff because they're just exhausted all the time. This can be fixed in a lot of occasions, in a lot of cases.
The more sugar, refined carbs, or the more starch that you consume, the more B1 you will need, and this is why so many people are deficient, because they're not even getting close to the amount that they need.
So even if you were taking a 1 a day that had all of those levels in it, you would still be deficient, even though you were taking a 1 a day that was delivering that amount into the bloodstream. Because a lot of people eat a lot of carbs, a lot of starches, a lot of processed foods.
You'll see that they'll enrich some of these products with synthetic vitamins. They'll spray a couple synthetic vitamins so you think you're getting something, but it's actually just a joke. I recommend, if you're going to take B1, get a natural version, not the synthetic version. B1 is very therapeutic for anything related to the nervous system, and also anxiety and nervous tension that builds up. It
Who's anxious and nervous all the time?
Works wonders on that. Let's talk about iodine, okay? 150
Here you go, Ken.
micrograms.
What up, Rondano?
Very tiny amounts. When in other countries like Japan, the amounts that they take are much, much higher because they're consuming a lot of seaweed. So in the therapeutic ranges, you're talking 500 to even 3,000 micrograms to create certain effects. Iodine helps regulate estrogen. It's also really good on fibrocystic breasts, which is a situation where you have too much estrogen. It makes those disappear within weeks. Now let's talk about magnesium.
Interesting thing about breast cancer is often from a runaway cases of estrogen, way too much estrogen. Well, iodine in a lot of cases will regulate that. So it's a malregulation of vitamins and minerals that causes us to go into these cases that end up developing cancers and whatnot in a lot of cases. And this is interesting stuff that was being shown after today. There was a huge trial today in the American government system talking about how the things that were in the COVID jab that were supposed to keep the body from destroying the protein that the jab makes actually ended up telling cancer cells, or the things that would, the T cells that would fight, white blood cells that would fight cancer. It also told them it's okay, let these live longer because, you know, we want these here. And then we'll get into it.
Which nearly everyone is deficient in because it's really hard to get magnesium from the foods, not to mention all the other barriers to absorbing it. But the RDA is between 310 and 420 milligrams.
The RDA is the recommended daily allowance or allotment, how much the government says you should be taking. Again, but that's just the amount to keep you alive and working, not thriving.
This is the amount just as a bare bones minimum, not what people actually need to correct anything. And these amounts were based on women that weighed 130 pounds and men that weighed 160 pounds.
So here's a good point too. When a lot of these were made, when these RDAs were made, they were made before everybody was fat. So the amount of it's dosed per body weight. And most people are bigger now. There's a lot of super fat people and a lot of just fat people. And so these levels are way too small, way too low.
So if we recalculate and take my weight, 195 pounds, I should be taking, as the RDA, 600 milligrams, okay? But to create a therapeutic effect, you need between 800 to 1,600 milligrams. One of the challenges with people taking this, and I'm going to get into this as we get into this video more, but taking the wrong form of magnesium. I will cover that, but just so you know, a lot of people need a lot more magnesium. Magnesium is so super important in many different biochemical reactions. I will cover that. Zinc, the RDA between 8 and 11 milligrams is a joke. Most people need between 25 and 50 milligrams. Zinc is involved in many different things related to building testosterone, being able to smell and taste certain foods, as well as supporting a healthy immune system. Let's talk about vitamin K.
Do you remember one of the side effects from COVID was people would lose their sense of smell? Well, that has to do how the taste and smell works has to do somewhat with zinc chemistry. So what was going on? What was the actual virus causing that? What was it doing in the body? Was it consuming the zinc that was in the body, or that it was too low, or was it when the body has a reaction, what do you call those things? If it has the immune reaction, is it all being used then, the zinc and everything? So and because you were so deficient in zinc already, that the zinc that would have been used for taste and smell has been used in the immune response. So now you can't taste and you can't smell.
K2. Vitamin K2 doesn't have an RDA. It's a relatively newly discovered vitamin, but it's the thing that keeps calcium from building up in the arteries. The version that I would recommend is the MK7 version.
That's what I use. Also, because vitamin K2 is so newly discovered or newly being put out, for all these last 40 or 50 or more years, they've been thinking that arterial plaques were from eating fatty foods, when it wasn't. In a lot of cases, it was from a lack of vitamin K2. It was from a K2 deficiency. So it wasn't moving the calcium out of the soft tissues. It was leaving it there, and then it would, the plaques, after, on autopsy, they would find the stuff, or when using sonar, sonograms, or what are they called? Sonograms? Yeah, sonograms. They would find the arterial plaques and whatnot. And in a lot of cases, that's from a K2 deficiency, not being able to move the calcium out of the blood.
And on a daily basis, you need between 200 to 400 micrograms. But if you're trying to create a therapeutic effect, let's say you have osteoporosis, because vitamin K2 takes the soft tissue calcium out of the arteries and the joints and drives it into the bones and the teeth, then you would need like 45 milligrams. There's an interesting study on Japanese women with osteoporosis doing that, showing some good effects. Okay, B12, 2.4 micrograms. Now,
2.4 micrograms is what our government tells us we should be taking in B12, and we wonder why so many kids are on ADHD drugs.
We need a lot more. We need between 1,000 to 2,000 micrograms. I will be talking also about the correct form of B12, because you don't want to take the synthetic version. But again, this small amount is not going to do anything to your body other than prevent a very severe deficiency. Okay, omega-3 fatty acids, fish oils, cod liver oil, between 1.1 to 1.6 grams. To counteract all the high omega-6 fatty acids, which are inflammatory, aka seed oils in the diet, you're going to need to really take these to the next level, between 3 to 5 grams per day. Rarely does anyone do that. But if you're trying to create a therapeutic effect, especially for inflammation.
And when you start adding all this up, Edward, you'll see that this would be a very big one a day.
Like arthritis, autoimmune, these are the ranges that you would need. This isn't going to do anything. And what happens is people will take smaller amounts of a vitamin and say, oh yeah, that didn't work, and then stop taking it.
Right. Vitamins are a joke. Yeah, at these levels, they're a joke. What up, Chance, brother?
Could have worked if you took enough of it. Let's talk about selenium, another super important trace mineral that we need in certain amounts. But 55 micrograms is the RDA, when a lot of people need more, 200 to 400 micrograms, to create an effect on the immune system, to create an effect on the liver, to build up glutathione.
And most people never even heard of selenium. They got no idea. They got no idea about it. And it's very expensive to get out of nature. Like Brazil nuts are very expensive. That's one of the highest, one of the foods that has the highest amounts of selenium in it. So it costs a lot. So they don't put a bunch of it in anything. So they say, oh, you just need a little bit. About to play D&D, and I'm going to die. You'll be all right, brother. Grab that 20-sided die and forge ahead.
Which is a powerful antioxidant, and also to help with your thyroid. The conversion of T4 to T3 requires selenium, and selenium is one of the most important things with hypothyroidism. So I just wanted to cover some of the nutrients and the tiny amounts that I recommended. Don't actually just focus on the RDA. I would recommend looking at the therapeutic dosages.
What's up, Daniel?
Because that's really why people take supplements, usually to handle something, unless you're taking a multivitamin mineral.
Too far down.
And at this point, I want to add a 1.5. I didn't include it in this, but I want to just mention, you are wasting a lot of money with vitamins if your diet is bad, because the diet itself is going to pull out this nutrition. The requirements for using the nutrition go way up with certain nutrients, so you're going to be depleting a lot more. And also a poor diet with a blood sugar issue is going to override.
Right. So interesting things that we never talk about is what causes the depletion of the vitamins and minerals. What causes the depletion of it? Well, wackadoo foods that aren't actually foods found in nature, your body has to convert them to things that your body can use. And it's going to use these chemicals to do that, which are going to pull them out of your vitamin and mineral stores. Yes, sugar can be very rough. especially if you don't allow the body to burn through it before replenishing it. So, like, if you're eating a lot of sugar every day, then your body doesn't have the time to burn through the sugar that you put in at once. So then you're putting in another dose of sugar. Like, say, and I'm pulling this out of my butt cheeks, but say your body could burn through 10 grams of sugar a day. Okay, so you drink a Coca-Cola that's got more than that in it. And then tomorrow you drink another Coca-Cola. So your body, and that's just the Coca-Cola. Not if you've had 2 Cokes or a Coke and a freaking milkshake and you put sugar in your coffee and you keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding things up. Right. So then it keeps building and then people start getting bigger. Wonder why they're getting so big? Because you're putting things in that aren't being converted ultimately to nutrition and then poop. If they don't have any nutrition, the chemicals that your body needs to run aren't in these foods that we're eating a lot of times. And that's what's wackadoodle. What up, Stevie? I want some sugar in my bowl.
The effects that this creates, people are tired, they can't sleep, so they take a vitamin expecting it to work when they're not focusing on their diet. So I just wanted to include that in there. That's a 1.5. You are a fish living in an environment.
I gave up soda and juice about 3 years. That's about when I did too. About 3 years ago, I used to drink a lot of soda. I loved it. I love soda. I love Coca-Cola. I love Pepsi. Once I started taking B12 and my ADHD and my exhaustion, my fatigue went away. I was I started looking into the rest of my health and I was like, yeah, this ain't going into my body at all ever again. What up, TW? Yeah, I don't miss them at all either. And you know what's weird? You hear people say you'll crave this, and that. So it's like you think you're going to crave them because so many other people do. But once you clear your body of the crap, you feel better. So you don't crave the flavor. It's like what? Connected to that flavor is feeling like crap. Yeah. It's amazingly wackadoo.
Sick. Welcome to planet Earth, where everything around us is engineered for dependency or addiction. From the screens that we watch to the food that we eat, I developed a program that works in the exact opposite. It focuses in on your environment, the water in the tank, not the fish. Because if we can change your environment and make the good habits easier and the bad habits more difficult, then you don't have to rely on willpower, discipline.
I was also, somebody posted on the Discord a thing about fasting in Russia, like how the Soviets had, and then now the Russians, they have fasting for asthma, arthritis, a bunch of other diseases. That's what they it's on their version of Medicare. It's their version of public health. You can go and fast for a couple of days to a couple of weeks. I'm sure I've asked this before, but it's caffeine, the brain barrier, L-theanine. I'm sure I've asked this before. What's the caffeine like? What is L-theanine? L-theanine is an amino acid that's required for actions in the body. Your DNA's got a bunch. It's like computer code, and it really, really is. When you have a cancer in your body or whatever, your body can fight that, but you have to have proper proteins and amino acids to tell the body to go and read the code down here, to basically jump to a subroutine to fight these things off. When that happens, that part of the subroutine then says, okay, well, I need a bunch of vitamin D3, I need a bunch of magnesium, and I need a bunch of zinc. And if you don't have that there, the body goes, what up, Jay? /
Because focusing in on the environment first allows you to focus on the real problem. Click the link down below, take the quiz, and find out the key changes in the exact environment to make a huge difference in your health. Let's go to 2. Ignoring cofactors. What's a cofactor?
Okay, so we talk about this a lot too. I talk about D3, K2, and the importance. He's getting there too, which is awesome. VCAA were great. Branch chains.
Well, the very purpose of vitamins and minerals is to help chemical reactions in the body.
That's right.
They're called biochemical reactions, from eating food and turning that into hair, skin, ability to move, ability to sleep without getting muscle spasms, all require the correct chemistry. And in nature, vitamins don't work
what's
independently.
Up,
they always come in
Happy Sunday, brother. Amino acids.
So in other words, in order for vitamin D to work,
but what caffeine does is caffeine. There's this stuff in adenosine. When you get tired, caffeine does takes a place. There's receptors, and it basically says, "I'm not tired yet," even though your energy is not as high as it should be, like the chemical energy in your body and in your cells.
Other things as well. Okay. So you need vitamin K2 because vitamin D increases the calcium in the blood. Right. Well, vitamin K2 takes the calcium and then keeps it out of the blood in the tissues. Magnesium is necessary for vitamin D3 to work. In fact, vitamin D3 won't work if you don't have enough magnesium. Also, you need zinc.
Right. So if people have a really bad ADHD-like symptoms and they take B12 and they don't notice a benefit, if your diet's complete trash, if you're door dashing your nutrition, you're door dashing your existence, then everything else is probably low. Your emoji bar hasn't been there in past years. Oh, it hasn't? Is it not there now?
B6.
I don't see them because I'm
using A to allow this nutrient to work. So in other words, if you're buying a vitamin, make sure it has some other cofactors, the key ones in there to allow it to work better, brother. Or you're then going to have to take other vitamins to substitute for that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Chance. I appreciate it, my brethren. That's fine, brother. I appreciate it.
Or eat certain foods high in these other cofactors. In order for zinc to work, you need copper. B12 works with folate. So a folate deficiency can mimic a B12 deficiency. In order for B1 to work, you need magnesium. You're going to see throughout my presentation that magnesium is a common thread to help so many other things work in the body.
And most people even do not get enough of it.
Vitamin K2 won't work without magnesium. So let's say, for example, you're trying to get calcium out.
Even if they take magnesium supplements, if they are supplements that do not have high bioavailability, which means you put magnesium in your mouth and it comes out in your feces, that means it didn't end up in your bloodstream and in your body. So you think, and then you're like, man, this stuff doesn't work. That's right. It doesn't work. And they're selling stuff that doesn't work.
Out of the arteries or out of your joints, and you're taking all this K2, you're not seeing anything. It could be because you're deficient in magnesium. What about coenzyme Q10? There is no RDA for this, and that's why I didn't really include it in here. But CoQ10 is a key nutrient in the mitochondria, the energy factory, to allow you to make energy. And if you're deficient in this, you're going to feel tired, especially in your muscles. The muscles won't work because they can't supply the energy. One drug called a statin, which blocks cholesterol, also blocks coenzyme Q10.
Right. So people feel bad because they eat like crap. They go to the doctor. The doctor says you got high cholesterol. They put you on these things like statin drugs that also make you more deficient in other vitamins and minerals.
Which then creates a bunch of side effects with your muscles. So this is why people on statins need to be taking coenzyme Q10. But coenzyme Q10, you can consider it like an antioxidant, but it works with vitamin E and selenium, which both of these are also considered an antioxidant as one of the functions that they do. Vitamin A also needs zinc to work. So if someone's driving at night and it's raining and it's dark and they just cannot see with glaring lights and things like that, typically that would be a vitamin A deficiency. But if they're deficient in zinc, vitamin A won't work. So both of these are necessary.
Right. It's so crazy that it's like you're trying to do a chemical reaction, but missing the jar, so you're just dumping it onto the floor. It's like it's not. It might splash together on the floor, and you might get a little bit. But if you don't have what's required, if the chemistry that's required for a good life, for a life that, here's a huge thing. We've been lied to about aging for decades. You don't just rot. Most people, the growing pains that they have when they get older is their deficiencies going on longer, or any pills that they're on, pharmaceuticals. It's compounding effects of side effects. And this is a huge, huge, huge thing. I think this is why we have such great access to other countries and see what they eat and what they're not deficient in and what we are, because of their local foods. And we might not be able to get that, but we can still eat good here and then supplement that. Like the thing he was talking about with Japan and iodine. I take iodine, Lugol's formula. I take a couple of drops of iodine because I don't eat a lot of seafood and natto and whatnot. It's just not available in my area of the country, the world.
I've never found a vitamin bottle that has a good natural version of vitamin A. You're going to say, well, wait a second. What about beta carotene? That is not the active form of vitamin A. That's the precursor. Very little of that is going to be converted.
Protein. You could if you want, brother. Rich, how do you know if a supplement has bioavailability?
Don't recommend taking.
No. So it's supplements, so they can't really tell you how to take it. Things like I was mentioning before, like zinc oxide, and magnesium oxide. Those, like the guts don't use them. It just passes through. They're like stones. They just go in and go out. So for things that you have to ask someone, hey, I want to start taking a vitamin, which is a good vitamin. So like I have my website set up. Everything that I take that you can get online is right here at 110thgrade.com. And just click on vitamins and it'll take you to Amazon. All this stuff's Amazon. It's not me selling it. I get like 25 cents if you buy it all through my site, which is great. But so what you have to learn about is, what is it? So right here, it's hard for you to see, I know, but it says vitamin K as menaquinone 7. That's called MK7, and there's multiple forms, and that's what I did. Hey, thank you, brother. Bam. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is 110th grade. Should I call myself the official class troll instead of channel troll? Yes, class troll sounds good, stupid tomato. So Danielle, you have to ask people that care about their health and care about your health, not people that just want to sell you stuff. Because people that want to sell you stuff, it means they want to make a profit. They want to make the most money off of the sale. And the problem is the cheapest stuff often is the worst. So, for instance, there's a thing I take called curcumin, and it's what makes turmeric like yellow. And it's very, very, but if you eat it, it basically just comes out. But if you add black pepper to it, or a compound that's in black pepper called pepperine, it like absorbs it like a 2,000% better rate. So do a Google search, see, and ask about the bioavailability. Ask here whatever you need. But that's what you want. You want to make sure you're not just throwing your money away. And another big thing is like he's talking about, by not taking proper amounts. So like for instance, this B12 and this B12 that I take. Okay, we'll go here to Amazon real quick. All right, and you'll see. So this isn't the case with this brand, because it's like, but I'm going to show you. For instance, so right here you can get this. It says it's 5,000 micrograms. That's what I take. Well, they also sell it in 1,000. Okay, which is a little low for me. And then they sell it in 2,500 and 10,000. So other companies will do the same thing, but look at the price difference. So like it's $21, $16, and $11. So if you're going to spend $11 on something that's got a very low dose, you might as well just spend a few more dollars, a couple more pennies per pill, and get a dose that's more what you want to go to. I take a lot of supplements. I'll go through them. And if you have any questions, if you want to join the Discord or whatever, just shoot me a DM or ask a question or ask it here. And I'll let you know from the knowledge that I've gained over the past 5 years what does what and what's a waste. And pretty much the biggest waste I've seen are one-a-days, because they put a lot of crap in there just to say they have it in there, but a lot of it are either in the wrong ratios where they won't work together, or it's too low to do anything. I haven't swallowed one single pill since 2017, not even aspirin. The work I do doesn't require it for me. What do you do, Stuart? But that's good. I mean, if you, I'm guessing you're out in the fields.
I would recommend getting your vitamin A from food, egg yolk, cod liver oil, liver, but don't count on getting enough retinol, vitamin A, from the beta carotene. And also, there are synthetic versions of beta carotene.
So, like what he's talking about right now, there are versions of the drug, of the vitamins that just don't really help. Like B12 has a version called cyanocobalamin, which gives you a short burst of energy but goes away. And the problem is it doesn't work the same way in the body. So if they test your blood, they'll be like, yeah, you got plenty of B12. Well, in all actuality, you're suffering deficiencies thing. You feel like you got brain fog, you can't really sleep, you're depressed and whatnot, you're anxious. And that can be easily fixed just by changing the type of B12 you're taking to a version that stays in the body longer. You still get that energy thing, but it lasts longer. They want it to last short. This is why they add it to, they add cyanocobalamin, the type of B12 I'm talking about, which is the stuff I say is the bad stuff. They add that to energy drinks so it gives you a little burst. But remember, they want you buying another energy drink. So you can see what's in the energy drink that helps, and how can I take what's on this ingredient list? What's in here that actually does something, and then how can I just take a supplement that bypasses that, or how can I change my diet so it bypasses that, or
that you don't want to take for other reasons. So that was just a side note on that. So with vitamin E, you need selenium for it to work. One little side note about vitamin E: you have two different groups of vitamin E. You have the tocopherols, and then you have tocotrienols. I recommend the tocotrienols for a lot of different conditions because they're more powerful, just as a side note. And also, the best food for selenium is a Brazil nut. You could get a good amount of selenium from a couple Brazil nuts.
Intentionally causing harm to others illegal? Doesn't seem to be, Yogi. It doesn't seem to be.
A day. Okay, calcium. Anytime you take calcium, you should be taking vitamin K2. In fact, I don't even recommend taking calcium supplements unless you're severely osteoporotic. And even then, I would take a bone building supplement that actually has bone in it, right, to get your calcium.
So
because
he said something interesting right there. This also leads to why I supplement. I don't eat brains. I don't eat liver. I don't eat kidneys. I don't eat any. So how do I get the vitamins and minerals that are in those things that my things need without eating those things? Well, you can't unless you supplement. So unless you like if you go look around the world, why are the people in Vietnam living in the mountains so healthy? And they eat every part of the animal. They eat the brains, they eat the kidneys, they eat the heart, they eat the lungs, they eat all of that stuff. And guess what those animal lungs have in it? Well, it's got the vitamins and minerals that your lungs need. Well, I don't want to eat lungs. And luckily, I've got enough money to be able to afford $100 of supplements every 4 months. My girlfriend overdosed on fent in 2017. I promised myself I'll never take meds not prescribed to me ever again. Yeah, brother, I agree. Listen. My parents, my mother and my father, are both off of every single pharmaceutical they were on. My mom was on heart medications, statins and whatnot. They were on a bunch of stuff. And they were on them for decades. They're off everything now. They get blood tests 4 times a year. And now they're in the best shape that they've ever been. They're in their late 70s and they're still outside in the yard every day, still doing a bunch of work, still enjoying life, going on vacations, doing great things, still drinking beers at night when they want to. And it's just like, how does that happen? Because you don't have to just go through puberty, get to your growth spurt, then rot. That's not the way we work. That's not the way we work as a biological organism. That's not the way it is. That's just the way we've been told it is. So we feel bad all the time and we spend money on things that we don't need. You need to spend money on things that you do need. And a lot of people, the pharmaceutical industry is in a very bad situation. 1994, Bill Clinton passed a law that allowed pharmaceutical companies to be able to advertise their drugs. When that happened, everything changed. If you've been born after 94, you got no idea what I'm talking about. They didn't used to be allowed to put these things on TV. They couldn't tell you, is your ding-a-ling not working? Try Viagra. They couldn't say any of that stuff. Now that they can, they want to see how much money they can make. So the people that supply us a lot of this bulk food, like McDonald's and Burger King and all this, the formulations of their food do not have in it what we need to have enough zinc and whatnot. So then you have a bunch of people in the United States that have a zinc deficiency, ultimately low testosterone. You can't get an erection. So then what? You're going to go get on these pharmaceuticals. So they advertise. Before 1994, well, there wasn't really the internet before then, but before 1994, you didn't see any of these pills or anything on TV. The only way you learned about them is by going to the doctor with those issues. Now people self-diagnose from ads, and then they go to the doctor and they say, I want this pill. And that's not their job. They're too undereducated to know what any of this stuff does. But the guy on the 60-year-old guy with the 24-year-old hot chick under his arm on the ad looks like something that I want to do. And this is what's driven us to where we are. It's freaking wackadoodle. Give you some lung soup.
One a days. The first ingredient
Drives
is
me
what?
crazy, I tell
Calcium
ya.
carbonate. That's limestone. I'll talk more about it in the next section, but a lot of people take way too much calcium thinking it's going to do some good when it's just going to clog everything up, especially if you don't have the vitamin K2.
Right.
Okay, I have my next whiteboard here, number 3, timing. In the morning is when you should take your B vitamins, typically.
That's where the energy comes from. Yeah, Blue Chews, all that crap. Yeah, you gotta teach people that. Underwear goes inside pants.
Because they do tend to give you more energy. If you take them right before bed, it could keep you up.
And people ask, how do I have so much energy? Well, brother, I take what my body needs. I didn't for freaking 30 years. And then I just felt like crap all the time. I was constantly going to the doctors, antidepressants, anti-anxieties, all that crap. And it took till I was 45 to be like, what's going on? And then COVID, and I'm like, you all are a bunch of liars. Let me do the work. I'm a smart guy. I can figure this out. And I figured it out. And the information's there. I think a lot, especially now with how everybody was lied to and advertised to, like about COVID and getting the COVID jab, and then now seeing like today there was a government hearing on why so many people are getting cancer and why so many people that had cancer 20 years ago, that it went away. Now, a couple months after getting the jab, it came back. And well, now they have the science for that. Now, whatever, freaking 5 years later. Yeah, I never did either. Neither did my parents.
Right. Iodine also can stimulate the thyroid, so that's a good one to take in the morning. Even if you're taking sea kelp.
Here's another reason why you don't want to take a one a day. You've got to make it part of your daily routine. And after a week of doing it, it just becomes what you're used to. And when you notice a benefit off of it, it's worth it. After I finish work, I promised myself to get to sleep, not interested in energy, just energy to hibernate. Hey, Ben, I love that stuff. Magnesium glycinate. I don't have a bottle around me right here. But yeah, that stuff, man, that and GABA, I mean, I guess you fall asleep really well. I haven't been able to sleep since I was a kid. I started drinking a lot, like when I was old enough to drink. Anytime I had extra money, I'd go out to the bar and get drunk, and like if I was sitting around bored, I would go out and drink just so I'd have an easier time falling asleep. Luckily, it didn't turn into an addiction, but it definitely could have, especially if I didn't find a way to fix my body. Does garlic and hot pepper stop cancer? Garlic, I can't say any of that thing would stop cancer. Garlic definitely has anti-parasitic effects, without a doubt, 100%. It definitely does. And they're finding that a lot of anti-parasitics like ivermectin, fenbendazole, and mebendazole, other anti-parasitics also work on cancers, and that was actually a lot of stuff that's come out in the past couple of weeks too. A lot more studies come out in the past couple of weeks saying that basically you can consider cancers a parasite, something that's in your body that you don't want there, and for some reason these anti-parasitics and things like garlic, which in the anti-parasitic that I take, it's got garlic bulb in it, is one of the main ingredients, and it for some reason, because they use the same mechanism of action, I had to take the jab because I worked in the medical field. I was told I would lose my job. I really regret it. So Danielle, very, very interesting thing. Hold on one second. Uninteresting. Remember jawbreakers, maybe make a vitamin burst of all the minerals. Hey, there you go, brother. Thank you. I would drink at lunchtime in high school in 1988. Nobody said anything. I was dumb. I remember a girl, Stacy Stum. She had an Aquanet pump hairspray bottle back in the big hair days. And she would fill it full of Jack Daniels. And then you would see her stick her head inside of her locker and you would hear... I can't even do a shot of Jack Daniels, let alone atomizing it and spraying it all around my mouth. Garlic prevents colds and flu because no one will come near you. It stops the spread of colds and flu because no one will come near you. Right? What's up, Rodolfo, brother? How are you, Lord Alcatraz? Okay, back to you. So, interesting thing, bromelain is a enzyme in pineapple that dissolves. It eats the spike protein that's on COVID. COVID is a coronavirus that has these spikes on the outside skin, and that's how it enters in and distributes its genetic material to make other cells sick. Well, bromelain dissolves that. So if you've got levels of bromelain in your blood and you inhale a COVID virus, it will dissolve the spike proteins off of it, so it can't do that damage. Well, the COVID jab, what that did is they didn't give you COVID, but they gave you the spike protein. They gave you the instructions to make that spike protein in the theory that it would that your immune system would read those spike proteins, and then if COVID came in your system, it would eat those. It would know to attack those spike proteins. So, and it's also on what was one of the things that I take right here. Right there, quercetin with bromelain. Quercetin is a zinc ionophore, and that basically helps zinc pass in through cells. So I take zinc and one of these quercetin with bromelains every day. It says take 2, I take 1 a day. There's like 120 in there, so that's 120 days worth for $20, and it's one of the best things for anything, for any of the single-stranded RNA viruses like Ebola, hantavirus, COVID-19, flu, all that. They all communicate. They all have the same pathway to distribute their genetic material, and so quercetin helps with the zinc thing, the zinc transfer stuff. So I take zinc also. Take a cheap pill of zinc with one of these every day, and then the bromelain. If anybody around me is shedding or has COVID, it'll dissolve the spike protein. And all this is free knowledge that you can look up bromelain and spike protein. It'll tell you bromelain dissolves the spike protein. Particularly for COVID-19, there's been studies. I think the vaccine could have been a placebo for COVID, especially when it turns out it's just the flu. Yeah, maybe. Pretty good. Can't complain. Playing Skyrim. Took an arrow to the knee. Smoking and drinking increases level of giving the F by 1,800%. I think how much money we made, how much research is doling out by placebo and nothing vaccine. They always double in blind studies, whatever the term, double blind placebo-controlled studies. That's the term. We could talk about the origins of COVID. However, I say it was intentionally created. You may be arrested. Right. Yeah. So here, I'll show you this real quick. Bromelain and spike protein. Bromelain, a proteolytic enzyme extracted from pineapples, shows potential in lab and animal studies for disrupting SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. It works by degrading the proteins, cleaving it, blah, blah, blah. So it destroys the spike protein, so your body can take care of it. So if you have any side effects from that, it seems like this will help you out. It seems like. Okay. All right. Where were we? All right. Let's go back to this.
And take in the morning, potassium. Now, some people can take potassium at night, but most people can't because it's going to cause the excess water that's accumulating in your body to be released. And you may find if you take this at night, you're going to be getting up peeing a lot if you're retaining fluid.
Remember
and also, potassium is going to give you energy too. So you might want to take this in the earlier part of the day. When you eat at lunch is when you want to take your fat-soluble nutrients like your vitamin D, your K2, maybe your vitamin E, the omega-3 fatty acids.
So the reason he's saying this is what I was saying before. Some vitamins are fat-soluble, some vitamins are water-soluble. So when it comes to bioavailability, like a lot of times when they tell you to take something with food, sometimes they say it because they'll upset your stomach if there's nothing in your food. But sometimes they say it for what he's talking about here. The oil-soluble vitamins need oil to pass through into your body, and usually through your intestines. What up, Clint, brother? Dun, 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 dun.
That's good to take at lunch with a meal because it needs fat. So fat-soluble nutrients, vitamin A, K, D, E, all require fat to be absorbed. And also, as a side note, if you're taking a phytonutrient, those are also fat-soluble. So this is why your salad...
I hit the wrong button.
Cod liver oil, between 1.1 to 1.0 accident, but it works with vitamin E, coenzyme Q10.
Sorry about that.
That's good to take at
lunch. So think about back in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s when fat was a bad thing. They were replacing fat in fat-free salad dressings and stuff with sugar. And now they know, oh, sorry, we were wrong about that. We forgot to carry the one. Sorry.
Lunch with a meal because it needs fat. So fat-soluble nutrients, vitamin A, K, D, E, all require fat to be absorbed. And also, as a side note, if you're taking a phytonutrient, those are also fat-soluble. So this is why your salad, for example, you add oil on it to be able to extract these phytonutrients from the vegetable.
Else you just poop out what you chewed up. And you don't get the nutrition absorption if you didn't add a fatty. So all these people that thought they were doing good by eating salads with fat-free dressing, they weren't absorbing hardly any. They weren't absorbing anywhere near what they could have if they would have had fat with their food. So people that were, and then they end up sick, feeling like crap all the time. Yeah.
After dinner time is when I take my magnesium glycinate.
That's what I take
to help me wind down better. I take a lot more than the RDAs. So I basically take magnesium through the entire day. Taking magnesium won't make you tired, okay?
No.
But it will help you if you take it at night.
When you're ready to relax, it helps that. Come over. $297 trillion class action lawsuit, the FDA, American people. Yeah, brother, I'm right there with you.
Because
Does
it
eating fat clog arteries?
GABA?
No, eating fat doesn't. They were wrong. The problem with scientists is scientists think they figure something out and they don't want to be proven wrong, so they say it with their full chest. Like, it's the big, we've discovered, and if you say something against it, you're stupid. You deserve to lose your license. And then a couple years later, they're like, oh, no, sorry. No, that was wrong. Yeah, no, fat doesn't clog your arteries. Cholesterol, vitamin D is converted from a cholesterol, sunlight hitting that. And a lot of plaques and stuff in people's arteries are from calcium that causes issues in the arteries, and then fats in the bloodstream can bond onto that calcium and they make plaques. But that's from low K2. K2 would move the calcium out of the bloodstream into the bones and teeth. Mr. Palad, I take magnesium and fish oil to lower blood pressure. Yeah, that's kick-ass. I know people that do that too.
Which is a neurotransmitter. It actually lowers cortisol.
Right.
So
what do you think these pharmaceuticals are doing in your body? What do you think they're doing? So often what happens is they say, oh, magnesium lowers blood pressure. So how can we make a compound that when it goes into the body, it pulls out magnesium to use to lower blood pressure rather than just giving you magnesium? What up, Chain? Like, it's got into meditation. Yeah, it's good stuff, brother. It's good stuff. It really is good stuff. Wait till you get into fasting. Life changes quick. Would it be okay now that the food pyramid is gone to use lard again in the pan instead of butter? Yes, I use tallow. I use grass-fed beef tallow, and you can get a 7-pound bucket. That's what I get. I use it for about everything, and I use butter, ghee, regular Amish butter, and I use tallow, straight fat, right in. I don't know. I do know that lard is better than margarine. Lard is better than Crisco. Tallow is better than lard. AI suggests I do gateway tapes. I didn't know it was good. Yeah, dude. Yeah, AI is trying to drive you crazy, brother. Oh, jeez. Yeah, man. Those are nuts.
can help you at night. Okay, number 4, there's a huge difference between synthetic and natural, or even synthetic.
All right, hold on a second. Richard, we need a nonprofit set up for AKA Mad Scientist stuff. I think a QR code in the background of the channel so we can get funding to take over the world. Brother, listen, you're thinking right along lines I'm thinking. I would love to develop a at-home scanning kit, an at-home lab that would be able to show. I can't remember the name of the device. What's the name of the device that uses pure light spectrographs? I can't remember what it's called. But at home, using like very, very nice, good LEDs and sensors, so people can just plug this thing into their computer to get an outlook. So they put a sample in, it'll tell them what's in it. So if somebody takes some Fruit Loops and like mixes it with some water and puts it in there, it'll tell you, hey, this is what's in there. Why is this in there? And then people can start looking up absolute compounds. For $50K, I'll show you how the reactor works. I don't got $50K, brother. I ain't got a K.
In whole food complexes, okay? But there are certain synthetics that I do recommend because they don't seem to have any problems. One is this one right here called benfotiamine, which is a fat-soluble B1,
I take that B
which is
vitamin.
really good for peripheral
And lard is
neuropathy,
better
which
than
is
butter.
pain,
No, butter's pretty much one of the best things that you can put in your body. Butter is basically the gold standard. And then tallow under that, then lard under that. You know, science people, a lot of them don't like me. Dude, a lot of science people are very religious. Atheist religious, super. They think that what they were taught in the 70s is correct still.
And also tucca, which is a synthetic bile salt. And the reason why this is synthetic is because this specific bile salt, it mimics bear bile. And instead of killing all these bears and stealing their bile like they used to as a remedy, they found a way to make it synthetically, and it seemed to work really, really good, especially to kind of thin the bile ducts to allow things to kind of go through from the liver down to the gallbladder, because so many people have bile sludge that clogs those things up and then refers pain to the right side of the shoulder. So this is really effective. I wish I would have known about this a long time ago because I had that problem. Many of the synthetic vitamins out there have fillers of maltodextrin, okay? And this is why with my brand, I have to pay extra to keep this filler, which is worse than sugar, out of my products. One simple way to detect if it's in your product, especially if it's like in a powder or even the capsule, you open it up, mix it with some water, put a drop of iodine. Okay. If it turns dark purple, it's a positive starch test. It has probably maltodextrin or another starch in it. If it just stays like yellow, then it doesn't have starch in it. But typically,
color. It seems like if aliens existed, they would have visited Richard when he was 10 up today. Screw up scientists, man. Screw scientists. I try my best, brother. I'm going to try to save the world as best I can, or do my part at least.
Look for whole food complexes. The thing you need to know is like 80% of the materials that they make synthetics out of come right from China, especially the vitamin C, the B complex, even the vitamin D3.
Right.
And take a look.
If you want a place to get pure vitamins, I can get them here in America. I do get them. I have lots of them. My creatine is a supplement, pure supplements. The only thing in that bag is creatine. There's nothing. The only thing in my vitamin B, not my B12, because I have a different formulation for that, but my other B's, B1, B3, is just that. There's nothing else. There's no maltodextrin. There's nothing to make it a bigger pill, because we're using such small amounts, micrograms, millionths of a gram. So it's so small. They add things like maltodextrin to make it look like you're getting this nice big pill for $1, when it's like freaking a billionth of a cent worth of chemistry. So they add a bunch to make it appear to apparent value.
Look at all of these chemical companies. These are the main chemical companies that make the majority of vitamins on planet Earth. They come from chemical companies. This is what people are taking. I mean, think about how many people are taking the one-a-days and these vitamins and thinking that they're getting some help, when they're really just taking a chemical version of a natural vitamin. And unfortunately, there's a big difference between natural and synthetic. But look at how many companies that literally create the majority of the synthetic vitamins.
But they don't just make that. They also make pharmaceuticals. This is the chemistry industry. So if the pharmaceutical industry comes up with a compound, they'll say, hey, BASF, make me a kilogram of this, and then we'll mix it with maltodextrin and whatever and press it into a pill and then coat it and stamp it and sell it. But there's better ways.
It's just crazy.
When I have enough time, when I finally get a couple of dollars to myself, I would like to make an actual formulation of a one-a-day pouch. A pouch that has like your AM and your PM. So that's like the fats are mixed with fats. I have an idea. I just need some. I just need a little bit more money to be able to have the time to put it together on paper, and then I'll be able to chase funding.
Let's talk about the form of vitamins. Number 5, I do not recommend magnesium oxide because you only absorb a very tiny bit of it, like between 3 to 4%. And
right. So if you think you're taking 100 milligrams, you're only absorbing about 3 milligrams, but you still feel bad even though you took 100 milligrams of magnesium. Well, no, you pooped out 97 milligrams.
It creates a laxative effect. So by the time that you increase it to create more of it so you can absorb, you're going to get diarrhea. The form that I like the most is magnesium glycinate.
That's what I use, glycinate.
That's some added glycine. You absorb a lot more.
Glycine is really
So this is the one that I use. Calcium carbonate, again.
That's just rock.
Limestone. Why are they putting that in our supplements? Because it's cheap.
Right. It's
if you're
cheap.
Gonna get
it's
a
not going to absorb. I was diagnosed in 2006, fibromyalgia, been on every opiate pain medication and sleep medication. I'm off everything except gabapentin. Yeah, I know a lot of people that went through about the same time period, early 2000s. Fibromyalgia was the thing. It was like, hey, if they touch these parts on your back, say ouch, and you'll get prescribed pills. I remember that going around the scam when I was just out of high school. I mean, A lot of people, because fibromyalgia was pushed, and here's how to know if you have it. And a lot of that stuff is absolutely, and the thing is, they've given you every opiate, but they probably never checked your vitamin and mineral levels. And this is what drives me absolutely insane. It drives me insane. It drives me absolutely insane because so many people go on a lifelong opiate trip or a lifelong amphetamine stimulant bender from what they were given as kids. You have kids that don't like to eat anything but freaking candy, and they end up with ADHD. And they say, well, it seems like they got ADHD because they ate all these artificial colorants. Or is it because they're not eating enough meat to get enough B12? They're showing B12 deficiency, which has the same symptoms as ADHD. So then you give them say, hey, this is what freaking meth feels like, kid. And then they're like, oh, and then they're not out of school anymore, and they still want to get that. The real money is to find an alternative to levodopa or Parkinson's. Brother, there's a lot of kick-ass research looking into B12 and nicotine for Parkinson's. There were people back about 20 years ago that were using nicotine patches on the spine between the shoulder blades and seeing a lot of relief. It seems like, again, the brain is mostly myelin. The myelin sheath is the insulation on the wires of our nerves, the nerves. So if that sheath, that insulation gets thin, then it can trip. It can short circuit to other circuits. Well, that's what the shaking and whatnot is in Parkinson's, apparently. So if you can repair the myelin sheath, which nicotine helps do and which B12 does, that's what B12 does in your body, is it repairs the myelin. Also, we've been on non-fat diets, and you need cholesterol for myelin production. It's basically it is cholesterol. So we've been putting all these people on cholesterol-lowering medications, low cholesterol diets, and then people are having all this Parkinson's and whatnot. It's absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. And B12 can help your body make more dopamine. And levodopa is basically just dopamine. What's up? What's going on, Stevie? I used to drink pop. But you think it tastes bad now? Yeah, I don't like it. It tastes bad to me. Same. What's up, ND? I only drink the tears from my enemies. And iced tea. Yeah, man, Parkinson's is basically end-stage ADHD. Might be into something. Yeah, brother. Yeah. Dopamine and serotonin control movement. The contraction and the release of muscles. Tight. Technically, the mind is a light processor. Kidney, gabapentin, nothing happened. Antidepressants and mood stabilizers were a joke. What's better than Valium or Haldol or Thorazine or Advan, Seroquel? These days are worse. What about the Black Beauties? They got their Adderall. That's what they got. Absolutely. I got to pee.
Or another version, or just consume fermented dairy. Okay, B12. The synthetic version of B12, which I don't recommend, is called cyanocobalamin. Okay, the one I do recommend is the natural version, methylcobalamin. Now, when we're dealing with folic acid, I don't recommend taking folic acid. I recommend taking folate and the methyl version of folate or methylfolate. It's very common to have a genetic issue that if you take the synthetic versions, it's going to create more problems. Let's talk about vitamin B6, pyridoxine HCl. This is the inactive version, has to be converted. And if you have a genetic problem, chances are you're not going to convert it. So the one that I would recommend is P5P.
I've got that pure.
I'm not going to give you the long technical name, but just use this one right here.
I've got P5P.
Now,
pure.
Iron
That's the only thing in the bag is P5P. Fibromyalgia is a lie.
Ferrous
I heard
sulfate.
they are going
Again,
to
if you read
prescribe
the labels,
fentanyl. For those with drugs or worse, people who get prescriptions of Advan today, no Klonopin. I used to be on Klonopin. I went to a rheumatologist. I get diagnosed. They said I had positive inflammatory indicators. Okay, so, and I know one of the things that really sucks is that when, like, I have poor organization skills, and so I spend months and months and months researching stuff and finding stuff, and I don't save it anywhere. I should be taking screen captures and this, and that, and putting everything in, but I don't. So I've got my brain, but I need to teach people. I need to show you where I get the information from. And when you do things like this, Nicotine may offer neuroprotective effects and help manage Parkinson's disease, but it's not a recommended treatment. Not a recommended treatment. B12 does not cause Parkinson's, but deficiently seriously worsens motor and cognitive symptoms. Long-term Parkinson's medication often deplete B12. So the stuff they're giving you, you get on first stage Parkinson's. Then the stuff they give you makes your B12 levels worse. It forces you into deficiency. And then because people want to be cheap, they're going to take the cyanated versions of B12, and it's a big problem. Chronic inflammatory indicator, I forget the name. CIA. Is it true that caffeine reduces the risk of getting Parkinson's disease? Yeah, I heard that too. And so caffeine and nicotine are very, very similar drugs, similar compounds. So yes, caffeine apparently has a neuroprotective effect also. But so many people, listen, for so many years in America, we were told that red meat causes cancer. And so many people stayed away from it, and their B12 levels dropped through the floor. And we were told to take one-a-days that had way too little amounts of B vitamins in it, especially 12. Way too, like 1,000 times too low. Like 2.4 micrograms when you should have like 2,400. You can't treat asthma with. You can treat asthma with badly. You can treat asthma badly with caffeine. Bad asthma with caffeine. So let's finish watching this real quick.
They'll put these really cheap,
Parkinson's is lame.
difficult to absorb minerals, especially the iron ones.
So I currently have some timers. So any day now, get on some B12, brother. K2, absolutely. If you should look into it, I'll help you. If vegetables can be cooked down to get vitamins, and vegetables can grow using lights, then all the world needs is unlimited electricity. Yep. One day someone will actually help me take over the world. I can't afford you, brother. Caffeine helps with asthma, but it's slow and it's not the best for it. Yes, there's definitely better treatments. Man, listen, there are also parasite treatments for asthma. Using Cameroonian hookworm, for some reason, it cures the body of asthma because it wants to live. This hookworm will just turn off the asthma in your body because it wants to make sure that you don't die and the hookworm stays alive. My grandfather used to have asthma. He was a great man, but died early in his 60s. Jeez. ND can't spell, but he can help you, Yogi. Okay, let's go back into this real quick. Okay, let's finish it. Sorry.
I don't even recommend taking any supplements for iron because it accumulates in the body. Get your iron if you need it from liver supplements or just consume liver or even red meat.
So here,
this is the
okay, right, liver. The reason it tastes that way is because that's so much iron in it. You get people that are iron deficient. They could eat liver, but they wouldn't be iron deficient if they ate liver. I'm not eating liver. You know, so it's just like, what are you gonna do? Just do something else? Eat McDonald's? That ain't gonna help. Hookworms are bad. Hookers, bad. If you're having an asthma attack, you need something quick. Caffeine can help prevent an asthma attack. It's funny to read.
There's sulfate, which so many people take, and the thing about iron is it accumulates in our bodies, and a lot of people, especially men, accumulate too much iron, which creates a lot of issues, feeding microbes, creating arthritis, creating irritation to your liver. So now that you know some of the top mistakes with supplements, let's talk about how to get more nutrients from actual food. In this video right here, check it out.
You're pointing the wrong way, dude.
Do you ever feel...
Okay, so here, let's do this. An old man once told me that sex is used to treat a stroke. Just bang it out. All right, let's see. Nicotine. While epidemiological studies show an inverse correlation between tobacco, and this is a big problem. This is a big problem. When the way that they push people away from using compounds like nicotine to help themselves is when you ask about nicotine and it says, no, don't smoke cigarettes. No shit. You made cigarettes. No, they're bad. And But so they have to get around it. So do not smoke or self-administer nicotine. Great. If smoking wasn't part of the conversation, then nicotine could be a part of the conversation. Yes, it's definitely stimulative. If you need to carry your fat with whatever nutrient-dense food you eat. Right. You should be eating plenty of fat. Fat's not the issue. You're not fat from fat. You're obese from your body being in a starvation mode, not getting enough nutrients from the food you eat, and your body requesting more food to try to get more vitamins and minerals. We've been convinced that a nutritious diet is equal the proper ratios of fats, sugars, cholesterols, and proteins, and it's not. It has like hardly anything to do with it because they're not even talking about the vitamins and minerals at all. I have a problem with my keyboard. It appears that my fingers or thumbs are too fat to touch screens, so they do what they want. Yeah, they do that. Women holding sex is literally killing people. I won a spelling bee once, but it killed me because it stung me. I am the exception. What up, Millie? Okay, so let's see. Low B12 is strongly linked to post-oral instability, increased falls, polyneuropathy, and cognitive impairment. So you're not getting enough B12. So I've got a neighbor who has Parkinson's, and he's not on supplemental B12. He's not on, and like his doctor, it's like vitamins and minerals support life. I believe that pretty much all of the pharmaceuticals out there should be paired with what vitamin and or mineral that those symptoms match. If you're taking a pill for X, Y, and Z and a vitamin deficiency causes X, Y, and Z, then why not? Because they don't want to fix it. They want to find a way to make a compound that will make your vitamin deficiency symptom go away by not making the vitamin deficiency go away. Because then you will progress into further deficiency, and need more pharmaceuticals. And they want to make as much money off of each person in the world as possible. That's their ultimate goal, is to make money. They're not there to help people. If I eat a heavy fat meal, my side starts hurting and spazzing, my pancreas. That's not good, brother. You gotta look into pancreatitis and vitamin deficiency. I'm starting to think that Richard works for Big Vitamin. I want to be Big Vitamin. I want to be Big Vitamin. I want to start a company. I want to start clinics that when people walk in and say, I have a problem, we say, okay, let's get a blood test, check for vitamin and mineral deficiencies, and start you on antiparasitics. And then we'll get them stabilized. And if everything goes away, then great, you have a good day. And if it doesn't, then we work with doctors that can then take them from that point. But the problem is they're not taking them out. And that's a big problem too. The marketing that's in and around our pharmaceuticals, them telling you on TV and the internet what's wrong with you and this pill will fix it. Then you start dreaming, oh, if only my doctor would prescribe me Sir Dick a lot, then I'll, and then you get freaking pulled into it. Then you see little ads like, oh man, my life was over, and then I got freaking, I went and got my doctor prescribed me this, and now I'm fishing, and so go lock in the trader named Big Vitamin. One of the things caffeine has been used to cure certain poisons back in the day. Learned that from the SAS field manual. So there used to be poultices from tobacco also that were used on bites and cuts and whatnot to help local infection. I want to be as big as Big Pharma without the side effects. I'm right there with you without the side effects. Because we don't talk at all about parasitic infection, and we don't talk at all about vitamin and mineral deficiency. And I think my studies have gotten me to an area where it looks like a huge chunk of what's wrong with people is those two things. One of those two things or both. Honestly, just call the White House, Richard, and request a meeting with RFK. Think big. I did. I sent him a message on X. I did. Drink espresso now like a French person. I'm drinking 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. It's a vital role. Hey, listen, a vita role. I agree. Nowadays, they pair narcotics with naloxone. Right. They don't want you off by nothing. Listen, they're at the beginning and the end of every issue. Okay, let's see. All right, let's do this. We'll do one more thing with vitamin D, and then we'll move on. I was walking down the high street the other day and saw the shop in the window said TV for sale, £1, but the volume stuck on full. I thought, I can't turn that down. Dun, 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 dun. All right, what we got? Let's do this. Back. Let me turn this fan on, too. Start your own insurance company? We'll see. Imagine how many people have touched a canned beverage before you suck on it. Right, dude. I don't suck on no cans. All right, let's see. Oops. Oh, my freaking... Come on, phone. I mean, camera. There we go. Okay. Boom. All right. Then we'll go here. Okay, check this out. Oh, it's the wrong one.
But now we've looked at the benefits of vitamin D on this channel numerous times, preventing colon cancer or reducing the incidence of colon cancer, almost certainly reducing the incidence of numerous other cancers, reducing heart disease, reducing the likelihood of diabetes, reducing the likelihood of dementia, and of course the whole immunity boosting properties of vitamin D and the anti-inflammatory properties, and probably a few others I can't quite remember offhand.
So all of those things he just mentioned, those all could be in our population, could be reduced with proper vitamin D. So the thing I was looking into from him was
But now we've looked at the benefits of vitamin.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. The studies that showed that the United States and the UK are off. They did a math problem wrong, and they told everybody for the past 11 years that the amount of vitamin D we should take was 18 to 22 times too low. And then now you've got all these cancers and all these problems that have been exacerbated in the past 11 years. Dang it. Oh, man, I got no idea where it is. Oh, you know what? I think it's right past here. Here it is.
School.
Here it is. Bam. What up, Shiraj, brother?
You're most welcome to this talk. Now, it turns out that the Institutes of Medicine in the United States, now the Academy of Medicine, has made a really quite inexplicable, simple schoolgirl error
and how is
on the amount of vitamin D that's required. Let me give you the bottom line quickly of this video, and then you can decide if you want to watch. Now, this is from this paper here, a statistical error in the estimation of the recommended dietary allowance of vitamin D.
Oh, sorry. They found the error in 11 years ago. They found that the error, found an error 11 years ago. So for the past 60 years, they've had it wrong, and they've known it was wrong for the past 11 years, and they still haven't corrected it. Okay, sorry.
And this paper actually came out in 2014. So they haven't quite got round to correcting this in the time since, which is really quite incredible, 11 years. So what this means is in the United States, if information we're going to look at is correct, and we'll be looking at it in some detail in a minute, it means in the United States, the recommended amount of vitamin D is 15 times too low, 15 times lower than it should be, at least 15 times lower than it should be.
Right. So everybody that they say is okay is way too low. And then everything that they say you should take, the amount of vitamin D is way too low and will keep you low.
United Kingdom, it's 22 times lower than it should be. And this mistake seems to have been perpetuated for the last 11 years at least. Really hard to explain how such a simplistic error could be made.
The error happened 11 years ago.
And okay,
they found
people
the
make
error
mistakes,
in the study
but then
that
corrected
was
the day after.
60 years ago.
Why has this not been corrected in 11 years? It almost looks like they want people to stay unhealthy. I'm sure that's not the case, of course. But it's inexplicable how they haven't corrected this simple schoolboy error. Come on, you're on multi-million-dollar budgets. You can do better than this.
Yeah.
United Kingdom, 22 times too low. And it looks like the United Kingdom just followed the American guideline, but we'll see that in a minute. Now, the Institutes of Medicine calculation, what they worked out was that 600 units of vitamin D, which is a very small dose, that's 15 micrograms.
I take 250
will
micrograms.
Give 97.5% of the people, of the population, will achieve a target dose of 63 nanomoles per litre. But even that dose is actually only 25.2 nanograms per mil.
So
different ways of measuring it. The conversion
we should be at a bare minimum 40 nanograms per milliliter. We should. That's what the typical person should be at. At a bare minimum is 40. And they were saying by taking this, you would still be 15 nanograms per milliliter too low. So you would be deficient, which means you're going to get colds, flus, cancers, wackadoos. And that's if you're taking 600 units a day. And most people are taking 0.
Right, what they worked out was you give 600 units a day, and nearly everyone, 97.5% of people, will achieve 63.
So that means if you give 600 units a day to everybody, 97.5 will be deficient. And they're saying it'll be good.
What is the actual correct calculation? 600 units a day, 97.5% of the population will actually achieve 26.8. So not the 63 that they hoped for, but
so they did the math wrong. They did the math wrong. And then so what people are actually getting with if you took 600 IUs every day, you'd end up with 10 nanograms per milliliter, which is you're supposed to, the bare minimum for most people should be 40 to 100 nanograms per milliliter. Wow, it pisses me off.
26.8.
I heard it's best to get vitamins from their natural source or the body won't absorb them. Is there a way to eat minerals or vitamins? The problem is our diet is so whack that our bodies, a lot of people, 97% of people have a problem absorbing things from their food because of what the food has done to us. So you don't have proper gut bacteria and the proper gut mucosa to absorb fat-soluble vitamins and other vitamins. So even if you eat it, you're just turning it into poop. You're not absorbing it from that. This is why I supplement through the skin and through the mouth, under the tongue, sublingually, not a pill. It's a tablet that goes under the tongue and dissolves, the tablets that I take.
Which is 10.7 nanograms per mol, which is well in the deficient range. So they thought they were getting that. They're actually getting that because of this simplistic error. Quite incredible. Now, if this error is corrected, which it hasn't been, but if it were to be corrected, it would mean this. requirements based on the correct calculation,
Here you
not
go.
600.
So Edward, we talked about this before. And you said that IUs were based on how the body used it. Well, the math was wrong, and they were off by a lot. So they thought that whatever, 300 IUs, 400 IUs was sort of how the body uses it. It's supposed to be 8,895. They've been doing the math wrong for decades. More.
As in the US. Not 400 units as in the US. As in the UK, rather. Why? So the American authorities went for 600. It looks like the Brits just said, well, we'll have about the same. Don't want to be exactly the same, though. Don't want it to look like we're copying, so we'll just alter it by a couple of...
Right, so they're just lazy. They said the Americans already did the work, so we'll just say we did the work. And then everybody gets paid. So they'll say, hey, the Americans are doing this. How about you give us 10 million pounds and we'll do it too for our people? And they just said, okay. And they just basically copied what the Americans did. And they were both wrong. So they're just stealing money. How is it that both of them can do the same experiment in two different places and they can both do the same math error? 90% of people can't absorb vitamins through pills. I thought it was only a low percentage. No, 97% of people have one or more vitamins that or minerals that they can't absorb because their guts aren't in the proper in the proper shape. Not shape, but they don't have the proper gut mucosa and gut bacteria because of things that we eat that wash that stuff away or kill the microbes, kill the bacteria. Not all of them. So yeah, you'll absorb some, absolutely. I thought it was only a low percentage. A low percentage can't absorb any, right? I wonder what diet would look like whether you look I wonder what a diet would look like where you would get all the required vitamins and minerals. Those meals would look like a negative effect. So you would be eating brain, you would be eating kidneys, liver, heart. You would be eating all of those things, but we're not. We don't eat those things, and the vitamins and minerals that are in somebody else's liver, something else's liver, are the vitamins and minerals that our liver needs. But we don't eat other things' livers very often, or kidneys or brains and whatnot. So we need to supplement, or we would have to find different types of foods that grow all over the world. Like we can't get vitamin K2 from food here. They have it from natural foods. We could start making them, but they're not here. Like the only place to really get a good amount of vitamin K2 is from natto, which is fermented seaweed, and we don't have that around here, so we would have to import that and whatnot. Or you take a vitamin K2 supplement. 1,000 IUs every day is sufficient for maintenance doses. No, and then this correction is saying it's 8,800 now. Right, with calories, etc. Right, but who cares about that? Through food, right? Gotcha. Have milk and vitamin D3. Have a milk and a vitamin D3 pill or some cheese together. Yeah, so he's telling you here that that's incorrect. It's closer to 8,800 IUs per day to get those levels. What about chicken liver? What about chicken liver and chicken soup? Is that the secret for chickens? Fancy. I don't know, brother.
I don't know what happened, but a very unimpressive performance from both governments, to be quite honest. Anyway,
so in order to get the what they were looking for, we would need to take 8,895 IUs every day to make sure that 97.5% of the population had proper vitamin D levels, which is 50 nanomoles per liter.
Turns out that the amount you would actually need
meat as early men and had organ eating tendencies. Animals don't eat pills. Now we ruined ourselves. Right. We don't eat it. They told us that if we eat brain, we'll get mad cow disease type diseases from eating brains. So then we stopped eating things that we needed, and we didn't supplement. They just said, stop eating this. But then they didn't say, well, how are we going to replace the vitamins and minerals we would get from that? Rabbit liver is better than beef and chicken liver. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Prion disease, right. That's
to
what
give
I told
97.5% of the population 63 nanomoles per litre is not 600, not 400, but 8,895 international units of vitamin D may be needed to accomplish the 97.5% of individuals to achieve serum 25OH vitamin D, that's the levels of vitamin D in the blood, of more than 50 nanomoles per litre. That's what this video is about. Preposterously simple mistake, but with massive implications. Now, this is the graph
so
here.
Edward, if your government is telling you that too, then they're just copying the UK and the Americans' mistake. I'm trying to start a rabbit harvesting thing, doing research. Yeah, we can look it up. We can look something up.
This is what they thought they were getting. They thought they would give 600, and most people would be above 50, and the average here would be about 63. That's what they thought they were getting. Apart from their simple schoolboy error. So that's what they thought they were getting. What they actually were getting was this.
So everything below 50 is deficiency. So that means everybody except for 2 subjects were deficient. So they were completely wrong about vitamin D. Completely wrong. And I found this today, but I've been saying this for a year now. And he came out with this 6 months ago. They do copy Western research papers and experiments, then modify them for human subcontinent. The subcontinent. But they were off by a huge, an unbelievably huge amount. We read Western authors as doctors.
Lower levels, with these being the individual data points, nowhere near what they thought they were getting. Let's look back to what they thought they were getting again. That's what they thought they were getting. Up here in the 63s, what they were actually getting was down here in the 23s, 24s, with the 600 units. Couldn't make this up, really. Anyway, a little more detail. So the reason this happened, it's called the average versus individual mistake. Now, I don't know much about statistics, but even I know about this. The average versus the individual mistake. What they did was they took the average of groups, not the average of individuals. I mean, yeah, for one of my junior students.
Rabbits for 600 pounds of meat in a year, and it's just 3 rabbits having kids all the time. So quail, eggs, rabbit don't need the dependency on grocery store, but a studio apartment. So there's an interesting thing about eating rabbit protein also that can be very bad for you and put you into ketosis, and you can get what's called rabbit diet poisoning. Rabbit should only be used like that in survival situations for long terms because of that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Rabbit meat poisoning. Rabbit protein. Rabbit meat poisoning, rabbit starvation, or protein poisoning happens when you eat too much lean rabbit meat without dietary fat or carbohydrates. Symptoms include extreme hunger. So you're eating protein, a whole crap ton of protein, but you're starving yourself because you're not getting the vitamins and minerals. You don't have the fat to absorb the vitamins through your gut wall. So you're just processing this meat. And this is one of the big problems. You need fat. You can literally live in your car and just eat in the trunk and just eat grass and scraps, rabbits, fever, as what's fat. Don't eat with fat. I think it's if you just eat only rabbit. Yes, you have to add. You can't live off of rabbits. Absolutely.
Make this kind of mistake. I would expect that.
Yeah, you can do
For
that.
a multi-million-dollar institute to make this mistake, you really wouldn't expect this. These people have got, or can employ, the best statisticians in the country if they want to. And yet this simple mistake has been allowed to be perpetuated all these years. Quite hard to fathom, really. Now, to show how important this is, in Canada, they estimated that from the diet, people only get 232 units of vitamin D from the diet. Bear in mind, it looks like the average number we need is 8,000.
Like fortified milk and stuff like that, because they add vitamin D to the milk. Because back in the early 1900s, kids had like bent bones and whatnot because there wasn't enough calcium in the diet, because vitamin D moves calcium from the intestines into the bloodstream. So it wasn't getting to the bones, and the bones were bending and getting spongy and breaking very easily. So they just give you enough vitamin D so that doesn't happen. But your immune system then has gone to crap because your immune system uses vitamin D in order to attack other things in your body, the other things that aren't supposed to be in your body, the viruses and bugs and whatnot.
195. So clearly from the diet, we're not going to get it. And but in Canada, in the United Kingdom, and indeed a lot of the United States, in winter, you're not going to get anything, hardly, virtually nothing. So it looks like a lot of people in Canada and the United Kingdom all throughout winter are probably getting about 323 international units of vitamin D, when according to this study, they could do with 8,895 units of vitamin D. As we say, a huge difference even from the recommended amounts, from the recommended supplements, which of course most people don't take. Nothing like enough.
Right.
So that's the graph of what the study claimed up here in the 60-odd range, round about here.
We can go on to something else.
With 600 units. What we're
anyway, right. So that's that. So that's that. They've been wrong for decades, and all of this wackadoo stuff. We got all of these cancers, all of these things going absolutely wacky. And we've been, the people that have been supplementing with what the RDA recommends are still in severe deficiency. Just not enough for your bones to break. But then you stay in that deficiency your whole life, and then you end up with osteoporosis or osteopenia and all that stuff as an adult, especially for women, because you've been deficient your entire life. Insufficient. I need to shut this thing off. Wonder why it keeps wanting me to follow it. It to follow me. Let's see. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everybody. Okay, where are we at? Boom, 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 boom. 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 Okay. Okay, so all right, we won't get back in now. Just freaking driving me mad. Okay, why band? No, can't make this. Boom, boom. I used to have a 72 El Camino that sat for a long time before I dropped a 400 small block. The front brakes would lock up when I stopped, take about 3 seconds to release. All right, sorry, I was reading a message. Okay. Trump crushes microphone live on air. What did ancient humans eat? Let's see, this is a...
Your stomach is essentially a chemical reactor filled with highly concentrated acid, far stronger than what would ever be needed to digest a plate of salad or a bowl of cereal. In fact, the acid level inside the human stomach is shockingly intense, even surpassing many of today's top carnivores. This was not a mistake of evolution, but a biological weapon sharpened over millions of years to protect our ancestors from deadly bacteria hiding inside massive slabs of wild animal meat. This number stands as undeniable evidence, a biological fingerprint exposing a truth we've forgotten. For most of our history, humans were not gentle omnivores casually gathering berries, but the most ruthless apex predators on the planet. This revelation is shaking the very foundation of what we once believed about our ancestors' diet. For decades, we were told that prehistoric humans survived through a flexible mix of gathering plants and occasionally hunting small animals. But researchers from Tel Aviv University recently made a shocking claim in the yearbook of the American Anthropological Association. For nearly 2 million years, the human diet was almost 100% meat. We maintained this status as apex predators until around 85,000 years ago, a point surprisingly recent in the timeline of human evolution, raising a major question about whether humans were ever truly designed to be vegetarian. The reason this
Never designed to
misunderstanding
be
lasted so
vegetarian.
long is because earlier scientists often looked at 20th century hunter-gatherer tribes to make assumptions about the distant past. However, that was a logical mistake. 2 million years ago, the world was not made up of sparse forests, but of a massive feast filled with gigantic animals. Creatures as large as,
had
or
to
even
take
larger
down
than, modern elephants roam the planet,
to paint. I
providing
still
an
have it.
enormous source of energy that plants could never match.
All right.
Why spend hours digging up roots or gathering berries when a single elephant could feed an entire community for weeks? The evidence is not only found in piles of fossilized animal bones, but also deeply embedded within your own cells. Take a look at the way fat is stored in the human body. In omnivorous animals, fat is usually stored in a small number of large fat cells. But humans possess countless tiny fat cells, a biological trait commonly associated with specialized meat eaters. Geneticists have even discovered that while our closest relatives, chimpanzees, developed expanded genes to process sugar-heavy...
Yeah, I had to paint the entire studio. I had to rip up the floors and put new floors down and everything.
...diets from fruit. Those same gene regions...
This is crazy. Let's find this here. Let's find this here. Boom, 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 boom. John cake. An aging Westerner. Oh, jeez. The chicken guy. Fatigue alert. Did AI just fix VFX? Trump goes scorched earth. Demonstration of how easy it is to stop thinking. What? Quarantine zones to screwworms. Quarantine expands for screwworm. Tehran attacking Israel 1 hour ago. Sneeko crashes out. Diary of a CEO. I have a brain tumor. All right, we're going to watch this.
I heard about this tribe in Zimbabwe whose members have only 2 toes. There is little information online about their identity because they are living in a conflict zone. I want to find out their true story, spread awareness about their struggles, and learn what life would be like with this shocking condition. It is 5 a.m. I'm looking at a beautiful sunrise over Lake Kariba on the border of Zambia and Zimbabwe, and our driver has just arrived. Nice to meet you. How you doing, bro? The journey to reach the Vadoma tribe is going to take 15 hours on long dirt roads with several checkpoints. Our goal is the Kayemba district, right on the tri-country border with Zambia, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe.
Say the road is not in the best of conditions, but we'll make it today.
It's
not tomorrow, but
today.
Well, it's 7:34 in the morning, so we have the whole day. Despite years of conflict and political turmoil, Zimbabwe's nature remains our greatest treasure. The bumpy road leads us through a national park called Manapools, where the wildlife is abundant.
Oh my god!
our first sighting.
Oh, look, he's yawning. I got the yawn. Out of nowhere, we're just driving and an elephant popped out. Look at this.
He's so cute. He's a baby.
Yeah, that's a teenager.
We just almost hit a tortoise in the road.
One of the small 5, that's a leopard tortoise. We're going to release it safely.
So that he would have been killed in a second.
He would have been killed in a second.
As you can see, the roads are empty. There is nobody around here, and I mean nobody.
Because it's hot.
Tsetse fly. Yeah, we are, if our car breaks down right now, we're totally screwed. But we shall make it there.
I don't know, the sub-Saharan.
We stopped somewhere in the bush in the middle of nowhere. We are filling up our tank for the last time in a while.
Filling it to the brim like because we want to have fuel for the next 6-7 hours.
Have you ever heard of the Vadoma people?
Yes. We read about them.
What do you know about them?
Those people, even they are afraid of people. They need to live on their own.
They're afraid of people, need to live on their own.
They will hide.
They will hide.
Yes.
As we approach the more intense conflict area, Cisa gets word that we need to get a special permit to enter the region.
Why are they so suspicious? I think somebody might have come here and did something wrong.
The decades-long conflict between Zambia and Zimbabwe is largely centered around the Zambezi River. It's a crucial source of water, electricity, and agriculture for both countries, and tensions have flared up in recent weeks at the border. I'm feeling nervous because Cisa looks uncomfortable. He's been a guide in Zimbabwe for 20 years and has never explored this region. Right now, we are at the mercy of the people in charge. Cisa told us to stay in the car because he wants to handle it without us. He said it would be easier if he goes, so Hopefully we get it. How are you doing back there?
He's like, look, I've got these white people in my car. They really want to see the two-toed.
You were going to be charged, but I've talked to them. We're just going to pay for a basic permit.
So this happens a lot in Africa. In Africa, a lot of there's corruption is worse than America, and that's why they're in the situation there. And if you ask a lot of people. And so, like, he's like, hey, we want to go this way. And he's like, well, it's going to cost you something. You have to bribe everybody. You can bribe the police. You can when you get into, when you land in a lot of African airports, even when they're like checking through your luggage, they'll be like, oh, if they see you've got money, they'll be like, please bless me. And yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Hello from the great state of Maine. What up, Cheryl? Got some health stuff going on and would appreciate prayers. You got it, Cheryl. I'll jot you down. All right, girl. Bam.
125 from you.
That's fine, but are we going to get the permit?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so
give me 125.
what's the problem?
Yeah.
We get it? Nice. Good work, man.
Thank you, buddy.
We got it. Boom. We are at the checkpoint here. The stick checkpoint. There you go.
So they just set up a stick across two barrels, and he had to pay $125 to get through there. What up, Governor Torre?
Trying to be tough.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I noticed. Nice work, man.
They were nice.
Nice talking. They were nice.
I wasn't expecting to pay $125 for a permit, and part of me doubts that it's the normal price. But now that we have the green light, I'm anxious to finally reach the tribe.
We've been driving
They
for
probably got 100. The guy in the car probably got 20.
6 hours on dirt roads. No joke. And this is the first little settlement that we've seen. It's not even a village. It's just like a couple little huts here.
And what's he gonna say? He can't say no. He just flew from America to the center, like South Central Africa. He's gonna say no. No, I don't have $125. Well, sorry. Turn around. Okay, I got $125.
One shop. We're gonna buy out whatever the shop has. Bring gifts to the tribe. How are you?
I'm fine, you see.
How are you, bro? What do you think about the shop?
Cool. They need to restock now.
This is the first shop we've seen in like 6 hours of driving. And we are literally buying the whole shop out.
I was asking, that's
a lot of stuff, my love.
Four. Yeah. They need it. Oh, that's a soap?
Yeah, that's the soap. So this is a multi-purpose soap. You can bathe with it. You can wash
that's
with
the
it.
soap.
You can even brush your teeth with it.
Really?
Just make little shavings and put on your toothbrush. It bubbles.
100 trillion? It's okay?
Oh, okay. Maybe it was 100 shillings. He said $125. Maybe 125 shillings. There's no way.
He said no.
After 12 hours of driving, finally made it to the Vadoma tribe. Deanna just pulled out Google Maps and you can see we are on the border of Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It's so cool. How are you feeling right now?
Very good. I'm excited.
What about you? What about you? What about you?
Right? Wow.
We are giving rice flour, cooking oil to them. We're distributing it to the people here and all kinds of cooking oil, sugar, rice, flour. We're going to be spending a few hours with them just hanging out and appreciating the life up here. Speaking of, look at this massive baobab tree that I'm standing under. So incredible.
According to Vadoma mythology, their ancestors emerged from a baobab tree, these strange-looking things that originate in sub-Saharan Africa. The Vadoma share a rare genetic condition which results in the absence of the middle toes and a cleft where they would be. This condition affects about 1 in 4 children within the community, and it leads to feet that appear to have 2 large toes, resembling a lobster's claw. This condition is thought to be so prevalent due to the community's long history of isolation and intermarriage. The Vadoma are still considered
he's not
one of
going
the
to say
few...
inbreeding. He said intermarriage. Right. Intertribal marriage? No. No, who else? Who are you going to breed with? You're going to breed with your cousins, and you're not cousins.
remaining hunter-gatherer tribes in Zimbabwe, living in relative seclusion and maintaining their traditions.
I think with merging, with
look how all those young kids are all about the same age. Like, so they were all born about like 8 years ago. It's not like one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 13, 14, 17, you know, there's a whole bunch of 8-year-olds or so. I mean, at least that's what they showed so far.
Cultures and so different people.
That means the generation before, those kids weren't there, so there was, divide that down, there was even less people. So in order to make that many babies, that remainder amount of people had to make them babies. So you're related.
Of normal tours, the genetic makeshift of the normal tours is taking over, and they are losing the original two tours that they had in the past because it's getting diluted.
Tell me what it's like to live with two toes. What are the challenges? What's the lifestyle like?
We play soccer.
When he's walking with these two toes, the first challenge is, difficult to get some shoes. There's no proper shoes, which is there's some painful on this foot.
So no shoes?
No shoes, yeah.
Is it difficult to walk, or walking is normal?
He's saying it's difficult when walking.
I can't imagine what life must be like without 5 toes on each foot. It makes me realize that there's so much we take for granted. To be honest, the people that I've met here seem shy and depressed. Maybe because they never get visitors, or that they receive no help from the government. Some of my favorite travel experiences have been visiting tribes in Africa, such as South Sudan's Mundari tribe.
Yeah, dude, they've been sitting around for how many months, not doing anything, not expanding their own culture, doing anything, and then you show up and say, here's some sugar and freaking flour and whatnot. I mean, they should have had the government come in and deliver that stuff.
Ethiopia's Mercy tribe.
So now those kids and adults there know that there's people outside of their town with wealth and whatnot. It's not just a dream. It's now like, oh man, these people have that. He had nice shoes and a shirt and all of his toes and.
And the DR Congo's Pygmy tribe.
So incredible, a celebration of life and just happiness.
All of these tribes welcome outsiders and are eager to share their culture, but I can already tell that the Vadoma tribe is different. He made this guitar out of a plastic water bottle, a piece of wood, and a shoelace. So cool.
It ain't tuned. It sounds like a G almost.
I tried.
Right.
Thank you.
Nice.
Whoa.
It's a pretty surreal experience to finally be out here. Like, look at this beautiful nature, these people around here. Crazy to think that I was in Arizona like 3 days ago. Man. It's been a very long 20-hour day and we need to find a place to sleep, but there are no hotels around here. We made our way back into Kayemba and stumbled across the only restaurant in this tiny town. We found this little shop and this lady's cooking us dinner of wild chickens and garlic soup. All I know is that I am starving from driving all day, like on dirt roads. Like, I feel like I got hit by a train. I'm just so exhausted. So I'm really pumped for this meal. This is what a local meal looks like. We got ugali with soup on top of it and wild chicken. So good. So hearty, so fresh, so flavorful. It's crunchy. It's really tough and really flavorful.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah. How are you?
Good, how are you, sir?
Suddenly, 2 policemen arrived in a sketchy truck and started making accusations. I realized the only way to get out of this would be to pay them off to leave us alone. It's pretty wild how easily things can turn south when traveling in a conflict zone.
Thank you,
we're here
Dino,
because
brother.
we got the permit, so they
See,
communicate.
so he got freaking, the cops came up and said, hey, did you do something bad around here? They're just scamming you. They're just scammers.
With them.
Right, so they just come in to double check that.
Did they want to search our bags?
Their main reason why they came here is to check if we don't have any firearms.
When we were eating dinner, we met the guy, and he invited us to sleep at his house here. And I thought we were going to be sleeping on the floor somewhere, but he offered his treehouse thing right here, above ground.
My crib.
Some guinea fowl up here. Look, are these for eating, right? Hello, Mr. Guinea Fowl.
Absolutely,
How are you?
they're for
It's not a
eating.
treehouse. It's just like a house that's way high up to protect from animals and the rains. I can walk straight under this. It's like at least 6 feet tall. So cool. What do you think of it?
I love it.
crazy.
All right, we got our mosquito net here. Got our bed. We just showered in wet wipes. You can see the wet wipes here. They're pretty much covered in dirt. This is the glamorous life. Right, babe?
Right.
All right, we
I gotta pay
really good.
$58
It was really
a
hot.
month for my home internet. The house cost less than $58. Absolutely, way less than $58. Way less than $58. Like $5 in labor probably, and that's like 5 people for like 2 days.
Beginning, and then it got cool, and then the sound of the roosters woke us up at 5 a.m. What do you think about the experience?
It's so good.
We're having a nice local meal here with the Vadoma people in Zimbabwe.
In Africa, before we eat, we clap our hands like this. We clap hands to God, we clap hands to the one who prepared. Yes, please.
What makes you happy in life?
Someone like you are from America, you come here in Zimbabwe, so I'm happy to meet such a friend like you. Over there.
This bread and butter combo is very
birds,
good.
one
We're just having a nice meal here. We got hard-boiled eggs, toast with butter, coffee. Good?
You need to eat it this way.
Careful. You got it.
I got it.
I got it too.
He literally just got up there in like 3 seconds. What's your name?
My name is Christoph.
How old are you, bro?
16 years.
What is it like to grow up with 2 toes when all of your friends have normal feet?
I never understand, so the family
I don't mind.
walking the 2 toes a long distance, it pains him on his foot because it's not normal.
What about advantages? Like, are you able to do things that your friends can't?
With my 2 toes, I can able to play soccer.
Can you tell me, when your son was born with the 2 toes, what was your first thought?
This is a God-given guy. When he was born, I just raised him so that I can look after him. And I've got 2 kids with the same disabled. So this guy is grade 6, so I'm just looking after him. So, but I need some help.
He's
so that he can
36.
go ahead with the school.
Do you know the reason why the 2 toes is happening only to the Vadoma people?
You just say it's from God.
Is it true that they cannot marry outside of their tribe?
So far, they've just married in one
Tribe.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me?
Or he's saying it's got a challenge when going to school. Maybe you can buy me a small bicycle so that I can go quickly to school using 2 toes. I was late at school.
The Vadoma story is a sad one, but one that I still feel is important to be told. They face ongoing discrimination, food insecurity,
Make sure you can get as much as you can off the visitors that come through.
and unemployment. It almost feels like they've been forgotten.
So it's a little bit weird because they're pretty shy, and we've learned about why they're shy, because they're scared of outsiders, they're scared of animals in the area, and they're just very private people. So we're not trying to really infringe too much on them. We're just kind of just hanging out and doing our best to smile and make some friends, and this is quite an interesting experience and much different than I was expecting.
I'm on my way to meet up with the chief, who wants to share more context about the struggles that his tribe is facing.
Could you just give me a little information about this community and this tribe?
They lived beyond this mountain in a place called Chitopo. So during the Civil War, they were staying there and they were safe. As soon as the Civil War of the 870s, independence in 1980, they started coming into these areas because it was safe.
Brother
After
John,
talking to
so
the chief,
the cops came and acted like the white guys had guns and needed to get paid off. They went through a stop in the middle of the freaking desert that was just 2 oil cans with a branch across the top of it, and they fleeced them for $125 for a certificate so that he could go through. And then and then they're like overcharging them and stuff for everything.
I'm hit with the hard reality of life for the Vedoma. They have been kicked out of their indigenous lands and are virtually unable to hunt for food or gather medicine like previous generations. It's not surprising why you can see the sadness in their eyes. Can you imagine what it would be like to get kicked out of your own house with no access to food, a job, or security?
Right, but who kicked them out?
It is very characteristic of the Vedoma people that when they see somebody they do not know coming, just like we have come with a vehicle, they disappear. You come and look in their homesteads, there'll be nobody. They are people that hide.
What's the reason for that?
So whenever they came close contact with the humans that were here, they were shy. You know, like people are looking at them and laughing at them. They didn't love that. So they would rather hide and stick to the thicket than be exposed.
I'm curious to know why do people here have genetically these two toes and really nowhere else in the world?
Chief Chiambo, who would have been the man that spread this gene across. So I think it's a genetic makeshift that was spread through his lineage.
So that chief is banging everybody, and so it's his those are from his lineage. So him and somebody showed up, had kids, and had people with two toes, and then people that are having, genetics supposedly they only work that way. You can't have two toes unless you bang somebody else that's got the gene for two toes, and that's all going back to that guy. Is it safe out there? You better pray, absolutely pray. I think that's why they're so religious. They've seen things that we haven't seen. They've seen a lion come and grab their brother by the skull and drag him into the, they've seen stuff like that. They don't get killed by cancer. They die by wilderness.
Yes.
I read online that there's like witchcraft involved. Is that a thing?
There is no witchcraft, there is no sorcery. They were created like that by God. That's exactly what he's saying, and that's what they believe in.
How many two-toe tribe people are left now?
Yeah, it looks like the numbers are growing with these young folk that are getting married to, I'm sure, closely related young ladies. They also.
What's up, Andrew? Have you seen any of the new movies that are out obsessed? No, I saw clips on them, brother. But I haven't watched either one yet. Not yet. How you been?
Seeing a number of young babies born with the two toes.
As the night falls, the Vedoma people want to perform a special song and dance. While we are starting to see more smiles, this experience changes the way I think about tribes in Africa. This trip reminds me that some groups struggle more than others to adapt to a changing world. I hope that the Vedoma people are given more attention and opportunities so that they can lift themselves out of poverty and be free of violence in the region. And in case you were wondering, I kept my promise to give that kid a bicycle. I sent money to Watson via MoneyGram, who lives in Harare, the capital. He picked up the cash, bought the bike, and then put it on a bus to Kayemba, where the kid picked it up. As a traveler, it's important to always give back, and I hope this video spreads awareness about indigenous rights in Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for watching the story, and I'll see you next week.
Zero vibe, 100%. Understanding zero, right. Vibe, 100%, right. That's right. So, and I think that's and I don't know, but I would suspect that that's why they were pushed out of the other society. Just like in normal societies, people that interbreed with their brothers and sisters and first cousins and stuff are normally pushed out of society, if not jailed, right? So that's probably why they were pushed away. Obsession is a 10 out of 10. I recommend. Turner is good. Yeah. All right. So Obsession will probably be the first one I watch. Obsession. Yeah, but when I'm sure that first cousin stuff is normal in Africa. It's got to in African tribal areas. I mean, you're not. They often have tribal feuds, so they're not going to want you marrying somebody from another tribe. Morning still, for me, it's 8:30 at night. Still who? Somebody's who? You're talking about inbreeding. Have you heard of it? Yes, the Whitaker family. Yes. Yes, that's so crazy. The bulged eyes. We'll look it up right now. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, dude. That stuff's wackadoodle. Oh, man. Parrot guitar. I first photographed the Whitaker family for my first book, Created Equal, in 2004. The visit was interrupted by an angry neighbor with a shotgun who threatened to use it, and if I didn't leave the Whitakers alone. After explaining what I was doing, he calmed down and allowed me to photograph the family. With the two portraits shown in the video are from that book. I have returned to visit the Whitakers when I've been in Appalachia for other shoots, but on this visit, July 2020, I recorded a bit of video of something that many of us have heard of, but never actually seen. I strongly discourage anyone attempting to look for the Whitakers, as their armed neighbors in the Raleigh County deputies both make it clear curious visitors are not welcome. So they're hiding this stuff. Now maybe they're trying to protect them from exploitation, but they're hiding the inbreeding. Soft White Underbelly is a great channel. Yeah, brother. Yep. I've watched many. People make jokes about Alabama. I guess I lived in Alabama back in the 1800s. He's the channel investigator, Andrew. They live in Odd, West Virginia. Jeez, dude. What's up, Fred?
So what are your names?
It's Ray, Lori, Timmy.
I'm sorry. Who's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray. I remember Ray. I photographed you, Ray. Do you remember? Years ago. And your name is?
Lorraine.
He speaks dog. Yep.
And Timmy.
Yeah.
No, you guys grew up here in Odd, West Virginia.
That's so crazy that the place is named Odd, O-D-D, Odd, West Virginia.
You lived here?
All her life. All my life.
You're, you guys, I mean, did you go to school? You did? Some of your brothers and sisters probably didn't go to school, or how much schooling did they get?
They didn't went to school long, but he graduated.
You graduated from what?
Well, I was from high school.
You went to high school, Timmy?
Yeah, he went to high school on back.
Jeez.
And how about you, Lorraine?
No, she didn't went to school.
She didn't. And
no, they didn't went to school.
Come on out.
Jeez. Fred Uckers, the one dude just barks. Yeah, he just barks. Here's the subtitles. Obrigado, gracias.
Ray, tell me about your family.
Ray grunting. Jeez, dude.
So Ray.
Dude, I tell you what, if I didn't know about these people, I'd think this was AI.
financial needs through people. And there could be multiple things happening, but don't doubt that God has done it. You start praising Him that it's a done deal. And
I also speak, Doug. He's saying, welcome, honored guest. It's nice to meet you.
And you just stand. You know, sometimes the scripture...
How do I turn that off?
Reveals that you just have to stand. It says over in Ephesians chapter 6 that you take unto you the whole armor of God, having done all things you
How do I turn it? You know how to turn that down?
And there are times that you just have to take the helmet of salvation, the breastplate of righteousness, of the Spirit, the Word of God, and you just stand and you fight and you have to just stand there until you see a manifestation. Now, I believe that there's things that we can do to speed up this manifestation, but I haven't got time to tell you about it today. I'm going to have to do that on my programs the rest of this week.
So Ray, what? Tell me about where you. Tell me how old are you? How old are you? How old? What are you eating tonight for dinner?
Jeez, one eye.
A sandwich.
To the past, one eye to the future. The time you said you want to play some fetch
West
or
Virginia, your whole life.
Dude, but by the way, I can finally record this part. I've recorded a lot of Frog Belt covers. Recently got some good
Tell me about your
plugins.
brother.
Brother, do it. Do it. The day you send it, I'll send it back to you done. Denzel. Fuck it. I've got my microphone set up at home. Dude, I'm having problems. I think he's faking it. He's not faking it, dude. Or if you want to.
What's your favorite memory? Do you remember anything about your life?
I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you, Andrew.
And you lost your other brother.
Jeez, dude. He's into the bread.
So you lost your brother?
He's into the bread.
Ray's brother?
How are you going to fake
Ray
looking
and Tim's
at
brother?
Listen, I can do it. Except I just can't go the other way. Oh, dang it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm talking about the barking, not the eyeballs.
No, Ray. Tim is your nephew.
Oh, Tim is a nephew. But there's one of the brothers that's missing now.
Well, one of my brothers died.
That's what I'm saying. Who is that?
Freddie.
Freddie, that's right. Freddie's gone. How long ago did he die?
He's been dead for almost 4 years.
4 years? How did he die?
Huh?
How did he die?
He had a heart attack.
Heart attack?
His heart. And his heart.
So tell me about your family.
Jeez.
Your parents.
It's his own grandpa. I think he literally learned to speak from his dogs. I think you're right, brother. I think you're right. His mom and dad are, yes, brother and sister. Yes. But I also think his grandmother and grandfather are also brother and sister. And the brother's dad, the nephew. My dog taught me how to walk. That's nice of your dog, brother. Actually made it walking early. Yeah, this is more than just one level of inbreeding. This is at least two. Their whole family tree is mixed. You know what? I saw something like that once. Oops. Intertwined from a pair of identical twin brothers. The family's tight knit tree traces back to identical twin brothers Henry and John. Each twins had children. Henry's son, John, and John's daughter, Gracie, who were first cousins, married and had 15 children. Because the parents shared grandparents, their children are considered double first cousins. Yes, she would pull onto my feet until I learned how to say, till you learned how to stay there and started walking early. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The family tree is a leaf. The family tree is a ring.
Tell me about your parents.
My parents died.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they're older now.
Of course.
They'd be very old. What can
He
you tell
doesn't
me
even
about
have
your
any
family?
questions to ask. He's like, tell me about the,
Not much.
No? You loved your parents?
Yeah, I love my family.
Good family? Timmy, you hiding? So, I hear stories about your family, that your parents were brother and sister or cousins or something like that? Nothing like that? But the mental disorder that
as long as
Ray
they're,
has,
yeah,
what
they're
is that
happy.
from?
I don't know. I don't know what caused them.
But Freddie and Ray and Timmy are both kind of have that same, and Lorraine too has the same thing. What do you suppose that the cause of that might have been?
I don't know what caused them.
You don't know?
She knows what caused it. She ain't smiling.
Timmy,
no
you
more.
went to high school, right?
Get up. Get up.
Timmy, tell me about what you remember of your parents. Can you tell me anything?
Jeez.
Lorraine, what can you remember of your family?
Jeez. Timmy went to high school and never left. He's still high. Bam. What up, William? Jeez, dude. He didn't say nothing. I don't know how he got graduated high school. Yeah, I can't see what's gonna get into. He's gonna
Right.
keep
Do you
asking.
remember your brother
He's
Fred?
just gonna keep asking these people questions. That was a baby. I think that's one of these guys. Timmy was like, "Go to high school." I thought you said go to school high. How did the government allow him to give birth again? How did they stop them? How would they stop them? Yeah, right. I got no idea. Right, like he's just like, I'm just gonna roll tape, ask questions. Only one person is saying anything. Nope, they're not like, and she's obviously lying. No. They weren't banging brothers and sisters and stuff. No. Yeah, right. That's exactly what it seems like right here. Exactly seems like everything. Oh, but it's just fine. Everything's fine. Gabriel, the Lord in these days exhorts his beloved children to enter the new earth. These children too,
Freddie?
Brother Carlos.
Freddie, your brother?
You think you can hear me? Dude.
Ray, your brother Freddie. Do you remember him? Do you miss him?
They call him the
you miss your
teacup
brother?
people. This is where he buried him. Jeez.
What's over there?
Kicking him out? I'm nitpicking.
What is it?
Well, that guy's interrogating interview is kind of douchey. Brother, I agree. Yeah, he's eating that dip. Yeah, absolutely, Ozzy. He tried to tell him to get out of the house. That's what I thought.
Oh, is that
right?
Freddie's
What's up,
grave?
Super Obama? Yeah, he's right here.
Is that Freddie's grave?
He just buried his brother in the yard. Oh, jeez. He's smarter than you think. He just don't want to pay taxes. That's his dad's buried there. Jeez. Yeah, it sounds like here.
All right. Well,
good evening.
it was interesting seeing you guys again.
So let's do it, John, brother.
Thank you for letting me come by. You remember me from about 10 years ago?
Yeah, I remember you about 10 years ago.
Yeah. I'm sorry about your brother. I'm sorry about Freddie.
Don't worry. He's buried right there. We visit him all the time.
Timmy, thank you for letting me come by. Ray, I'm going to take off. Thank you for letting me come by again. Nice seeing you again.
I was thinking 2400 says. I'm almost there. I wasn't looking at this. Is that a dog bark? Doesn't have to pay taxes because he's special needs. Of course not. No, he ain't gotta pay nothing. He's getting everything back. No, yeah, you right. Yeah. You ain't paying. You're on like. I mean, if you're making any money, he's receiving Obamacare, super Obamacare. Brother, that was the Whitaker family from Odd, O-D-D, Odd, West Virginia. Their great-grandparents were twin brothers that each married a woman. And then one of their daughters married one of their sons. And then they had this festival of fun. Well, they actually need it. No. Not like you can just drive to work. No, they actually need it. Lamb had me worried after a recent stream as he was talking to a pretend telephone. I could barely understand a single word. Yeah, dude, he went over that. He's off the rails. He don't know what taxes are. He got no idea. Plus, he got more rights now compared to the normies. The fiddler. No, I'm not Jewish, brother. I broke my nose a lot of times skateboarding. Ma'am. So that was interesting. All right, let's see what's next. It's all right. It's all right. All right, let's see. Let's see what we're watching next. All right, what do you guys want to watch? The mentally retarded educational film from 1964. Uh-oh. Breaking. Boosie Badass said no trannies at his topless party. The Ubiquitous community's pissed. I know, I'm stupid. Please stop the dog noises. I got your beer. All right, sorry. Sorry. Holy crap. 30-inch tall teenager. That's, oh no, where did I start? The smartest person in the room was actually that dog. Listen, I might have to agree with you. Damn, horse binding. Human meat, $10 per kilo. All right, let's find a smaller one. Let's look at cannibals. Have you ever seen a thug about Hanta, or has it been solved? A thing about hantavirus has been solved? I mean, after that, like 1 week of, yeah, that's the only thing I've heard about it since then. And then more's been coming out about Ebola, but yeah, it's all wackadoodle. Hantavirus isn't new, so it's resolved. Yeah, seems like it's done. What's up, Raid? Rich, love the new setup. Been busy AF lately. Glad to be back. How's the game going? Just waiting on you. It's on what you call. I've got enemies now. I've got mouse control enemies firing the weapon. But I haven't done anything in like a week. I've been trying to wipe them with low grit sandpaper. Yeah, that'll hurt, brother. That'll hurt. All right, let's see. All right. Have you ever seen the video about Ebola with people touching bodies with bare hands? Nope. Oh, I can't spell cannibals. Cannibals. Where did that say from? Uganda. Man. Chatting with cannibals. What's your take on electrolytes? Water for us normies, not athletes during a normal day, 9 to 5. I drink water. I don't worry. I mean, I take magnesium, I take potassium, I take creatine. So I've got plenty of electrolytes. I don't add it to my water. Basically, you don't want mice and rats in your house. That was the case before the hantavirus is still the case. Right, yeah, I agree too. I agree. Could you fill out the README? Yeah, well, I will. I just got done redoing the whole studio. I had to rip up the floors, put new floors down, and I just got done the trim today. So I'll get back, and once I get the room put back together. I'm actually in the middle of the room right now. Like, I can touch this wall almost. You know, so I was against that wall all the way over there, so I got to move everything back tomorrow, and then I'll get back to the game. Real men use 80 grit. Keep it in the family. Coconut water, yeah, you can use coconut water is good, but if you're not an athlete, just drink your water. You know, I drink about 2 of these a day, which are probably about 30 ounces each, so probably about 60 ounces of water. I feel sorry for Steve Irwin's family. Rest in peace, legend. Can you put a new video of him as a nice tribute? Sure, why not? Steve Irwin. I don't know. Maybe we could watch some shorts. I can't watch anything long form because it's copyrighted. Did you see the people are saying Ellen DeGeneres look like she has cannibal disease cure? Yes. Like she's going blind from some cannibal disease. Yeah. All the children eating allegations. Yeah, I know, brother. I know. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
And here it is. The king. Whoa. The king of Australia. Whoa. The king of Outback Australia. Whoa! The King Brown. He's trying to tag me right on the face. A highly venomous species. Uh-oh. Most deadly family of snakes
as long as he did, honestly.
in the world. But they have been known to cause a fatal bite. Very copper-like. And when they get excited, they puff out their throat. Snakes are best loved from a distance. Enjoy them from a distance.
Enjoy them from a distance. That's what I say about toxic women.
The king of Australia. Whoa! The king of Outback Australia.
The king of Outback Australia. There you go. He's a good one. All right, let's see if we can find it again. The Butcher of Uganda. All right. Oh, it's going to be AI wackadoo. Cannibalism in Uganda. All right, let's see what we can find here. Rip Steve, he was taking him too soon. McDonald's had a good joke about
Hey
it.
lovers,
So
I discovered a mystery
McDonald
part
then.
of Uganda that eat other human flesh as a tradition. Yes, you heard me right. Does
up,
Rakai of
Lando?
Uganda still practice
Yeah,
cannibalism?
degenerate.
You will find out in this video.
Thank you, brother
Deep
Lando.
within the heart of Uganda, nestled amidst rolling
Thank you,
hills
brother.
and shrouded in whispers,
Yeah, Steve
lies
was
a
cool.
village that has become synonymous with a chilling taboo, Rakai. For decades, stories have circulated, tales of a community where the unthinkable occurs, where humans consume human flesh. Is it a myth, a dark legend, or a horrifying reality? In the heart of Uganda, nestled among rolling hills and lush greenery, lies Rakai district, a place of breathtaking beauty
Rakai
that
the
is
name of
also a
that
place
streamer?
haunted by whispers. Whispers of a dark secret, a secret that sends shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. That secret is cannibalism. For years, rumors have circulated about people in Rakai consuming human
degenerating
flesh.
is an
These
action of
stories
Italian,
passed down
meaning
through
things get out of
generations
control.
paint a chilling
Wow.
picture of a community steeped in
Don't be
ancient
all
macabre
albino up in
rituals.
now.
Outsiders
Scream,
speak of
double
the
tap
night
scream.
eaters,
Where we
shadowy
at? Where we
figures
at?
who
We
roam
at
under the
10
cover
yet?
of darkness,
We
preying
got
on the
18
unsuspecting.
likes. All right.
The very
We're
mention of
almost at 20.
Rakai
All right,
evokes fear
shoot,
and
Gerard, brother.
fascination in equal measure. Some dismiss the tales as
appreciate you
mere
hanging out, my
folklore,
friend.
the
Thank you,
stuff
thank you,
of
thank you.
nightmares. Others believe there is a terrifying truth lurking beneath the surface. But what is the reality behind the rumors? Is cannibalism truly practiced in Rakai? Or are
Listen, so like I've been talking about all of this other wackadoo stuff, like bam, Lando coming back again. Thank you, brother. All right, Kai, have a good night. Thank you, brother. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So remember we were talking earlier about vitamins and minerals, and like hey, we're not eating kidneys, right? So if we're not eating brains, we're not eating hearts and lungs and livers. How do you get the vitamins and minerals from other you don't. You have to supplement with them. So how do you think these folks are getting those vitamins and minerals for themselves? Because they don't have access to all that stuff. But remember, you also don't see a lot of cemeteries. I don't think I've ever seen a tribal cemetery. I think a lot of these people get eaten after death.
Are these stories simply the product of overactive imaginations and cultural misunderstandings? To unravel this mystery, we must journey into the heart of Rakai and confront the
Take
darkness that
grass-fed
whispers
beef,
in the
organ
wind.
complex supplement. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not
Uganda
bad.
has a complex and often turbulent history marked by political upheaval, conflict, and the devastating AIDS epidemic. These events have left deep scars on the nation, and in some isolated pockets they have bred desperation and fear. Rakai, a once thriving community,
Cemeteries
became
are
the
like the
focal
opposite of
point
their
this
cultural
darkness.
beliefs, too permanent.
Rakai district
Right, and they don't believe in the future. They believe that the future has already happened or something crazy. Let me see if I can find it. I can't spell future. Okay, highly vote now. It's not what I'm talking about. Let me see. This is it.
For many African societies, the concept of the future doesn't exist, and that instead of time moving forwards, time actually moves backwards. This was the work of John Mbiti, one of Kenya's and Africa's greatest philosophers, and in 1969, he wrote something that completely reimagines the way we think of African time. Mbiti says time is a two-dimensional phenomenon with a long past, vibrant present, and virtually no future. Using Swahili words, he describes the two dimensions of time. The first one being sasa, the now, the recent past, and the immediate future which can be experienced. The second dimension is zamani. Zamani is the vast, endless past where all events eventually go on to live forever. But the future, in African thought, it barely exists because time...
Right, so if you die, you're not dead because you're still in the past. The past still exists. How come? How can time move backwards? It doesn't make any sense, brother.
is made up of events. Time has to be experienced in order to be real. So because we can't conceptualize events tied to the distant future because they haven't been experienced yet, then therefore the future cannot constitute part of time.
So big reason, the theory about why a lot of Africans don't have a concept of the future is because it never becomes winter. So they never have to prepare for something. They don't have to see it in their heads. If we don't get ready for winter, we will freeze to death, we'll starve, we will die. And they never have to do that because it's always 76 degrees and sunny. Maybe it'll rain a little bit, but they don't know. Like in those tribal areas and what, none of that, they don't have to prepare. They don't build their homes to last. Their homes will deteriorate or they'll just keep adding more mud or whatnot to them. So because they never have to experience something in the future, every day is basically the same day. If you do something, then that gets written onto the past, but that exists because it existed. You just aren't experiencing it at the moment because they never seen the future. They've never seen, oh, it's winter now, and then now it's summer or spring, and it's going to be winter again. So then they start having to plan for the future. This is why Africans also don't have a word or a concept of maintenance, preventive maintenance, because the damage will never come. They can't imagine. This is why they don't maintain their roads. They do not have a word for maintenance in a lot of these African languages. Because it breaks and you just rebuild it. You don't fix it so it doesn't break. And this is why when people with a concept of maintenance left Africa, the people with no concept of maintenance, and the people that were from areas that did have a winter and had to prepare for the future so that they would survive to another summer. And then in Africa, that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It's not linear. It just is. We need to invent a time machine from the go. It doesn't understand. Doesn't make sense. Hey, brother, it's kind of like American healthcare.
And this is why, according to Mbiti, African languages, at least the East African Bantu languages that he studied, don't have a word to describe the distant future. In African time, according to Mbiti, events create time. Seasons, ceremonies, a conversation, those moments produce time, and people produce as much time as they need. An example that's...
Right, so you're just here. Time isn't passing, but if you do something, if you celebrate, then you created time, and it goes into the past. Right? So now that celebration is in the past, but you're just celebrating. Your time just moved out of that. Now you're just paused until it's time for another celebration. Perry, that is me, brother. I'm coming down the mountain. One of many children. Everybody has their own opinion. When it's summer in the northern hemisphere and the winter in the southern hemisphere and much of Africa sits equatorial where it's situated. Right, so they're in a tropical region and it stays that all year round. So they never have to plan for the future. Every day is the same day.
Mbiti uses from the communities that he studied is that a year is measured based on 4 seasons, 2 dry seasons, 2 wet seasons. So a year is only over when those 4 seasons have taken place. So a year could take 365 days, 390 days. It doesn't matter the number of days in a year. What matters is that the 4 seasons have taken place. And this is in contrast to the Western view towards time, where time is a commodity, something that can be spent, saved, wasted, or lost. And according to Mbiti, this is why if foreigners come to Africa...
So this is why they break everything, and someone has to come to fix it, because they're just living. They don't have to. They won't plan ahead to fix something in their lives. They will just be. So if it doesn't rain, it will be 226. Yeah, that's right. If they don't have a rainy season, right? Until it does.
They see people sitting under a tree. They would remark that, okay, why are these people wasting so much time? But in African thought, that sitting under a tree, it's not wasting time. It's either waiting for time or producing time. For me, I think this Western idea of time as a commodity is what drives...
The never had a winter to need to prepare for kind of makes sense. It'll make even more sense in a moment. Since they never have winter, they never have a need for conflict resolution. If you get mad at people in your tribe, you can say, go eat a bag of crap, and you can leave. And you don't have to worry about returning and fixing things emotionally and socially, because you need a place to stay for winter. You need communal food gathering and what to survive the winter. So you can get mad and just leave. And it'll always be the same temperature outside. There'll be stuff growing on the trees and whatnot, and you're never gonna freeze to death. So you're either sleeping here with these people under the trees or with those people over there. And if you ruin your relationship with these people, you just go over there, because it's not like you have to return home or you're outside freezing to death, because you're never going to freeze to death. That time never comes. So conflict resolution skills don't need to be created.
This Western obsession of progress, development, and some promised future. And this difference shapes everything from politics, economics, to how we live our daily lives. Because in African thought, the golden age isn't in the future, it's actually in the Zaman. According to Mbiti, the future is only a shadow until it comes to the present, and then it flows into the Zamani. So in that way, time moves backwards. We are not...
So they're waiting for the great times again. The great times that they had when other companies came and people came to build the area for them. It will happen again. There will be food on the first of the month. It always happens. It boom, boom, boom. It just went into the past. The first of the month went into the past, but it will be back again to get my card again. You learn to survive on your own from a young age in Africa. You don't do that in a Western society anymore. Well, we never really did, because we always had winter to deal with.
Not the ones who move forward into time. So, of course, Mbiti wrote this from a theological point of view because he was trying to explain the nature of African religion. But my main takeaway from the parts of the book that I've read is that unlike Western cultures and religions with end-of-the-world myths, African time has no end. Seasons, years, birth, marriage, death, it's all a cycle. Asante kwa kutazama, tafakari hayo, and I'll see you in the next video.
Damn, well, they built the Kush Empire themselves, and that lasted 6,000 years. Yeah. And it'll happen again. They're just got to wait for it to happen. You know, that's the thing. They'll wait for it to happen because it's already happened. So it's moved into the past. So they don't think of it like a cycle. They think of it as it happened and it moved into the past. So it will come back again, but not cyclically. Not because they don't need to do anything to initiate change. They sold the continent, got mad at us when we made more money with the same gemstones, then they got mad when we left. Now they're mad because we're not back. That happens too.
District, located in the central region of Uganda, is a land of striking contrasts. Known for its fertile land and abundant lakes, it is a region of immense natural beauty. Anthropologist. The stories surrounding Rakai are deeply disturbing, but they must be understood within the context of the region's past.
The Kush only prospered
Traditional
so long because of
beliefs,
its geographic
often tied to
location.
ancestral
As soon as they ran
spirits
into
and the
other
need
people,
to
they
appease
slid
them,
quickly.
can sometimes take on extreme forms in times of crisis. When societal structures break down and fear takes hold, the unthinkable can become a terrifying possibility. The people of Rakai are known for their warmth and hospitality, their lives deeply intertwined with the rhythms of the land. Yet beneath this idyllic facade lies a current of fear. It's crucial to remember that Rakai is not a monolith. It's a place where ordinary life continues, where people farm, raise families, and participate in community events. The alleged cannibalism is said to be a practice carried out by a small isolated group within the village, shrouded in secrecy.
Once you have an
The
eternal
rumors
empire,
of cannibalism
I can see
have
how
cast
that
a long
mentality
shadow
happened.
over the region, shaping perceptions both within Uganda and beyond its borders. Outsiders often view Rakai with suspicion and fear, hesitant to venture into
It's
a place
the same
tainted
kind of
by
thing
such
where
dark tales.
the thing is the thought process of time. Like, Like, you have cultures that are waiting for a Messiah, but they're not waiting for a Messiah. They're waiting for the past events that have already happened to come back. Aren't the national banks pretty much like all the African states controlled managed by the French? Chinese, French, Germans, yeah, they're all managed outside of the country. This is why you have such absolute wealth at the top, and you don't really have a middle class in most of sub-Saharan Africa. You have the rulers, you have and then you have everybody else, and that's basically it. And everybody else can move through that system on the bottom, from sleeping under trees to working somewhere, working for a company. But there aren't a lot of actual like startups that Africa doesn't export anything on their own. Africa's never built a seaworthy boat, so they don't have there's no big startup. Like, if you ask people what's America known for, what's Germany known for, like which products are South Korea known for, cell phones and whatnot, China, all these products. But Africa doesn't have that. They don't have that distinction. They've never had a global modern empire corporation that created a product and sold it to the world. Like, this is an African product. This product, the Africans do it the best. Africa lost to both Roman, German, British, French, and all empires. Yeah, even Egypt was rich because they were exploited Africans. Yep. The same happened to America. Yep.
Fear is palpable even among some locals. Whispers of cannibalistic practices are exchanged in hushed tones, often accompanied by furtive glances and nervous laughter.
Maybe that's why
children grow up hearing the stories, their imaginations fueled by tales of the night eaters and their gruesome rituals. This fear has had a profound impact on the community. It has created an atmosphere of suspicion.
America
and
was just a
distrust,
mountain before three of the biggest European empires went and made it into the New World. Right. Yeah.
Difficult to separate fact from fiction. The weight of these accusations has fallen heavily on the people of Rakai, staining their reputation and making it challenging to overcome the stigma associated with cannibalism.
Just don't do it.
To understand the origins of the cannibalism rumors in Rakai.
All right, that's enough of that. But you see how let me see if I can find something on Africa and maintenance.
No African leader is corrupt. They are corrupt. The pyramid, which part is larger, the bottom or the top?
The bottom.
Okay, the bottom. So you have 130 million Nigerians. You pick just few and put them at the top.
Oh, we didn't pick them.
Hold on. However they got to the top. The reason you're talking about them is because of where they are only mirroring what is going on here. Mm-hmm. Because you picked them from among you.
Very true.
No way if I toss a coin from 1960, it will keep falling on the head. Every single country in Africa says they pick a wrong leader every 4 years. It's impossible, Eileen.
But at the same time, there's a lot of corruption.
There is no corruption. I explained it to the first group. No African leader is corrupt. They are corrupted because what you are giving them to do is foreign. Let me ask you, do you know a single political system in the continent of Africa that was originated from the people? So how did you get your political systems? Pardon me?
It's them through hierarchy.
No, the political systems you're using today. Colonization. Why did you keep it when you know it's foreign?
Right, why did you keep it?
Our ancestors knew that.
No, they didn't know that. They were ruling themselves. The former administrations, the Oduduwa, the Benin Empire, they all have what they understood and what they can. You thought you want to be like the people who colonized you, so you accepted what they left behind. Do you know until recently you have to go to Britain to look at your constitution? So if there is no original political system, how do you expect Tinubu to understand it?
So who should we put? A British person?
No, you have to. Like many countries.
So who do we put? A British person? No, you start the African constitution. The people of Africa, the tribes of Africa that know what they want to do amongst themselves create. Instead, the British came and created something, and they said get, and then the Africans said get out, and they said okay, and then the Africans said now we'll run this. But you didn't build it to understand how it works, like from a baby, from like it's in your blood. You don't. That's not the way that Africans govern themselves. So they're trying to take what was built by foreigners and they're trying to run it. And so they just do what the foreigners did. And then the people that go up there just rob everybody. They're corrupted. And then then what do? They hire somebody else and he does the same thing after time to time. No, they need to destroy it. They need to get rid of the communism wackadoodle stuff, and they need to come up with something that Africans would do. But it's so empowering or enriching to become the president or the leader of those nations because it's set as a way to get super wealthy. And once you leave there, you're not going to go lay under a tree again once you were the leader of one of these nations. That's why North America speaks English, South America speaks Spanish. Right, and Africa's got 50 different languages, and they're forced to say, no, now you're Ghanaian. Now you're Ghanaian. No, I'm a tribe of blah, 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 and we hate that tribe, and you want us all to be one state or one country. And they'd have all different languages there, and that's what's wackadoodle. Someone did it and said Jail and Stones, Nelson Mandela, yeah. Now there's the Chinese. Yep, it's stupid. Is a stupid really corrupted, or is she just stupid? Nah, yeah. Hold on, that's not what I wanted to find. Here you go.
From what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because we don't care.
Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No, it's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture.
And he goes on to say, what's the word in whatever language for maintenance? And there is no word. And then it kind of makes you realize, if you extrapolate that further, the decaying houses in Detroit, no maintenance.
Yeah.
And I'll even take it even further.
Go for it.
The smoke detector beep, because there's no batteries. That's maintenance.
And that's the easiest maintenance that there is.
So yeah, every 18 months you got to throw a new...
Wow, that's the interesting part about it. A lot of them have been screwed into unlimited debt to China due to the Belt and Road Initiative stuff. Yeah, sure, absolutely. All those empires fell apart because they thought themselves to be eternal given. What up, Dean? What it do? What it do, brother? But if they don't even have the concept of maintenance from when they grew up, like 100 years ago. They didn't have the concept of maintenance. They didn't have a word for maintenance, so they don't maintain. And is it part of just their being, their genetics? Like that guy said, the freaking smoke detector chirp. It's like people don't even maintain their smoke detector batteries, and because it's just not something that you feel to do. Like, it'll be damaged. To be corrupted, you need to have a concept of future. Right. So that's what he was getting at, I think. And not just care about it. But if you don't even have a future concept, how can you be corrupted? It's just 3 peanuts more than 2. 3 peanuts are more than 2. All right, let's see.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
Yes.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
Bam. Bam. Love the corruption. Because that's your chance. That's your chance to get out of what you've been doing your whole life. You move into the government, and then you have communication abilities with all of these other countries. If you're running one of those African nations, you went from somebody that was under a tree or whatever. Now you're talking to Trump and Xi Jinping and whatnot, and they're telling you, hey, we want to do deals here, and you're the man you need to talk to because you're the man of the house. So, and they say, oh, okay. And that they weren't taught that in their systems at all. I mean, we're not taught it hardly either. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was saying. I mean, if you ask any human who's ever been to school, they'll tell you 3 is in the middle of 1 and 10. But it's interesting. It's interesting when you learn about the world, like when you learn why things are the way they are, and people think it's
Corruption
just
is not
race,
bad.
it's just whatever. It's
Corruption is only bad.
culture. It's how people are the way they are. We don't teach our kids history properly. We only go back to what's convenient for your political whims. Like we go back to slavery only goes back to the African American slave trade, not another 100 years when everybody was enslaving everybody. So like, because they want to teach it like it's just horrible Americans enslaved Africans, but it's not the truth. Africans enslaved Africans and made it be known. They marketed it out that Africans were for sale, slaves were for sale, and then so people from all over the world said, "I would like a few of your slaves, please." They weren't, like, movies were made that said that Americans went over there and rounded people up and lassoed them and stuff like that. That's not true. They were bought and paid for contractually. There's paperwork. They didn't just grab people and throw them onto boats. That's all a lie. And then so now you have African, this is what I also think too. You hear the reparations thing a lot, and I think a lot of that is from the black and white slave master families, people that are in our government now, that their great grandparents owned slaves, both being both black and both white. The people that own the slaves. And so if they can get the government to pay reparations before someone says, no, just the slaveholders should owe reparations, then they can convince the government to make that payment so that the family never has to. Because they don't want to find out that there was black slaveholders and white slaveholders in America. If we are all outlaws, it's just not a crime. It's just the far west, and the Italians have been enslaved too. Everybody's been a slave, and everybody's held a slave. There's more slaves in the world now than there was during the Atlantic slave trade. Italians and Irish, something built America with the lowest wages. Yeah, right. Or the slaves in all the ancient empires, Rome, Greek, the concubine stuff, horrific back then. A lot of those ancient philosophers or attribute democracy to the horrendous things of slaves. Yeah. It's the world. It's the world we live. It's the world that we inherited. Yeah, slave comes from the words right, Slavs. Right, they were the first slaves that, as far back in history as we can go. Now, before the written word, things still got done. Remember, humans lived. Somebody grew the food. We weren't just hunters and gatherers always. We've had areas where we needed things done. Even when we were hunters and gatherers, we had people. And the thing is, they don't teach the tribality of Africa. They don't teach the intertribal dynamics. They don't teach it to us about how African slaveholders were African tribes that attacked other African tribes. That was their economy. They were finding people. They were killing their leaders, raping the women, and then selling the people that were worth selling, that were valuable to them for selling. Yeah, and it's just like it needs to be taught, because the government's been set up. Kids hear that and they think, oh, I can never do well, so they never try because they think the system is built against them, and they're just lied to over and over again. Who enslaved? The Arabs enslaved the Slavs. Oh, you can't read it. Sorry. Here you go. In medieval history, the Arab-Muslim world would extensively enslave Slavic people, known as the Arabic Saklo Libya. Sakalabia, and these individuals were captured in raids and trade networks, transported to the Middle East, North Africa, Al-Andalus, and they served as concubines, guards, elite guards, eunuchs, and soldiers. Yeah, and they cut the balls off of the male slaves so that they would never reproduce. So like people talk about slavery in the Bible and whatnot, and they don't understand the difference between the slavery that was described and the slavery that was some slaves or indentured servitude were indentured. Like you would have people that would run out of food. There would be a drought and they wouldn't be able to grow any food. So the leaders of those people would go to the leader of another area and say, we will be your slaves, just please feed us. And then the scriptures back then would say, this is how you treat the people that are enslaved. If I was born 1,100 years ago, Denmark, I would be a slave. Yeah, there you go, brother. I would free you, ND. 9 out of 10 doctors ain't really doctors. The Mongols? Who the Mongols hold as slaves? I mean, whoever the Mongols lost to, which was very rare, they became the slaves. Who held... Throughout history, various empires and regional powers held Mongols as slaves. The Delhi Sultanate, so India, oddly enough, India held them as slaves from failed Mongol invasions in the 13th and 14th century. But they don't want to join the conversation. Indiana are enslaved. Indians are now a slave right now in the Middle East. I thought the Muslims were the religion of peace. You might have heard. The Roman Empire crucified Christ because he said the Son of God, and and the king wanted him dead to prove he was not. Yep. I'm not misunderstanding Christ. I'm a big follower. The Ottoman Empire, through trade networks, Black Sea and Mediterranean merchants sometimes bought Central Asian captives, including Mongols, Tartars, and other steppe nomads to major slave markets in Istanbul and Venice. The Roman Empire. The Mongol managed their own slave trade of war captives. The Delhi Sultanate, the Delhi Sultanate against the Mongol incursions. So everybody held slaves. Everybody was a slave. Whoever lost were the slaves. Now, the Jewish religion had Christ crucified because of religion. The Pharisees, that's right. What monk said. Yes. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to where we were. The Catholic Bible says Roman guards killed Christ. Right, but why? Why? Christ was giving a talk. He was giving. Not a talk. He was giving. He was giving a. Oh, gee, I can't remember the term. He was talking to a group of people, and the Roman soldiers that overheard that he was talking, somebody that he was snitched on, and when they came up and they asked him, he said, I am, and then they said, no, you ain't, you're going to jail. And then the Pope is Antichrist gang. Would you mind explaining who and how Christ was crucified and how the Jews were involved? It said that the Jews crucified him. It also said it was So the Jews that didn't believe Christ was the coming Messiah were the people that were fighting against him. Not fighting physically, but that was the cause of argument. The devil is to you. Heroin. What's up, Pancake? I've never done. Yes, Christ was a Jew, yes. So there's a difference between... So, if you have to understand the Jewish religion to understand where the breakdown was. In the Torah, the Jews that are now Jews, they don't believe that Jesus Christ was the Messiah talked about in the Torah. The Christians that were previously Jews do. And this is what you have the Old and the New Testament. Those were the New Testament was come to basically replace. So modern day Christians read the Old Testament to see where Jesus was and what was said back then, but they don't follow it. Like in the Old Testament, it says not to eat pork and whatnot. And then Jesus came back and said, no, don't worry about what you eat. You need to worry about your soul being clean, not your body, basically. Christ was also starting a lot of trouble. I mean, he basically went into the tax office and flipped out. Yeah. A lot of people want to say that was much calmer than it was. No. Yeah, he was a yes, we're talking about Jesus. Jesus was a Jew as well. The king couldn't accept the Son of God because Jews don't think God can have human children. Yogi, we talked about this. You want to have, yes, we know how Yahweh got transliterated to Jesus, Yogi. We know how it happened. His name is Yahweh, the God who's spoken of in the Torah, has been transliterated. It would be Joseph, but the way it was done through Aramaic and Hebrew ended up being Jesus. Jesus was killed by the organized religion. Man thinks only demon was Baal. There's a lot of demons. Okay, let's go back to where we were here. McDonald's has a more power than God. I don't think so. Names matter. Okay, all right. Huge bombshell. Trump assassin was secretly communicating with police. FBI hid it. No, this is gonna get. Lady gave birth to 44 children. Faces won't stop growing. Frank, McDonald's has more power than some gods. I agree. Hey, Frank. That it doesn't work like that. Yeshua to Jesus has been transliterated through the passages of time. The name hasn't been converted. It's been transliterated. It's been transliterated, not translated. Yogi, people say that in order to get people to doubt. You don't know, Yogi, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You're starting trouble. You don't know what you're talking about. You heard somebody say that and you agreed with it. It's not the truth. I hope they give me the highest quality goy slop lathered in Bill Gates slop water butter so we can save the planet since global warming is going to kill us all. I call you Frank forever instead of your real name. How would you feel about that? Go for it, Yogi. Do what you want. Well, how about you find me a source that says that you find me the source that you're using that says that Jesus won't go by Jesus, Frank. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. Jesus is the name of the Son. Yeshua transliterates. Here, why don't we just pull up the transliteration? Transliteration. Yeshua. Okay. All right. Here's the transliteration. Hebrew Aramaic. The original name Hebrew Aramaic used the first century. Judea was Yeshua, which wasn't a name. Okay? It translates into, which stands for salvation. Okay? So Jesus isn't Jesus's name. Yeshua stood for, it was a saying. Greek New Testament, you're trying to say that Jesus is like Frank, and it's not the way it is. You don't understand it. The New Testament was written in Greek. Since Greek does not have the SH sound, sounds all masculine, requires the S. Yeshua was transliterated as Iesous. Latin spread, Lysos was Iesus. And then English, the time modern I with Y to Latin tail becomes a J. Modern spelling and pronunciation of Jesus. The original name stands for he who's here for salvation. Watch the Benny Johnson video about the assassination. Oh, what the fast.
On his face, but I would argue that the more chilling,
his name means Yeshua, Yahweh saved.
Creepy
right, there you go.
footage of that day is right here, with Thomas Crooks actually stalking his would-be victim from the.
Bro, we talk funny. Jesus will understand. Yeshua, what's up, B2B?
Rooftop, gun in hand, filmed from like an iPhone 3, really grainy footage, but that's how obvious it was. This isn't even a high-quality camera. This is how obvious Thomas Crooks' movements were that day. You can
exit off whenever. I just wanted to see if there's anything in these claims.
See the Secret Service with their eyes pointed directly at the roof line right there, and they turn away. This agent right there in the bottom corner turns his back on Thomas Crook walking along the roof. There were supposed to be cops up there. They were pulled off the rooftop.
Yeah, that's
right
crazy.
People were standing, shouting, screaming. There's a guy on the roof. Nobody did anything. There's a full sniper team on all of the corresponding rooftops, and none of them took a shot. Nobody even stopped this guy who was caught with a rangefinder.
Yogi, I would rather people search and read about Jesus instead of hearing somebody say, that's not his name. How about you tell us the story? That matters. Making sure people don't hear you say wackadoodle stuff that leads them away rather than to. That's more important.
They kicked him out of the actual rally.
Yogi doesn't even know names.
He was flying a drone, and nobody apprehended him. Nobody even questioned him. It makes everybody stop and ask quite a few questions like, was he working with law enforcement? We know that he trained at a shooting range that was used by DHS. We know that people like Lee Harvey Oswald have been bumped by the CIA. Now that's a verified fact. It's like a verified matter of fact that the CIA was running Lee Harvey Oswald. And that these are the kind of locations and situations and people, these are the marks that our intel agencies look for. Young, degenerate loners, good with a gun, good marksman, hit Trump in the head, saved by the hand of God. Well, Judicial Watch has a bombshell, new FOIA record from the FBI that says that Thomas Crooks was emailing with the sheriff's deputy before the Butler assassination attempt. Judicial Watch announced that it has forced the release of 48 heavily redacted pages of the FBI's investigation through the Freedom of Information Act lawsuit, revealing that a Butler County sheriff deputy exchanged emails with the Trump assassin Thomas Crooks prior to the shooting.
Then all the saints pray in English, even the whole Bible is false. Yeah, I know. I don't know what he's doing, dude. Because the name should be Italian. English you can translate from Aramaic or Tam. Each alone must walk the path, never mind Buddhism. They're not mutually exclusive.
In Butler, Pennsylvania, the records also indicate that a special weapons tactical team SWAT officer recovered a gray remote device with an antenna from Crooks's pocket. A gray remote device? I mean, I guess that could potentially be the drone
control
remote
device.
He was flying a drone. What else could it be? Thomas Crooks was on the phone. There's photos of him on the phone, calling somebody, talking with someone. Who is he talking with? The records also show the medic, Beaver County Emergency Services, told the FBI that she was on the roof of the American Glass Research building, examining Crooks's body, when she was informed that a police canine had a hit on the building, and she was told to evacuate the roof where Crooks's body remained. So wait a second, she was doing a examination of his body, and that she was called off. I mean, to this day, we don't have any autopsy of the guy's body. They cremated him.
How are there not
Within
counterbalance
minutes.
protections in place to prevent one political party from using the feds as a weapon to kill? Brother, I thought the same thing, brother. Benny was on the list of the Russian propaganda for pay. His name wasn't Jesus. This is a fact we both understand. So why does it get difficult to get people to actually respect? Yogi, write a different Bible and sell it with the name in it. Stop trying to have people disregard. You're just making people look and be like, well, there ain't nothing you can read. No, that's stupid.
Of him being...
His name is Jesus. That's the name I
head
call
blown
him. Right,
off.
fine.
Because that's what ended up happening. After he got off 8 shots, murdered Corey Comperentor, shot 3 other people in the audience, hit the president in the head, and then they finally headshotted him. And we still have zero autopsy. They released his body and cremated it instantaneously. It's very strange. It's very strange. I don't care who you are. It's very odd. The FOIA is in response to a lawsuit. Well done, Judicial Watch. Way to go. I don't understand why the FBI has been so cagey about this. I've asked, and I've heard from top sources there, very top sources there, that President Trump, that there's a lot more to the story, and that President Trump himself has said, I don't want it out. How damaging is it? Are there foreign nations involved? Are there certain intel agencies involved? Is Donald Trump just trying to survive his next couple of years? I don't know. I do know that the FBI has lied about this. The FBI has never said Thomas Crooks had no online footprint ever. Tucker Carlson had a exclusive where they were able to dig up some of his old YouTube comments. And what it showed is that he was being harshly radicalized against Trump. Yes, he was a Trump supporter in 2016, and then was harshly radicalized and calling for violence against Trump and his administration by the end of his term. The FBI Deputy Director, Paul Abadi, disclosed a social media account believed to be associated with the shooter. Abadi went on to describe a general absence of other information from social media. That's not true. That's, of course, a verified lie. So why was he emailing with the sheriff's deputy? Well, we don't know. They're redacted.
Go to bed, Yogi.
Here's the actual FOIA, and you can see what the emails end up looking like. You can see that there's just huge missing gaps in the emails. So why would the sheriff's 5 deputies at Butler County Sheriff's Office? Why would the sheriffs be emailing Thomas Crooks?
That's
this cause everybody to
crazy.
Sit there and here's a good example. This is it. This is like a perfect example. Why redact so much? He's dead. Why are you protecting a dead person?
Because he was set up.
What gray remote device? I mean, I guess it could have been. It could have been the drone device, but we haven't seen the murder weapon. We haven't seen anything that was found. We don't have the contents of his phone or his laptop.
Yeah, that's all crazy. That's crazy that they haven't picked that guy apart up and down. It's absolutely crazy. There's no internet footprint. That's just so crazy. This real diet, just I like him. Gang, you talk about wild crap. Yeah, dude. I don't know what's going on, dude. I don't know what's going on. All right, let's see. All right, you're just trolling now, dude. Yes, Paisley, I remember you. I remember you, Paisley. How you doing? Let's see. Let's see what we got next. Bam, bam. Walking to the lecture with a plucked chicken. Like, there's your man. There he is. Inside the Philippines. Oh, you can't see this. I'm doing good. Okay, let's see. John takes ivermectin. Meet the world's shortest humans. Pride is so messy, it's funny. Unbelievable Makati City. China's deadly skin. We did all that yesterday. This lady gave birth to 53 children. Trump's assassin would secretly communicate with police. Insane biology of the platypus. Why is that assassination attempt in Pennsylvania single only Trump rally? See it right? Memes don't matter about. No, I don't know, Charles. They stupid shit. Yeah, I do. Cool. All right, Yogi. Thanks for letting us know, brother. Thanks, dude. Yeah, enough, dude. Enough. Possible places: world's most dangerous ancient homes on earth, cow poop juice, Vietnam's world Agent Orange legacy, unhinged crows and ravens. Oh, 5.4 magnitude earthquake caught on camera. Difficulty of forgiving yourself. SpaceX rejected from S&P 500 decision. Wow. All right, and then what you got, brother?
Trying to get Beetlejuice to repeat anything is pretty much next to impossible.
See, I'm about to go upstairs.
Right? I get
No,
laid.
listen. I'm about to go upstairs and learn how to get laid.
Right.
That's all.
That's all.
Say my name is Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice.
Say my name is Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice.
Say my name is Beetlejuice.
My name is Beetlejuice.
And I'm going upstairs.
I'm going upstairs to get laid.
To learn how to get laid.
To learn how to get laid.
That's all. My name is Beetlejuice.
Okay.
And I'm going upstairs to learn how to get laid.
Okay. Okay.
Right here.
I learned how to go upstairs.
No Diddy. Damn, bro. I tell. All right, let's see what this was. Let's see what this was. Earthquake. All right. QUAKE. All right, 1 hour ago, 8.1.
All right, what's going on there, folks? Welcome back here to a Sunday. It's just about 5 p.m. California time here.
Around.
June 7th, 2026. Had to run into the house for this one. Pretty big earthquake coming in to the seismograph stations there around the Philippines right now. Big old earthquake. Look what it did there to the seismograph station. Also showing up there in Japan. Now, as of right now, the notification I got here is a 7.3 coming into the Philippines. The EM or the USGS not picking up on this earthquake yet, but it is a big one around the Philippines area. Let's see if we got. I was jogging in. Caught me a little off guard. EMSC is not even reporting this earthquake yet, surprisingly. Let me check their official site because it should show up here on the EMSC Globe, but for some reason it's not. Oh, 8.1. Goodness. Oh, man. Big old earthquake. 8.1 looks like is what they have here.
All right,
wow.
brother.
Okay, this thing's probably going to produce a tsunami.
Too.
We've been watching the Philippines here for quite a while. This is into the Philippine Trench here, it looks like. Remember how I've been talking about everything scooting towards the middle area as far as increasing seismic activity? Well, looks like that has come to play. Stand by here for a second. Yeah, USGS is probably reviewing this earthquake, making sure it's not a false earthquake. But look at that seismograph station right there, completely hammered with that 8-pointer coming in.
Another big earthquake in the Philippines.
Definitely looks like it's an 8-pointer, considering the reading there on the.
Let's check that out. We had to send a. They can't tell you about the nuclear test. They can absolutely tell. Once was the other. What's the country? Philippines had one. Yeah. Hey, there's a video on CNN a few months back. It was a bottom rock. Was talking about the earthquake was coming in June. Okay, let's see. Earthquake history of the Philippines. All right, so let's go. Let's get to here. All right. So they had June 8th. That's today, or tomorrow, if you go that far around the earth. They had, it says 7.8, and then they had one October 6.7. October, again, it says in a different area, same area, 10 dead, 1 injured. And then September, right before, obviously, September before October, they had a 6.9, 7.6. So this is 2023. So in 2025, they had 3. I think these 2 are the same. The Davao region here. Oh, no, they had 2 the same day. So they had 9 p.m. September 30th, 9 a.m. October 10th, and then 7 p.m., 7:12 p.m. same day, and then so they're getting hammered. What up, Yuppie? Marvelous Monday. Is it almost Monday? It's almost Monday. A couple more hours, brother. The Philippines just doesn't want people to live there. Let it go. Will it burp and kill the whole village? Yep. Pete has more money than most of us and's happy all the time. I think he's just, I think he's enjoying life. Keep waiting for Cali to fall off. Man. Let's see what he says. This was just an hour ago. This one already got reported. This was just 20, unless I can't do math properly. Oh, I don't know what the what you call is. Let's see. We'll see what it says. I mean, Super Sunday. Super Sunday. There you go. 6.7. Beetlejuice is most definitely number 5 human on Earth. Real bean. Got it made, drink, eat it, and then himself. Can't beat it with a stick. They had a pocket of CO2 trapped under a lake. It got this place suffocated a village. But it was so crazy because some people that most people slept on the floor and they got killed. But people that were in beds, some of them didn't. They woke up and walked outside. The dogs, the cats, the monkeys, the freaking other humans and cows were all dead. But just because they were a few feet off the floor, the carbon dioxide concentration was just barely enough to keep them unconscious but not kill them. Yeah, Brother Earth trying to swallow the Philippines. I don't think he has no money. His family used to take money. I mean, he's got pretty good money. I think he's got like $4 million. Beetlejuice net worth. Apple juice. Oh, it says 500,000. I could have swore it said 4 million. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, he says he made $500,000 off the Howard Stern appearances. 3.3 million followers on Instagram. Yeah, there's a lot of non-reporting going on because he's probably making 20 grand a month off of Instagram. Beetlejuice. Okay, let's go back to this. Let's go back and see what's going on here.
Pan station.
No.
We're going to go ahead and go check out the Tsunami Warning Center here real quick. There is a tsunami threat currently in place from this 8.2 earthquake. 8.2. Man, I think I jinxed this. A couple videos back here, I said we should probably expect another 8-pointer this year, considering the frequency that we haven't been seeing that many recently.
It was building up.
Okay, so tsunami statement is in effect here for the Philippines area right now. Let's go ahead and see what we got from this.
Digitally, I used to check those places out all over, like Google Maps, the ones that weren't blurred out. I watched as many videos as I could, but I ain't never been in person.
8.1 earthquake. Pretty big earthquake, folks. Stand by for just a second.
I'm standing by. What's up, Cody?
8.2. Let's see what we got. USG from the Tsunami Warning Center here. An earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 8.2 occurred
Mr. Chili, brother.
In the Mindanao, Philippines area.
Plum Island. That sounds very familiar.
Hazardous tsunami waves from this.
Let's see. Philippines tsunami booking. Damn it. I can't spell Philippines right. Earthquake. Oh, still under an earthquake alert. Tsunami alert. So it might still be on its way in. Earthquake strikes southern Philippines. Oh, maybe they're lucky. I mean, maybe it hit land instead of out at sea. Doesn't look like anything yet. Tsunami risk. Oh, it says it was 8 miles southwest of the General Santos City on the island. So the warming center say 3-meter waves will be possible on other coasts. What up, Loretta? All right, let's check them out. Plum Island is where the United States engineered Lyme disease and Lyme, Delaware, Lyme, Pennsylvania. Hold on. What am I looking up? Oh, okay, let's see. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Video is blocked. What'd I do? Boom, boom. Better climb up them electric poles. They better do something. Plum Island's biolab made Lyme disease and probably these alpha-gal ticks too. And probably a couple others. All right, let's see. Oops. Bam! Dang, that looks really good, Loretta. I don't even speak Japanese. Incense burning off of them. That's really cool. Holding an incense stick of incense. Damn, that's really good too. I mean, I'm not gonna surprise anything else. That's really cool. She's got the charmed breastplate. Lyme disease would suck. I know a girl that got it from a tick. She deals with a ton of BS because of it. Yeah. Too much lemonade. Give me Lyme disease. Oh, painting. Is that a record or just a piece of wood? Oh, I can't see a hole. That's really good too. Good shading. Happy little trees. Yeah, they're really good. She's really good. Really good. They also had a couple of mutants escape to the beach. Jeez. Yeah, they look really, really good. They look really good, Loretta. What's up, crying fish? Glass. Oh. Yeah, that looks really good. Like better than I could do, without a doubt. Yeah, it does look good. You know what would be cool? Scratch razor blade off the sky and then put it in a window so the actual sky moves behind it. Borreliosia has spread everywhere. Ticks now carry another virus. Yeah, that's the alpha-gal one he mentioned a second ago. Yeah, alpha-gal, that's the meat allergy. What an elite. Who would develop that? The only person I think that would develop a meat allergy tick would be someone who has a vegetable-based meat company. Beautiful name, crying fish. I'm Swiss, Loretta, and it reminds me of a national mountain. Yeah, patent that idea. I think it's a great idea. It popped into my head while I was looking at it. I was like, if you scraped it off and it was glass, you could like hold it up to the sky, and then as the clouds and stuff moved under. Yeah, no problem. That's right. There you go. He wants us all eating processed bug bars. Yeah. You know, do you know a lot of the powders, the protein powders that are served in like gyms? You know what a lot of it's made out of? Crickets. If you just ask for protein powder and you don't say, I don't want freaking I want bug-free protein powder, I'm going to show you. You can also get alpha mal from animal saliva. I don't think they made just one sugar that normally don't get in your blood, so you can't use antibodies against it. Great, now we can eat 3D printed meat made from cancer cells and bugs. Yep. Insects have chitin. I'm never eating bug bars. Look, watch, I'll show you. Let me shut this down real quick here. Cricket flour or cricket powder. You'll see. Oh, wait, hold on. An eco-friendly, highly sustainable protein powder made from finely milled roasted crickets. Contains 70 to 80% pure protein and boasts all 9 essential amino acids, essential omega fats, irons, and vitamin B12, my favorite vitamin. Crackhead flour. My friend who worked as a personal trainer used to push cricket protein. That's all he was sponsored. I want nothing to do with it. What's up, dude? Realm. So cricket powder. And so if you add, so contains twice the protein of beef, with most products 10 to 20 grams of protein per so 1 scoop, 2 tablespoons, 1 scoop is going to be a bunch of crickets finely milled. Tesla on my feet. Love the way he looks into the camera. Stupid effect. I don't necessarily have a problem with protein powders. They're kept in sterile conditions. Who knows? Bugs have something in them that's not good for you. Listen, I have no idea, but it's the deception that pisses me off. Because you're just going and saying, give me a smoothie with 2 scoops of protein powder. And they're saying, okay. They're already putting bugs in most of our food and just mislabeling. You're very likely eating bugs. Yeah, a lot of the red dye comes from a beetle. Rice and chitin. Hell no. Rich and chitin. Chitin. Yep. Substitute 10 to 30% of your standard flour with cricket flour. Bake cookies, muffins, and pancakes. Dude. Monk, I'm crying fish. Because you'll never see my tears. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. Red 40. Yeah, the chitin is their shells exoskeleton. Apparently extremely toxic. I guess not if you mix it with flour. Also, shiny coating on chocolate is beetle poop. The same beetle I was talking about, that red. So you're talking about different. You're talking about shellac. Shellac. Yeah, birds love bugs. They eat them, but we're not birds. All right, let's keep going about the Hujabab here.
Earthquake are possible within the next 3 hours along some coast of Indonesia, Philippines, and Taiwan and Papua New Guinea area, looks like, as well. So kind of a broader scale area of concern here for tsunami potential. Let's see if USGS is picking up on it yet. They're still behind. I tell you what, they are behind. And what's going on with the EMSC here, Globe? Look at that. Even these guys are off. But it's being listed. The Tsunami Warning Center is picking it up, and also the EMSC here. They're getting their information from the Geoscience Australia site, also Serbia, United Kingdom.
Hell no.
And EMSC, Pacific Warning Center, or Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, also picking that up. I do want to look over here and see if we have any buoys in event mode.
You guys
real
see
quick,
my oxpecker shirt?
Because that's a big earthquake, and that will definitely trigger a tsunami, no doubt. Unfortunately, I don't have any specifically around.
My freaking 110th grade shirt, 110thgrade.com. Go get you one.
Around that area. That should pick it all up. But more than likely, there was a potential tsunami with that. I'm just waiting on some more information here, folks. As far as the depth of the earthquake goes, that's going to be key into determining if there was a big tsunami with this 8.1. 57 kilometers deep, so somewhat deep there into the Philippine Trench. It looks like the southern end here underneath this area. Unfortunately, that's located here to some populated areas.
General Santos City.
This region right here, not good.
It was in the water.
I could see.
I didn't know it was on the coast, right?
This area being a bad zone for a tsunami.
You can eat most bugs.
And that 8.1 just coming in there. Let's see.
So usually, I think shellfish is usually not sulfur, iodine allergy. Shellfish cricket allergy. Shellfish allergy is a factor for cricket anaphylaxis. The life-threatening anaphylaxis after ingesting of crickets with Yep. No, you should not eat crickets if you're allergic to shellfish. Crickets are closely related to crustaceans like shrimp, crab, and lobster. They share a primary protein called tropomyosin. Because of this, consuming carries a high risk of reductivity Elvis. So Kat, my cousin, she's allergic to shellfish, and I could have swore she had an iodine allergy, but I could be wrong. The world is a huge place. Wish it was wide open like 200 years ago, minus the typhoid, cholera, and smallpox. What's up, John? I agree. The whole animal has the same amount of different proteins as there are genes. Each gene encodes one protein. Yep. Each segment of genes. That's right. And you need different amino acids and other compounds to turn on those areas. That's why if you're vitamin and mineral deficient, it won't turn on those gene segments, and then your body won't produce what it needs to produce. So if you're too low in magnesium or vitamin D, it won't. The white blood cells won't attack things that they're supposed to attack because they need vitamin D in order to do their job.
Stand by for a second, folks. Just getting the information in here. Look at that. It's showing up in New Zealand, Alaska. Yikes.
This dude's name is the Earth
Alaska's
Master.
Picking it
Antibiotics
up.
Antibiotics, the greatest medical
type of P wave.
Yeah,
here.
antibiotics helped a lot, and it stems from mold, which is interesting.
Here, this may be a little bit bigger than the 8.1, folks. Maybe that's why they haven't even put out anything yet on the USGS model. Nothing coming in yet from the USGS. What's going on here? Where did my live stream go? We're still live, right? Hopefully we're live.
Oh, he's using Prism.
I'm just waiting.
Rich,
I want to see what it is.
I wonder
USGS
if
very
the way
slow
you say
here.
turn
What is
on
going
is a
on?
turn on for ladies. I don't even know how I said it. What did I say?
Nothing coming
Fred,
in from the USGS yet. The MSC still holding steady as an 8.1.
Yeah, well, because they give it to people that don't need antibiotics because if you go to the doctor and you have a 24-hour bug and the doctor doesn't know that and they give you something that won't help that anyway and it goes away, you attribute it to the doctor visit. You attribute it to what you put in your mouth, but it goes away itself. You know, so then
10 kilometers deep.
You can have issues, especially what antibiotics do to your biota. True, but the only medical intervention that just fixes the problem, everything else is treatment. Yep.
Said that a little bit. That's worse for a tsunami. The shallower the earthquake, the more potential for a large damaging tsunami in the area. If you are along the coastlines here, and there is definitely a, let me go back to my tsunami warning center here, tsunami advisory for the Philippines, but it still looks like there's potential threat for Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Taiwan, and these areas down here. Let me see what we got here.
I can't read it.
There's a tsunami threat to Guam and a couple other levels here.
People taking, I need antibiotics to, yes. Antibiotic.
I would definitely evacuate the area just in case if you're around the sea level area.
He's got a big old pointer. Look at the size of this dude's pointer.
Potential threat for Taiwan. See, the areas in the purple up here are the tsunami threat zones, and they have that, for Taiwan and portions of the Philippines area. Guam is in the tsunami advisory area, but definitely around the Philippines where that earthquake struck. And they're still holding steady as an 8.2 earthquake. That's a big earthquake there, folks. Big one.
Since Philippines girl is trying to get inside my family,
nothing
my
yet from the USGS.
Trying to get something from my grandparents.
This is not good. This is embarrassing.
Job, God.
A big earthquake like that should easily trigger the preliminary data systems here, but maybe it's out of the specific parameter numbers that they report. Maybe it's bigger than what they would think it would happen. Still a little
without antibiotics. All bacteria would be antibiotic resistant. We just got to make a new antibiotic, but there's a limit to that. Right, because then they'll just start going to gene therapy. Right, that's why it should be used. But doctors don't want to not prescribe you something. They don't want to do that. If you show up and you say, I'm sick, they'll say, here's some antibiotics. and they shouldn't. That's why it's so bad in China with superbugs or pharmacies literally have buckets of antibiotics people take for just about every ailment. Yeah, and they're making them. We're not making very many pharmaceuticals here. We should have pharmaceuticals out the yin yang here. Eat raw garlic and ginger instead. That's a good idea. Listen, you really need vitamin D, but you can't eat it when you're sick. You need to have stores of it built up in your body. It takes like 5 to 7 days for vitamin D that you take to actually convert to what you need through the liver. So but if you have lots of stores of it, then it acts like within the hour that you start to get sick, it starts to ramps right up. African antibiotics are Chad-pilled.
Here, I'm just looking at this. Japan, New Zealand's picking up that wave like crazy here. California.
Garlic is antibiotic and anti-parasitic. Doctor be like, I have a hammer. Yes, all right. Every problem's a nail. Yep, that's correct.
What it did to the Philippine stations there, it just completely smashed it.
And get a few hours of sunlight a day, you should be fine.
It's got to be up in the lower.
No, and that's the problem. We actually watched a video, like one of the first videos of the live stream, a second video of the live stream, where the math that they did on how much vitamin D the average human needs, they were off by almost 22 times. They were telling people they needed 400 to 600 IUs when the average person needs about 8,000 IUs. And I believe you get about 600 from 2 hours of sunlight. And the older you get, the drier your skin is. That's that oil, the oilier your skin is, the more, and the whiter your skin is, the more vitamin D your body will produce. The darker your skin, the less. And the greasier your skin, the more. Based and brown pilled. But yeah, so and it's, unless you're eating absolute amounts, but you have to unless you're eating organs, you're not getting good amounts of vitamin D. And I get vitamin D3 every day. Yeah, I take 10,000 IUs, 250 micrograms every day. Do you remember what the video about vitamin D you watched, the second video of the stream, was called? Yeah. I got it. I saved it here. In my thing here. Midday sunburns 5 minutes and more. So that usually means that you have low vitamin D. If your skin's burning very quickly, you probably have very low vitamin D. So high vitamin D steroids keeps your skin from burning as bad, and it also, the higher your vitamin D levels, this is why when you get slightly tanned one day, you go out for a few hours and you go out for a few hours, your vitamin D levels are rising. So then you'll start to get tanned. But if you just go out the first day and go out for 3 hours, you'll get burnt because your vitamin D levels are much lower. Let me see. It's called the vitamin D problem, I believe. I'll just show. I got it here. I'll link it in the description. History. Vitamin D mistake here. I'll find it here.
What we were actually getting was not up here as they thought they were getting. What we were actually getting.
I'll just show you right here.
Times too low. And
I'll show you right here real quick.
It looks like the United Kingdom just followed the American guideline, but we'll see.
So this was in 2014. They found out that for the past couple decades, we've been wrong. They did a math problem wrong, and it's been this way for 40 years. And they found that we did a problem in 2014. So 12 years ago, and they still haven't corrected it.
Yep.
Sweet, thanks.
Now, the Institutes of Medicine calculation, what they worked out was that 600 units of vitamin D, which is a very small dose, that's 15 micrograms.
I take
will give 97.5% of the people of the population will achieve a target dose of 63 nanomoles per litre. But even that dose is actually only 25.2 nanograms per mil.
Low.
Different ways of measuring it. The conversion is 2.5.
Nanograms
so anyway, what they worked out was
so they were saying by doing 600 IUs, you should get to 25, right? But this is how
nearly
wait till you see how off they were.
97.5%.
They figured out medically in 2014
will achieve 63 nanomoles a litre. What is the actual correct calculation? 600 units a day, 97.5% of the population will actually achieve 26.8
So it would only give you, instead of 25 nanograms per milliliter, it would actually give you...
that they hoped for, but
10.7.
26.
So you're still 40 is like the bare minimum your body should be to be in the thriving status.
0.8, which
they
is
said the numbers changed. That's correct. But watch,
which is well in the deficient range.
Watch.
So they thought they were getting that. They're actually getting that because of this simplistic error. Quite incredible. Now, if this error is corrected, which it hasn't been, but if it were to be corrected, it would mean this. Requirements based on the correct calculation.
What is it? Instead of 600 units, we should be getting 8,895. They were off by that much. 14 times.
Not 600.
So you should be taking 14 of those pills per day. The ones I have on my website, 110thgrade.com, click on vitamins. The ones that I take here, the D3 right here, are 250 micrograms, 10,000 IUs. So that's closer to what they say to get to that bottom level. Sometimes I eat raw chicken liver from Whole Foods.
Not 400 units as in the US.
What if we're actually getting more
as in the UK, rather?
We definitely are. We definitely are. We definitely are. Low B12 and low D3 is huge on depression and anxiety. And look how anxious all these people that are so super anxious. And dude, it's absolutely crazy. You are crazy. No, it's definitely not an accident. But you need a lot. Like some people take like 100,000 to 600,000 IUs. You should call yourself flatworm because it stays in your system. Right, but you want it to because it's a store. When your body needs it, it then starts using it out of your system very quickly. And if it's not there, it takes days to weeks to rebuild those stores. This is why people that get colds during the winter, they usually come in when the weather gets cold, so they're not getting any vitamin D, so their levels are dropping. About a couple of weeks to a month or so into winter, a lot of people get colds because their D level drops so much. And then you can start taking it all you want, but it's going to take a couple of weeks before the stores get filled back up. Finnish health officials recommend 5 micrograms a day. That's freaking trash. That's absolutely horrible. And 7.5 is dangerous, and we live with least amount of suns. Nobody believes one word from them anymore. No, they're completely wrong. No, I'm not, and I've never gotten sick raw meat, but I have. Oh, wow. Half-Dose Joe and Rich, what do you think of vitamin D discrepancy thing dealt with back in time, like Victorian times? How do I think it was? They ate more of the whole animal. They ate more lungs and kidneys and liver. That's what will contain a whole lot of it from the because you have animals that are out in the sun all day. They're just building, and then you're going to eat that liver. So basically everything your liver needs is going to be in that animal liver. But we don't eat that stuff anymore. A lot of people don't eat none of it. Check out the ingredients on the drink mix. Optimal Human. That's what I take. All right, I'll check it out. You just have to be aware that you can take too much. The one with vitamin B, you can't. Right. That's right. Right, but you're nowhere near it. If you I take 10,000, and I could take 10 tablets a day. And that would still be, I would be in the mid to high range. And that, but if I did that for like 7 years, it might get. But that means if I'm never getting sick and I'm never staying inside and never getting any sun and never doing anything. But every time I get sick, even before I know I'm sick, my body's going to start using that to attack things off. They get depressed. The ADD during winter makes them low vitamin D. Low D, absolutely. I did notice a difference when I ran out of the good vitamin D. I picked one up, soybean oil, because it's all they had. Noticed quite a difference. It's huge differences, dude. Huge difference. Liver name because it helps you live live. It is the ultimate multivitamin. So people from early America that went out in the sun, didn't need organs, were chronically vitamin D deficient. No, not necessarily. So the thing is, they were also showing more of their body in the sun. They weren't wearing shirts and whatnot, and they weren't wearing shirts that have different types, like our bleaching agents that make whites look whiter. They're reflecting more light, so you're absorbing less. Hold on one And also, we have way more pathogens nowadays, too. The sun, I take 6K vitamin D. I get sun. Yeah. My D's always high. They probably were in the winter, but they were have a bunch of holidays in the winter. Cats out. Holidays where you eat a lot. And also, so they also ate a lot of mushrooms. Mushrooms can have D2, which can convert through to what you need, cocaine-ferrol. So they ate a lot. We don't eat like that anymore. And they absorbed more nutrients from the food that they picked out of the ground. We eat so much over-processed stuff that damages our gut lining and our gut bacteria that we don't absorb a lot of the nutrients from the food that we eat. We don't, not maximally. Back then, you eat like a mushroom or two a day and you get all that you need. But we eat mushrooms that are grown wackadoodle with steroids and whatnot. I mean, unless you're doing really good. But then, and that's a huge thing. Also, they worked a lot. They worked a lot out in the sun. Okay, what was I looking up? The multivitamin, optimal human health drink. Let's see. I click on ingredients and it just says 14 vitamins, vegan and free. All right, so let's see. Where are the actual ingredients? Okay, let's see. All right, here you go. Vitamin A, that's low, but I mean pretty good, okay. Vitamin C, that's really low. Vitamin D, that's really low. That's 30 micrograms. So that's what they're recommending on that, what the government's recommending. And they're saying that should be closer to 200 to 250. Vitamin E, that's low. Vitamin B5, that's low. Is this once a drink? Oh, these are gummies. Okay. Vitamin B6, that's low. It should be about 4 to 8. Vitamin B7 is a little low. Vitamin B9. Vitamin B12, that I take 5,000 micrograms. This is 3.6. The government recommends 2.4. I take 5,000. So my B12 right here. My B12 has 208,333% the daily recommended. I don't know about those gummies. I'm talking about the powdered drink. Gummies. Okay, hold on. Oops. All right, where's it? Products. I also take methylene blue. Methylcobalamin, yes, methylcobalamin, not the cyanocobalamin. You'll see cyanocobalamin for cheaper, but it does not do what it, and also the cyanocobalamin, if you get a blood test, they'll say, oh, cobalamin is B12. They'll say, oh, you got plenty of cobalamin, but it doesn't work in the body the same. And some people will tell you it is, but it doesn't. The cyanide group gets broken off by the liver, and then the liver methylates it to methylcobalamin, adrenocobalamin, and whatnot. And then it can recombine and basically deactivate that back to cyanocobalamin. So it gives you a little boost of energy rather than all day long. And it's not energy like caffeine. When you want to sleep, you'll go to sleep. It's just like when you need energy to do stuff, you have the energy. It's like the way you're supposed to be. Okay, let's see. The superior source of lingo D3 tablets I got off Rich's website made my energy so much more stable throughout the day, and I only got the 250. Yeah, that's what I take. I take 250. I take 10,000. That's what that is. 250 micrograms is 10,000 IUs. I love when we do this. Bam, brother. How come you never talk about NAD, Rich? I hear raves about it. I mean, that's actually really good stuff too. So the ascorbic acid, That's what I don't know about what's in here. That's what I take. Okay. L-ascorbic acid. No, I take acetate. Hold on. Yeah, I take acetate. Calcium ascorbate. Sorry, calcium ascorbate. Yeah. That's what I take. Calcium ascorbate. Not ascorbic. It's got ascorbic acid in it. Oh, sorry. I thought it would be easier if I. No. And vitamin D is exactly the opposite, and they'll also work together. I miss Taco Bell's dusted nuggets. All right, let's go back here. Let's see. Optimal hydration, this right here. Optimal hydration, electrolyte drink. Mindful. Is it that there? Green gummy superfood greens tub. Super coffee tallow balm. You see it? French sea salt. 12 2-ounce bottles. Wait, they changed the labels, but I look like, okay. That's all right. Let's just see what they've got in these things. Let's just see. Okay, it's hard to see. Jeez, ginger, gut health, adaptive one. I hear they got heavy metals. I got heavy metals in my brain or something. So, brother, if you're not taking B12 and you've got any kind of brain fog, it took mine away. Like, I can handle a lot of different topics at once, a bunch of people talking about different things, and I couldn't do that before B12. And the stuff that I take, if you don't live in America, you can't get the ones on my website, but you can look at the ones on my website to see the dosaging and the size to see what it's about. Ate them on anchovies. I think he's talking about Alex Jones Optimal Human Drink. Was that it? It's powder, though. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, B12 superpowers. B12 is superpowers. Yes, absolutely. And if you look what other countries are doing for their children for ADHD and stuff, they're using B12 and folate. Not folic acid, methylfolate. Chelation therapy, yes, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Ray. It's the same thing, though. 110thgrade.com. 110thgrade.com. 110th grade. It's in my YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel and you can click on from there. But 110thgrade.com, yeah. Same thing, right. 110th grade. 110thgrade.com. Liver blend. Okay, so you said it's Alex Jones Optimal Human Drink. I wonder. Okay, Alex. Oh no, yeah, they changed it. This is it. Let's talk about butts. Mr. Chill is his Optimal Human logo on the webpage. Yeah, it looks like it's the same thing. It's got Alex Jones' name at the top. He's a butt man. Okay, all right, let's see. Citric acid, malic acid, stevia, beetroot, silicon dioxide. So it's got sand in it. Calcium citrate, 100 milligrams. Magnesium malate, that's pretty good. A little low, but that's pretty good. Sodium, potassium, and taurine. So taurine is like the energy drink stuff. I mean, it's for some drinks, but it definitely ain't for your whole day. Something about butt curves. And I myself am a stupid tomato. What up, stupid tomato? All right, let's sing. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, shit, I'm knocking my water over. What's evening, sir, Jacob? Good evening. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Optimal hydration. This is just strawberry lemonade. This is the same site. Yes, this is just it. I guess they started another site now that what you calls is in trouble. Borders. It keeps the water from turning me gay. I said it. This is it right here. This is it right here. I just clicked on it, right? That's it right here. See, it says Alex Jones at the top. Yeah, this is it. You know what's interesting about Alex Jones, though? What do you know? But yeah, so this, yeah, it's the same. It's that thing right there. Do you know much about Sri Lanka? The cinnamon and a bunch of the animals. Sometimes he's right. Yeah, sometimes he's right. I agree. That's it. Yeah, water out here is like that, real tough. Now they have their own businesses. They're one of Alex's sponsors. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so this is basically Gatorade without as much sugar. It looks like. And it's got a little bit of taurine in it. Yeah, it's got potassium and sodium for your electrolytes. It's got taurine, which is what is in, or used to be in, a bunch of energy drinks. And then some calcium, vitamin C, ascorbic acid. Yeah, interesting stuff. Gatorade is gay. Torade. Bunch of gay tours. All right, let's see where'd I go. Boom, boom. All right, so we got a hooja bob going on here. No, it's the green tub product left of it. This here superfoods green. Okay, this has got a bunch of stuff in it. Immune oxidant blend, cabbage leaf, gotcha fruit, tart cherry, adaptogen blend. Oh yeah, that seems really good. Milk thistle, that's really good for the liver. Those are the blends. All right, let's see if we can go here. Huh, I wonder why it doesn't have the... okay, calories, biotin, calcium, iron, magnesium, zinc. It's got gluconate in it. That's good. Hey. Wow. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it doesn't have like none of the B vitamins in it. At all. It's got vitamin A, and that's pretty. I mean, zinc, magnesium, iron, calcium. I mean, biotin's not even a big thing, but interesting. I don't know. I'd give it a try. I thought people in Arkansas had bad diets, but I lived in Texas for 3 months. Their diets are horrible, and their food is fake, and they don't even realize the meat sucks. Brother, it's a big problem in America, man. 150 milligrams of sea salt, you're not going to do nothing. Sobe. Sobe was a good drink. Yep, I used to drink them. You should check out Colombo. That's where my woman lives. Colombo, Texas. She's a professional chef too. It's tomato. I might be in danger. I wish they'd make a vitamin drink with like 10% corn syrup. Dude, I'm trying to work on one, man. Within the next couple of months. I'm reading the table on mine now. Okay. I need to become milk thistle for 6 to 8 weeks. Dude, it works really good. We used to use milk thistle as an anti-hangover remedy. Like if we were going out to like party, I would drink a pint of water and I would take 4 milk thistle, like just powdered milk thistle tablets or gel caps. Unbelievable difference. Ingredients, okay. And even with AI, less jobs, yeah, brother. Would do 2 scoops, yeah. Governatorade. Most people don't realize non-iodine salt was a religious thing for Jewish dietary practices. Yeah. Kellogg Corn Flakes is America's first mass psyop. Definitely wasn't good for people. The B12 of mine says 2,400 micrograms of daily value, 1,000% the daily value, 24 micrograms. Right, I take 5,000 micrograms, 200,000% the B12, because they're off about that too. That might be if you're like a little kid. It's just enough for you to not die or go into psychosis. But to thrive, you need I needed way more than that. Colombia, Sri Lanka. All right, we'll look that up, brother. Bergenstein, Topic Profit Daily, plus various vitamins. Yeah, it seems like it's good for you, but I'll check that in just a second. Okay. Which one, Governor Torre? Burgerstein Top Fit? All right, hold on. Let's look up Sri Lanka real quick. We'll pull this up. Bam. Dang, look at that kick-ass looking building. The Altair. Sometimes I pretend to have a woman with boobs. Am I cooked? Nah, you're all right. Boobs. Damn, that looks cool. Damn, that looks really cool. Yeah, I need to get to Sri Lanka. All right. Thank you, Blue. Welcome to the family. I'm also on Alex's site as something called methylene red, tons of B12. I just started taking that on Monday. So I take methylene blue. I wouldn't screw with the red until I read more about it, but blue's definitely a good addition to life. It makes your pee blue too. You better make sure you flush the toilet after you pee, or you have a permanent blue ring like I do. Burgerstein, a Top Fit. Okay. Okay, it says it's got A, B1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 12, biotin, C, D3, and E. If it had K2, that would be a really good, but let me see. Yeah, it's got like almost no B12 in it. It's got no B12 in it. So yeah, like 2.4 is 100%, and they have 12 in it, which is saying is 480. But it's got 4.8 milligrams. Oh, man, why do they do that? I mean, I guess it's low in folic acid. It shouldn't be folic acid. Folic acid's really not good for you. Molybdenum is what my buddy used to call it, but molybdenum, I rarely see that in any supplements. That's good. It's got a good amount of selenium in it. That's good. Decent amount of copper, decent amount of zinc. It needs, no. 5 milligrams zinc. I take 100 milligrams of zinc. 5 milligrams of iron's fine. 60 milligrams of magnesium, it's low. But yeah, I mean, but it's a good to make sure you got something in you, but it's not going to help you thrive. Hey, Bubba, what's up with them? Certain vitamins are fat soluble and stored in your body and definitely can accumulate toxic levels. So A, D, and E are fat soluble vitamins. So A, you want to make sure you get enough, but don't go crazy. D, E, same thing. And then the other ones, like D3, you definitely want a lot more, and it's oil soluble. It can get toxic, but nowhere near what we're talking about. Like when we talk about 10,000 IUs, that's what you should be taking a daily. But the government says you should be taking 600 IUs, but they were wrong. And they had that paper that we just looked at, that video I was looking at that paper. They found out they were wrong in 2014 and never corrected it. So it should be closer to 10,000. If you look on my site, that tablet, that's 10,000, and that's fine. You can take that year after year after year after year. If you take like 100,000, so 10 of those tablets a day for like a few years, and nothing bad ever happens to you, you never get any kind of sicknesses, no kind of wounds, whatever, then it might start to get high. But, you know, if you're not really going out in the sun or not, then you just have a nice, good store of them. Why do we not do big national projects anymore of states? But brother, I think we're about to. I want to do that. Sometimes I pretend to be a pregnant man. 4 droppers recommended, gives you 5,000 micrograms. Yeah. That's what I take. That's right. 208,333. And so mine is 1 tablet is that. 1 tablet of B12 does 5,000 micrograms for me, which is 5 milligrams. I'm going to become B12. And if you take B12 and you don't notice a change in a couple hours, you're probably low in folate. B12 and folate need to work together, but most people aren't folate deficient. Most people are B12 insufficient. Molly Bidet, why is B13 illegal? Because it can stop cancer cells. B12 or B13? K17. They tried to give my daughter a K shot when she was born, and the nurses yelled at me and said they wanted to do other stuff. I don't trust all that vitamin stuff. I wouldn't trust the vitamin stuff from the doctors. I wouldn't trust anything being injected into a baby. They could have put it in the baby's mouth. They could have put it. It can absorb through the mouth, under the tongue, and through the cheeks almost as well as a shot. I don't know why they want to do a shot. That shit's crazy. But your body has a spike of K2 around the 8th day of life. That's why they didn't used to circumcise boys until the 8th day, like the Bible says. And then now that we've done the science, we find out that the body has a spike, which helps wound healing. It says 3 every day, and it's just a food supplement. Yes. Yep. Okay. There you go. Didn't crap your pants. B13 cures cancer. That's why it's illegal. 9 out of 10 doctors make money off you being sick. I'd say 9.9. B12 is one thing that can get toxic to over time. You're never going to get near those. You're never going to get... No, B12, no, you'll pee that out. Not B12. D3, if you take massive amounts, massive, like anything that you can get in 1 tablet, like even like the 10,000 IUs, you would have to take 10 of them a day for like 7 years. I lost all trust in doctors. Yeah, good. Me too. I see tabs online, 10K to 150K of vitamin D3. Right, I take 10 every day, 10K every day. Clap cheeks and eat smoked meats to live to be 7 years old. Right. So the toxicity thing, people used to take 20 milligrams, not micrograms, milligrams. So they used to take 20,000. Hold on. 20,000. I can't do the math. $200,000 micrograms a day. That was the 20 milligrams. I hope they at least made a ring with my circumcision skin. Freaking wackadoodle. But yeah, you can get that, and it's when. Listen, you just need to make sure you've got a decent amount of D3 in your body. Absolutely. Because when you get sick, so another one of the things, talking about COVID, another thing I was watching, they said the people that died of COVID were D3 deficient because they didn't have enough D3 in their body in order to fight it when they got sick. The D3, the white blood cells, the T and T helper, whatnots, they need vitamin C, D3 to work. So they didn't have enough, and they were given vitamin D. And there's even studies that say vitamin D didn't help these people, but that's because they were administered the D while they were in hospital, D3 while they were in the hospital, and it takes 7 to 10 days. 5 to 10 days is the actual window. 5 to 10 days for the D to convert over in your liver, and these people were already dead by then. But if they would have had stores of D in their blood, they would have been better, is the theory. Someone told me they were getting B12 shots and eventually got toxic. She had to go to the hospital. That's crazy because the B12 shots are usually 2.4 micrograms. Now, if she was getting B12 with other stuff in there, or she was doing them herself, or she was injecting like sublingual B12 in a needle, but that's crazy because B12 toxicity doesn't really exist. B12 toxicity. Vitamin B12 toxicity is rare because B12 is water soluble. Your body typically absorbs what it needs and excretes the rest in urine. Therefore, there is no tolerable upper intake level has been established. So I don't know what she was doing, brother. It could have been something that was in it if it wasn't just B12 in the shot, a bunch of other stuff, and she was doing it multiple times. Yeah, definitely sounds like bull. President Andrew Jackson used to drink pints of arsenic, but they says 1 molecule of it's deadly. Jeez. What up, little toilet butter? I think at this point you're just surviving off the minerals the hospital forces you in blood. I think it's fasting. I think when you go into the hospital, a lot of times you're water fasting. You're not eating any foods. They might give you broth or water. I think a lot of it in the hospital is dehydration being fixed with an IV, and usually you don't eat anything for a couple of days. I think that's what does a lot of the work in the hospital. And there's a very interesting thing I watched the other day about the Soviets and now the Russians. They have fasting centers that's on their healthcare system for the nation. If you've got things like asthma or arthritis, you go and you fast for a week, and it just like 66% of people get better off of one fast, and even more off the second. Everyone was D3 deficient during COVID, right? And they told you to stay inside, and people weren't taking D3, so people weren't getting any sunlight. That's why they wanted you. Yep. No more thoughts from Yogi Bear. What up, little toilet? They were administering the D while they were in the hospital. Yeah, I heard myself say that too. Not because they were on the hills during the live lockdown. I just smoked and drank and completely ignored COVID. Vitamin D back shots. Yeah, me too. Turns out smoking and drinking and ignoring bullshit protects you from bullshit. Yep. Anything can be toxic in sufficient massive amounts. Yeah, I think, but I don't believe her. Unless there was something else in there along with B12, because the shots are usually very low too, like 2.4 micrograms. You would have to be employed to get COVID, which none of you is. B12 can cause deficiency, but you can get B12 for it. The hospital charge you $30,000 to starve you. During COVID, I was at a veterans hospital. Okay, let's see. Boom. Little toilet.
I bet a lot of people that have deficiencies and stuff like that immediately think you're their guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could see somebody with like a vitamin deficiency or like severe DNA deficiency or something, like a chromosome deficiency, being like, oh, this is our guy, you know? This is our mayor, you know? This is our Wizard of Oz. You don't think that at all? Come on, guy.
Little guy.
But I want to say this,
you know what,
bro.
guy? Little guy, can I just say this, guy?
Yeah.
It's your tone, man.
Is it really?
Sometimes your tone, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's it.
My bad. I bet a lot of...
Freaking whack. Because the world may be a worst place ever, but I still like butts. All right, let's see. Boom. Administering the D in the hospital. Are we having fun yet? I'm having fun. I always have a good time. All right, let's watch something fun. I'm going to wind it down now. Let's have fun for Loretta. Okay, let's see. Boom. All right, nice. All right, let's watch something comedic. Holy crap. Define fun. Not what she's got in her nostrils. Jeez. Dang. She's got freaking gauges in her nostrils. Doctors in this context are extremely overrated, but surgeons and doctors they are so incredibly valuable. Right. The problem is the doctors get out of school, and then the medical brotherhoods that are run by the pharmaceutical industry or funded by them, teach them, hey, press this, and they find models, very hot women, to tell them what drugs to sell. Here, let me see if I can find something on it. Do you think it's worth getting blood work done if you take a bunch of supplements? There's another excuse to give out. You don't need to go to the hospital. You can go to a lab. You can also do hair and or fingernails too. There's a company that I use. Join the Discord, and I can give you some info on that. And you can send like your fingernail clippings and stuff, and they can tell you all that. It's about $50. Yes. My mom was a drug rep. Yeah, just saying. Okay, let's see. So, let's see if I can find it here. History. Oh, why does that always happen to me? Dang it. Here, I found it. Here, check this out.
Whether not followed or not really.
We were wrong. In fact, horribly wrong with these things when it comes to health and well-being as 3 doctors, particularly pertinent to people over the age of 65. We're going to be very open, honest, and transparent in this discussion. These issues may well apply to you. Please do make sure you've downloaded our free metabolic mastery guide.
So the Society of Cardiology,
medical society,
medical school, you would hear about these medical societies.
So the
Society of Cardiology, all these different medical societies. And when we were training, we were taught to believe that these were the epitome of medical knowledge, and that most importantly, all they cared about was making sure patients were okay. That they had patients' best interest in mind.
They just lied.
And all the guidelines that they pushed forward were about patients, and everything they wanted to achieve was about making people healthier. Well, as time went on, I began to learn that wasn't the case. And actually, there were many special interests that dictated the way that medical societies pushed their evidence forward. And I began to see, I remember I went to a conference. And after you go to a conference, you walk around these halls. And in the halls, it was all pharmaceutical booths. The whole thing. Hundreds of them. Pharmaceutical booths that would pay the medical society to be there. And they were telling you about this new drug that you should prescribe. And it just opened my eyes. These guys are bought and paid for by all these special interest groups. And if they're doing that, I can't trust the guidelines they're pushing forward. And that really opened my eyes.
That's such a good point, Ben. And that's something that's been really eye-opening to me is really the business behind medicine, which we were never taught in medical school per se. And we always think that, again, everything that you do is for better patient health and better care. But after going to those societies and those big meetings is that you realize that all of it is just a money-making machine. And a lot of these guidelines can be corrupt with the fact that they're backed by big pharma. We see it across the board. And if you ever walk into these meetings, it's like Disney World in a sense that they have beautiful people that they hire to lure in doctors to convince them to sell their product, when in reality, that product is not the best.
Hey, you want to push this pill, don't you, big boy? I'm 62 years of age. Yeah, it's all money. Yeah. Well, since 1994, our government allowed pharmaceutical companies to advertise on the air. So then they could start lying to us and convincing us to go to the doctors and be like, if you don't prescribe me this pill that I saw on Oprah, then I'm going to find a doctor that will. And they said, okay, they can stop paying this pill. This is why, listen, the first thing any doctor's appointment should do, they should check you for vitamin deficiencies and start you on a dose of antiparasitics. Any parasites you might have, or all the cancers that react well to antiparasitics, which there are vast numbers. So if you have any parasites, you'll get rid of them while we're waiting for the blood test to come back, and any cancers that can start getting beat down. The blood work comes back, and then you decide, oh, you're vitamin deficient, let me just give you that. Or no, you're not vitamin deficient in anything, let's go further. Let's take you to another and then go to a specialist. But how many office visits would we remove if we just checked everybody for vitamin deficiencies and parasites with the first check. I'm going to grab a drink later. That's right. Then you get oxycodone, right? I take ivermectin, Coke. And it's interesting if you see how street drugs affect parasites. Like a lot of people, they feel bad all the time and they like doing street drugs. Sometimes it's because of deficiency, but sometimes because it works as an anti-parasitic, and they don't understand that because they never got tested for it. They're at their own pharmacy. You know, they go to the street to get drugs, and they feel better when they take them, and then they get addicted to them. Then there's a withdrawal process. But yeah. I take for my daily drive, or me and my family, I take this. It's Paragard. It's on my website also, and this is 30 drops 4 times a day for a month. The very first time you take it, and then it's 30 drops 3 times a day for 10 days. So every 3 months, it's 30 drops, and it just tastes like pepperoni. I think people say it tastes like oregano. It's got oregano in it, but I think it tastes like pepperoni. I'm going to cancel out all the healthy stuff. I'm drinking a beer and pass out later. There you go. Take care of that. Get it done, taken care of. All right, that's enough of this guy here. ADHD. Okay, it's over. People are freaking out. Japan proves excess deaths in the vaccinated. How much ivermectin do you take, and how often? Top of the paragraph. So if I get sick, I take 12 milligrams for 5 days. Okay, but every 3 months I take this, as it's got the info on the lid. For adults, intensive support's 30 drops daily 4 times a day for 30 days. Then every 3 months, 30 drops 3 times a day for 10 days. And that's like about a year's supply for like $27. No offense, but you're advert for supplements at this point. Yeah, well, want people to get better, brother. Damn, how we need a moonshine shot. Got to work on my mental health too, you know. Yeah, and I'll tell you what helped my mental health. Absolutely, the depression and the anxiety was getting on B12. And look, I've been on antidepressants. I've been on anti-anxieties. I was on Klonopin. I was on Prozac. I was on Paxil. I was on Lexapro. I was on Ritalin, Vyvanse, Adderall, and this was for 30 years, on and off all this different stuff. And then 4 years ago, I started taking supplemental B12, and I just didn't touch anything else ever again. Stopped drinking and stuff too, because it was just like I wanted to start getting stuff done now that I had all this energy. If I don't get, I take so much zinc now, and I don't get colds or anything. I mean, I'm streaming every single day, right? You know, you could go back and see for it's about the past year over. I've been streaming every single night, sometimes 8, 9, 10 hours. You know, so I mean, haven't gotten sick. Me chilly, woman. Me chilly. What are you, woman? I just buy a new car, destroy it, backyard, mental health. Yeah, some people like that. What's up, Dr. Wiener? Dr. Wiener here. I recommend Coke. It's an anti-parasitic. That's all right. Don't assume my gender. Cover it all right. All right, let's see. What are we going to watch? Something funny. I just want people to be healthy. That's what I want. I want people. I went through hell for 35 years, and it could have been fixed. And I was skinny. I was 6'4", 135, 138 pounds, and no doctor ever thought to think maybe I'm malnourished. Yep, mental health is off to the perspective. How are you, agent? Dun, 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 dun. All right. Pain is gone. I tell you what, I didn't really like country music for a long time, but my parents do. And when I started listening to country music so that, like, when I hang out with my parents, I can, like, sing along and stuff, I started picking up a lot of it. I'm a big fan of a little bit of country music. There's lots of ingredients in here, and they have different methods of being anti-parasitic. Some of them dehydrate the parasites. Some of them starve them off. Some of them actually kill them. So there's different types of parasites. They're not just intestinal parasites. There's a bunch of different stuff. It has a bunch of different actions. Because you have a gender, buddy. Not every ill and effect requires a manufactured supplement, pill, weird shot, gel, whatnot. It's my only issue. Well, how do you know until you get the other ones checked off the list? That's my point. My point is try what you need first before spending money on doctors and whatnot. If you have something wrong that you think you need to go to the doctor for, and you know, I just don't feel good, whatever. Okay, well, why don't you see first if you're not eating right, try supplementing to see if, make sure you're getting the vitamins and minerals that your body needs. If that doesn't take care of it, then try exercising, work it out, stuff. Absolutely. But so many people just go to the doctor blindly and get on some pharmaceutical that's supposed to be short term for a lifetime, and that's got to stop. It's just a joke I was making about mental health, not your sexuality. Dr. Cappuccino. No, I agree too. But you have to start somewhere. People just wait to rot and then go to a doctor. Fair enough. Hank Williams Jr. Okay, let's see. Most people don't do anything. They don't do anything. They just rot until it hurts too bad. Then they go to the doctor, and that's got to stop. We can start being much more productive in life and do more than we want to. If a lot of the stuff that people think, I've got autism, I've got this, I've got that, have you tried to do anything about it yourself? Have you tried to exercise? Have you tried? Yeah, and that's the thing. Then when you start looking at the numbers to see how many people are deficient, it just goes crazy. Anyway, Dr. Wiener's Coke deficient. Monk helped a guy out. I just get bored sometimes and turn into a drunkard. Yeah, so I used to do that all the time. I used to have problems sleeping so bad that I would just get so bored. I would go out to the bar and have a pitcher of beer and then come back to pass out. And then after I got productive, after I didn't feel bad anymore, and I was like, well, what am I going to do with my time now? I was like, I started, anyway, can't prescribe myself more oxycodone. Help. All right, let's see what we're watching. Let's watch something funny, and then we're going to close it out here. I'm about to go to bed. We've been going 4 hours and 45 minutes. Bit horse bonnet. Went to a city made of garbage. Instant regret. Smells bad. It's pretty logical to be making those vitamin checks regardless if you're sick or not. As a doctor's appointment, at least insurance makes preventative visits doable. Right. But on the side of your cereal box, it tells you how much vitamin A and whatnot it's got in it. And people don't register, well, I'm not getting enough vitamin A. What's vitamin A? What does it do, right? And then most people say, do I get enough vitamin B? Oh, there's more than one type of B vitamin. I'm not getting enough of that either. I'm more active than most, but I take B12 and iron. There you go. That's the only thing that got me going. I haven't been in, but my insurance company did pay me to go to a dental cleaning. Imagine they're able to do that. That's nice of them. Hit horse hollering in a bonnet. People are awesome. Extreme. We watched that the other day. I wasn't prepared for India. Dragonflies are more magical than you think. Urban slavery in the 19th century. All right, we'll watch something funny. Then we'll wind it down.
跳。
He's sneaking out.
I was.
I thought she freaking kissed the ground.
Oh, fuck! Ethan! Oh, fuck! Ethan! God!
Damn. Night, Loretta.
Oh! Slippery!
when she was hanging out that shelf, I thought, I don't need no man.
Oi, Victor.
He's got a rental scooter and he's trying to get a... That's one dry rot ass trampoline. I'm not saying you should be, it's literally the easiest fraud to accomplish. You could hurt yourself at the job and sue a company from the local mall for not mopping the floor. Bro, I think a lot of people do that. I remember a guy who went headfirst into a rock. His face was split in half. Damn, dude. I broke my nose like about 12 times skateboarding and I mean other things, diving into a swimming pool. So there you go. Thank you, Xander, brother. 67 joules. Bam. Xander, thank you, brother. Bam. Took him a week to die. Jesus. Damn. Look how dry that is. Look at this.
No!
Hold on tight.
Big girl.
Oh, damn.
Big girl.
Hold on tight. Oh, damn.
You okay? Yeah.
Sweatshirt.
Oh, watch this guy's face bounce off of this thing. Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing this. Sorry, watch this guy's face bounce off of this thing. A whole week of agonizing. I do look cringe, brother. I know. They charge 400. They charge like 400 kilograms on the freaking thing and lift to it. I put for like a. Just gotta set the camera up first.
Hi. I'm literally alive. Oh no! Oh my god!
Oh, that was foam. Come on. She can check her grip strength.
Mon pied.
Why are you doing this?
Oh!
The kid grinding in the gym was pretty cool. I should go mess with that. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. All these freaking strippers sitting around somebody's apartment. And the freaking stripper pole. It's like not even attached to anything.
Are you okay?
Damn. Axial radial procession.
Not like I'm bullying the kids in school. Oh no, you're.
I'm so scared. I feel like we should just throw it out the window. It will be. No, I might. Oh my god! No, it's okay. It's still on fire. We're good. Okay, good. Good job.
She went in there to poop, lit the scented candle straight out the gooch. Oh, straight to the gooch. Oh,
Bitches are just stuck in there, hanging there.
That would suck. Why is she in shorts?
Mommy.
Honey. We all die. Grandma. They are making my insurance more expensive by the minute. Yeah, right. That's what drives me freaking crazy. But it was slavers, they captured us. Man, these people need a helmet and be padded room. I agree. Money in Dr. Wiener's pocket. Hey, Xander. Bam. Thank you, Xander. Bam, bam, bam. Every time an idiot hurts himself, healthcare gets more expensive for everyone. I said we all died. Called it. Yeah, money in his pocket.
Whoa!
Oh my God! Are you okay?
I need to visit Dr. Wiener. Having fun involves some sort of degree of stupidity.
Oh God!
This was, what do they call that stuff? And GLP-1, oxycodone in your pockets and money in mine. Yep, there's time to get on GLP-1.
Oh God!
That's gonna be a freaking
Fetch and go, Molly.
And to go, Molly. Oh, jeez. Girls are always trying to look cool doing the weirdest stuff. I don't know
Just
why.
look down
I
and
don't know
just
why they
step
do
in.
that stuff, but they definitely do. Like, hey, look, I'm
Oh,
gonna do a
baby, baby.
handstand in the doorway
Oh.
on my head.
Are you
Oh, those
okay?
are my clients. I made a combination of them. Oh, that's a train. Oh, no. They all get oxycodone.
It's a funny looking ghost.
Day drinking got him again.
Great. Oh my word! Oh my word!
Oh my word.
Hold on, what do you have that on video? No. That could have been really good. She's gonna do it again. Oh my God. You have that on video?
Oops. They need oxycodone.
Whoa, jeez.
Hold on, what happened? Did it bounce off his head? Oh, no.
Jesus. Whoa.
Oh, it bounced off his head. Definitely did.
Whoa, jeez.
Dude, that has hurt.
Jesus Christ, Mickey, all right?
What the f is this guy doing? What the f is this guy doing?
Kids are dumb these days. Don't worry, y'all. Bro made golf dangerous.
Yeah, everyone's got it. Does anyone else have a golf?
Rip. Oh.
Voilà, tu me lances doucement. Non, t'inquiète. Vas-y, vas-y.
That turkey was Minnesota 100%, probably. Minnesotan turkey.
What, Sabrina?
Day drinking.
It's good, a bit warm, bit of sun.
What are those?
Find that wild. Man, I miss when people used to make at-home freaking water slides. Holy crap.
Ooh!
Oh, he hit his head on the bottom of the leg. Hold on, Dubby. He ripped the free. That's gonna cost you.
Oh, there's no way I could.
Slip. More stripper poles. Jeez, I miss designing ponds and dams, honestly. Listen, I thought about making waterfalls, like sculpting them all out and putting some like LEDs like throughout the wackadoodle and having like in set like small like aquariums, but like put shotcrete around it and whatnot. I think that would be a big seller. You would do like, one a month and probably $10,000 a piece, cost you about $2,000. You walk away with that extra $8,000 a month, unless you can make them more or bigger. Broke the fence. Yeah, all you need to do is find one influencer that you give it to for free, and then all the other influencers will be like, I need that. I went turkey hunting down in Mississippi a few months back. That's where the turkeys are. Bam. Governor Tory didn't enough damage dropping the paddle truck. They did plenty of damage there too, so they needed to rip the fence down. Could be Mississippi.
Game over. Jump! Yeah!
Wait! I got it!
Send my designs from my parents' backyard to see if you can be like, Chance, you're an idiot. What about this? Send it on the Discord, brother. I had to reach 5K damage before he could pay. Oh, sounds like, yep. Under the sea.
That's what we're gonna be.
Recording.
Oh, shit.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, it's Batman. What up, Tony, brother? Oh, jeez. How are you, Tony? Norbit.
Me cago en mi padre, hermano. No te creo. Oh my god.
What up, Ronick? Ronick Rat Hog.
Ready, set, go.
It's gonna turn out bad. No, not as bad as I thought. I thought she was gonna kick it out. Batman. Oof.
Yo, I think I got a fucking light, bro.
Oh my fucking god, my fucking phone, bro.
He did that on purpose. There's no he's that stupid. Everybody's this stupid.
Make sure you hit.
Cable Sappy Johnson. Electrical cord was not grounded.
Yep, but he was all about.
When he pulled it apart, it swung back and hit him in the doolally. It's oh jeez. So my buddy drowned. Grandma, I'll set a reminder so I can take pictures, send that to you. Yeah, look, take a look. Yeah, send it, my friend. Yeah, send it. Yeah, hit him in the boy bits.
Whoa, she's going backward.
In her socks on the freaking wood. Swung back and hit him in the doolally. When your friend has a little problem. She's laughing.
Brócate. ¿De una? Ya, vámonos.
Yeah, accurate.
Vámonos.
This is Voodoo. What up, Voodoo? Voodoo.
Oh my God!
Buying a cigar in a few minutes, getting you a cigar.
I think we have a choice.
What did the rug have to do with anything? Feeling better, but I've been dealing with up and down glucose levels. Yesterday afternoon, I tested 188 milligrams per deciliter, but about an hour ago, it was 85. Radical up and down differences. Wow. Are you still on a GLP-1 type thing? I'm kind of cigar. Stop eating Reese's Cups. Cuban. Did you see this? Let me see. Are you on magnesium? Are you on magnesium, Tony? Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Got him. So if you're on D3, I mean you got blood sugar issues, and you're not on magnesium. All my clients are on a magnesium deficiency diet. So oxycodone works better. When you talk to your doctor, I mean, if you're not on magnesium, I would. It's overrated. It's overrated. Magnesium as well as mustard, I've heard also, it's good for regulating blood sugar. Don't eat refined sugars at least. Yeah, magnesium, like, especially if you're on a lot of D3, if you don't have proper amounts of magnesium, it ain't chooching. Both I lost about 25 pounds. My A1C was best at 6 to 20 years. Can you teach me how to cook rice? Vinegar before meals. No, I can't teach you how to cook that, brother. Sorry for my friend. Sorry, brother. Yeah. And see, things go out of my league because the way that the GLP-1 slow digestion, like that's like that. You can't trust when you put things in your mouth when they're going to get into your intestines. You know, that's why like the sublinguals and the liquids are so important for like delivery, because most things don't absorb through your stomach. They absorb after they get into your intestines and go through. Soak chia seeds before meals help. Yeah, but GLP-1 stuff can definitely whack all that stuff out. Is magnesium one that helps it build up in the system? You need levels of both of them in order to, when they need to do things in the metabolism, you need the magnesium for like the connection. It's hard to explain, but for it to the hand holds the key, and the key goes in, and the key goes into a doorknob. So you have the hand, which is one compound, the key, which is another compound, and the door lock, which is the. So like if you have a hand with no key, you're not opening the lock. I just drink compost tea. 12 years, eat a steak. Girl's crazy right now. All my patients got worms. Give me oxy. Rock dust through my worm bins, through my stomach. Magnesium. What up, Hippocrates? Sulfur chloride 3 times a day will expand your mind. Magnesium 200 milligrams twice a day. I take Manjaro once a week. 10 milligrams shot. And take your mind in 20 different directions. It unlocks many doors. Yeah, jeez. Yeah. So, unfortunately, I can't think of anything with the GLP-1 in the equation. Like, GLP-1 can slow your digestion, and then you can't be sure about how things go in and out of the digestism. What the hell is compost tea? What's compost tea? Cheese is a whole nother topic. Cheese, it does. Okay. Well, actually, no offense to type 2 diabetics, but I don't know why they don't stop eating carbs. That's a big thing too, but it's got a long way to go. Does magnesium help with what? Are you on zinc? Zinc and like things like quercetin, zinc ionophores, that helps with the wood. Zinc, quercetin for ED. Zinc improves sexual performance and erectile function. So you need the bullet, which is the zinc, and then you need the gun, which is the zinc ionophores, which is like quercetin. So you can have zinc floating around your body, but if it can't like enter your cells, it's not good. That's really good. So what I take here, again, on my website, 110grade.com. This is what I take right here. Quercetin with bromelain. I take that with 100 milligrams of zinc acetate. Phase element blocks the enzyme responsible to break starch. You seem a bit off the balance today, lad. Me? Yeah. I'm at 5 hours and 10 minutes for this stream. My butt cheeks ready to fall asleep. Tony, if you have issues with wood, you could have circulatory problems. Yeah. He had a bunch of issues also with balance and vertigo. You're eating absolute crap. Most optimal vitamin levels are going to help you so much. Right. You can get beds to maturity when their mature biology doesn't fluctuate as much. They can distill it from the body, can become consistent. Oh, my blood pressure. Yeah, but I tell you what, that's very, 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 very good. Like you'll feel like a 20-year-old. I mean, I felt like a 20-year-old. So quercetin and 100 milligrams of zinc acetate. Yeah. But that's what I mean that like the big part is the disruption of what the GLP-1's doing. Dr. Freud. Well, here, what is since I've been on taking zinc, magnesium, B12, D3, K2, MK7, folate, I've had the sex drive of a 30-year-old. That's why I asked. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir. Oh, so right. So you've been going fine. Gotcha. Yep. No, it's amazing stuff, brother. It's amazing stuff. It's amazing when you have what you need in your body for your body to do what your body needs to do, that your body does that. Like we're told so many times, oh, that's just getting older. No, that's crap. That's crap.
Now my great honor to pronounce the two of you husband and wife. Sam, you may kiss
Oh my gosh.
Hitting the dinghy biter.
That's right, Matt. Hey, that one might be on the doorbell cam.
Jeez. You mentioned GLP-1, all that stuff. What's that? All that stuff. So what does it do? Like, how does it work? 110 lack of emojis to be famed. Be damned. So GLP-1, what it does for a lot of people is it can slow down how food is released from the stomach. So if you eat food, it should be gone out of the stomach in like 2 hours, but it can slow that down, so it takes longer for that to happen. But I'm in more pain because of the deterioration of my hip and back. Yeah. What's up, Maki? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, and that... These cofactors, these other things, it's like, yeah. But that's good to hear that you have the drive. That's good that the mind is there and everything is working. I can understand the pain from a deteriorated hip, but everything else besides that is going good. At least that hurdle bar thing, he's stiff and his full weight went down to a pod water both. What's up, Michael? Bam, 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 bam. Tell us, man, about steak and time masseuses. Steak?
You okay?
Jeez, dude. Those people actually need supplements. Yeah, you're 100% wrong about that. You're 100% wrong about that, Voodoo. Most age-related diseases are caused from long-term deficiency and insufficiency of vitamins and minerals. Most things. Or exacerbated by it. Stuff that you get in your old age that isn't caused by insufficiency or deficiency can be made worse by that. Even things like depression, anxiety, ADHD, and then bones. And like if you're not eating liver, lungs, heart, brain, and stuff like that, then you're not getting the amounts of vitamins and minerals that you would had you had done that. So if you're not eating those parts of the animal, you need to supplement what you're not getting. If you don't eat sugar and steak, you're good. Otherwise, eat the reals. Trust vitamin minerals from today's fake foods. Right. So what happened when we changed talking about food? We used to say it needs vitamins and minerals, and now we say you need fats, carbohydrates, proteins, and whatnot, and they don't talk about the vitamins and minerals. So now people eat things with a lot of protein, but no vitamins and no minerals, so then you're getting a bunch of protein and a bunch of carbs and a bunch of sugars and whatnot, and no nutrition. They changed the definition of nutrition to making sure you're getting your proteins and your macros, but yeah, that's a big problem. Diddy is my client, and he did nothing wrong. Moderation is definitely key. Dusty is a small fish. Surgery, right hip replacement scheduled for the 24th of June, 2026. If anyone out there prays, please pray for me. Now 20-year-old Nefo is experiencing vertigo and headaches. Trying to help him like you. Brother. Yeah. Start quick. Yeah, I got you, brother. Absolutely. I'll tell you, my patients have no moderation. No more. Have moderation. No more than 2 G's a day. Dude, he was on the oil supply for absolutely. Diddy was back in there. And that wasn't the only thing that was in that. Why would he have? Vitamins and minerals are not meant to consume in pills form, and human body can't absorb them from pill form. You're 100% wrong again. People who could not control themselves, it's not bad. What would someone take to reduce vertigo? Now, voodoo, if people take multivitamins, then yes, they'll have a problem absorbing them from multivitamins. But if people take ones that like dissolve under the tongue or absorb through the skin or aren't in multi form, as long as they don't have issues with their intestines in absorbing vitamins and minerals, they can absolutely absorbing them. But when they take multivitamins, the body doesn't. It basically puts it right out. So you were right and wrong, but mostly wrong. Is it a clot shot? What would someone take to reduce vertigo? So vertigo often is a neurological issue. So the B vitamins would be there. Absolutely. B12, methylfolate, stuff like that. Nicotine. My ears burn and let me apply some baby oil. Need my bad. Diddy heard it. People can barely differentiate their thoughts from reality. Barely. And the big problem is people don't do it from their diet. People aren't eating enough stuff from their diet to cover what they're supposed to be doing. All of my patients use Diddy's baby oil. What do you mean such a weak pressure point? Why do men have such a weak pressure point at the nutsack? Why did evolution make such a weak point? Survival being up, brother. I can't tell you. I can't tell you why that is. I can tell you why the balls hang out of the body, but why it's such a weak point, I do not know. Sublingual is totally the way. Totally, Richard. Thank you. You're very, very, very welcome. You're very welcome. We don't usually get to this situation that you ended up in, Tony. If you wouldn't have got there had you been absorbing plenty of vitamins and minerals from your intestines. Now that, because you weren't doing that, it appears, now that you're absorbing them through the mouth instead of through the intestines, you're seeing a big change. Brain is protected by a thick skull, right? I have a bunch of that too, brother Chance. The brain, but and it's not evolution, it's humans that used to live 35 years long. So sperm needs to be at a particular temperature to survive. And as the outside air heats up and cools down, the sperm go farther and closer to the body to either heat up or cool down. We got hands, that's right.
Out.
Oh, hey, bro. Oh.
No, I thought I was going to get smacked.
Good dodge, man.
Your videos make me huff deodorant. I know myself. Domlingual? Five languages. Can oral meds be taken anally for quicker absorption? So it's usually the absorption's done in the small intestine. So if they're taken anally, they usually leave the body too quickly before they absorb. But you can give it a try, said Dr. Wiener. Yeah, some can. Yeah, some can. If you don't poop for a long time after. A lot of things used to be given suppositories, and the Paragard has definitely helped me feel better, smell better, and have more regular bowel movements. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You get a straight, unfiltered shot right to the boy bits. Yeah, dude, the Paragard, unbelievable. If you never do it, once you do it, Diddy wants to administer vitamins to his friends. Rubber glove, baby oil. All right, it's 10:40. I gotta go, but join the Discord. All right, Flat World, brother. Thank you, my friend. Rectally.
Oh my God, Drew! Get down! Get down! Get down!
Oh, I thought I was gonna fall off the edge. A yerba mate? I've not tried yerba mate. I'm suspecting 90% of people are infected with parasites. Are B12 deficient in cold countries, D3 deficient too. Right. I agree. Most people do not eat enough beef to get enough B12 from their diet anymore, and they're not eating livers and kidneys and whatnot to get boosts of whatnot. And you can't get vegetable sources of B12. So in cold climates, you're going to be low in D3 if you're not out in the sun all the time and not covered up, because the sun has to hit the skin to convert cholesterol to D3. So that's a big issue for that. And that can all be fixed. Booking. If you die, EMS will judge you. Can you give me 3 reasons to eat chicken? They taste good. They're healthy. It's healthy to eat, and they taste good. Boofing. Diddy, many parasites are good, though. Thanks, flat world, brother. Yerba mate gives throat cancer. What would you give me, Dr. Wiener? Low cost, low fats, life, good taste. There you go. What life. Human beings evolved to obtain nutrients from whole foods, not from pills. It may take generations for our biology to adapt, relying on tablets. What you think? So you can get the natural versions. Now, if you're talking about synthesized synthetic vitamins, then you may be right. But if the vitamins and minerals are pulled out of whole foods, then you're still going to absorb them in the same way. And there's lots of good studies that have done that. But for instance, the B12 called cyanocobalamin is made from cyanide. It's got not made from cyanide. It's made with cyanide. So that, even though it looks like B12, our bodies don't do the same thing with it. Maybe over generations that may. But if you get methylcobalamin or just other cobalamins that come from meat in a supplement form, then yes, it will still work. So the synthetic ones, you may be correct. I'm judging based on my own circle of peeps. I had D3 problem because I work inside a lot. Yep. That's huge. Do you know we give vitamin D3 to cows that aren't outside? Cows that spend time inside in dairies and whatnot? We give them D3 because they don't want them to stop producing milk, and they'll stop if they have a D3 deficiency. And we've been doing this for decades. After what I did to him, Richard responds best to complete sentences. And band names, choose wisely. Have you heard of Heritage Bread? Apparently it doesn't make you fat. I have not. Heritage Bread. A friend who's a counselor in an alcoholic co facility, there was a resident named travel size bottle of Jack, and he got wasted and busted. Oh, he put it up in his butt. 5-hour vitamin stream was crazy work. I'm working on it, brother. 5 hours, 23 minutes.
You're an idiot. Ready?
Oh God! Don't scare the. Oh my God.
My favorite sound.
I told all my patients to ditch vitamins. They always come back. Yep, they would. That'd be brilliant. All right, we're gonna go ahead and call it a night here. This is funny, but I'm gonna get myself to sleep. Heritage Bread isn't a brand; it refers to older grains. Listen, we got this far off of heritage stuff. I would say it's pretty dang, it's pretty dang good and unprocessed, right? Alcohol is bad. Cheers. Do you know why dogs hump your leg? I think it's just because they're horny, but I do not know the way it's sprayed in their face. All right, everybody. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit like and subscribe. Tell your friends. Share. And I appreciate you all being here. I love y'all, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.